they controlled the ball against the Hurricanes. They have sustained drives when they're right. They run the ball, and they don't get a ton of chunk plays necessarily, but they are very hard to get off the field.
And they run the football, but they also, when they do throw it, they throw it at a very high percentage, over 70%, and they're sort of the short, intermediate, play fake type passing game, and they've got a system that works for their athletes. And watching that tape of the Miami game, I felt like I was watching one of the better football teams in the country beat Miami, who arguably is one of the best teams in the country. So, I mean, this is going to be a very hard-fought football game, very physical football game. Their defense stops the run, and their offense can rush the football against you.
Now, they run the ball well with both quarterback Haynes King and running back Jamal Haynes. Those are their two leading rushers on the year. Jamal Haynes, the running back, 9 touchdowns. Haynes King, the quarterback, 7 rushing touchdowns on the year. You alluded to the high completion percentage. He only has 1 interception this year. He has 9 touchdowns and 1 pick. Tony, one thing they do really well is when they do want to throw the ball, which they've done just over 300 times on the year, which is right in the middle of the ACC. They've only allowed 4 sacks all year long. The offensive line play and the pass blocking, that's been there as well. It's been a rush offense, but also an efficient pass offense.
And it tells you that most of their pass plays are off of the running game, whether they're RPOs or play action fakes, catching you maybe in non-passing downs when you're loading up the box, trying to stop the run, and then they'll pull it out and dump it across to a tight end or a back, or try to make a big play down the field. They don't put themselves in bad positions very often, but what you want to do, every team you want to put them into an obvious passing situation like 3rd or 8, 3rd and 9, but particularly with Georgia Tech, because especially when Haynes King is in there at quarterback, they're going to run, and then they're going to hit you with the pass. Johnny Evans and I were just talking about it. It's like when he played quarterback at NC State, they ran the triple option and might throw it, what, Johnny, like 12 times a game or
12,
something?
12, 15 times a game.
Yeah, in many cases those are surprise passes, right? Because you're running triple option.
That's the way it works, yeah. And most of the time the quarterback was running the football back then, and that's the way Haynes King is being utilized. But the tape of the Miami game, guys, Aaron Philo, the true freshman quarterback, they just would bring him in unashamedly, unabashedly on passing plays, and he really performed at a high level. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I mean, I think that was, well, I know it was his first touchdown pass of the season. He's thrown for 300 yards for the entire season, but he threw for most of those last week. He was a key player in the victory against Miami. It'll be interesting to see how they use him against NC State.
But I remember old school football, and the thought process always was, back in the old days, a lot simpler than it is now. If you can stop the run and you can run the ball, meaning you control the line of scrimmage on both sides, you really have a chance to win the game. And I think in that regard, Georgia Tech is kind of a throwback team, because they do run the ball very well. They're great at stopping the run, 16th in the country. As you said, they don't give up any sacks. They're also had only 6 giveaways all year, only 6 turnovers for the entire season, and they're the least penalized team in the ACC. So they're the classic case of a team that rarely beats itself, and if you do that, you're going to always put yourself in a position to win.
Throwing this out there as the third phase also, this year they have 5 blocked kicks, tied for second most in the nation. Coach Dorne takes a lot of pride. Coach Dorne and Coach Goebel do a fantastic job. The special teams this year has been really buttoned up. DK Kaufman with the nationally elite kick return average. Caden Noonkester had the Ray Guy Award-winning game against Northern Illinois this year. You've had, for the most part, solid kicking for field goals and obviously for PATs, but the field goal kicking's been good. Colin Smith's been amazing on kickoffs. Georgia Tech's got really good special teams also, and they block a lot of kicks over the last few years, especially under Brent Key, this head coach.
And Noonkester, the NC State punter, really hasn't been pressured. I can't remember a time where he almost got one. They almost got it, and that happens usually a few times in a season, even if they don't ever get their hands on one. And so to play against a team that's blocked 5 kicks, I don't think they're all punts, but still, the point is Newcastle needs to be on his game. When I was punting, Chaz, that when I knew the other team was going to come after me, it gets in your head. I mean, you know, because you just got to make sure you catch it quick. One little bobble, and it changes the entire game. So there's a lot of little nuances in this game that we're going to be paying close attention to.
Tony, we've talked a lot about last year's Duke game. Not this year's, but last year's. And it preceded the bye week and resulted in 5 straight wins after the adjustments that were made. Georgia Tech's defensive coordinator, Tyler Santucci, and the defensive line coach, Jess Simpson, were last year's Duke defensive coordinator and defensive line coaches. What do you think NC State does differently here this game against this Georgia Tech defense?
Well, they're not going to repeat the game plan against Duke last year. NC State didn't score a touchdown. And the only 3 points was a 58-yard field goal on the first possession of the game. And the Pack did not score the rest of the way. And that was a moment that really turned NC State's season around. It wasn't a positive night, but at the end of the day, it became a positive in that Dave Dorne, Robert, and the rest of the offensive coaches, they were able to make some very effective adjustments during the bye week that ultimately led to a 5-game winning streak. Now you're coming off another open date. It's not a classic open date because you are playing on Thursday night. And as Coach Dorne told us on the radio show the other night, you don't have as much time to do all that self-scouting and evaluating and making major changes. But for the NC State offense, I kind of look back to the last 2 games. The Stanford game a few weeks ago, Pack made 10 explosive plays. 3 of those concluded in touchdowns. Duke game, only 5 explosive plays. None led directly to a score. And the end result is you're facing a good Duke defense and you're trying to sustain long drives all night and try to score. It's very difficult, I think, if you can't make an explosive play or 2 and get the ball in the end zone. And remember, Duke's punter was great in that game. 52 yards per punt. NC State had to go the long way most of the time, didn't have a lot of short fields. And against a really good defense, I think it's hard to score a lot of points unless you make a couple of those explosive plays like we saw in the Stanford game. Georgia Tech, like Duke last week, Georgia Tech has a very stout defense, as we say. Nobody's been able to run the ball on them. Then their third down defense is the best in the league at 29%. So, trying to sustain drives between the 20s against Georgia Tech, I think it'll be very challenging, and that's why the Pack's playmakers, maybe the strength of this offense for NC State, the receivers, Justin Jolie, Hollywood Smothers, the running backs, they have skilled guys that are capable of making explosive plays, and I think NC State's going to have at least 2 or 3 of the we'll need 2 or 3 of those tonight, leading directly to scores to have a chance to win.
To augment Tony's point, Johnny, let's juxtapose some of these numbers here, because Tony makes a great point about some of the incredible Georgia Tech numbers. Number 1 third down D, number 16 rush D in America, number 2 total defense in the ACC this year, fewest sacks allowed on the offensive side of the ball in the ACC. Only team that's allowed fewer sacks than Georgia Tech this year is Army, and they run the triple option. They've allowed 3, is basically the best pass protection in America, which then begs the question, what's the problem? Why are you 6-4? Right? You're 4-3 in the ACC. You've got all these amazing numbers. In fact, you're 3rd in the ACC in rush offense. They don't score a ton. 27 points a game. That's 11th best in the ACC. That's bottom 3rd of the country. They're the least penalized team in the ACC. Amazing. Well, again, what is the problem? They do not make the pocket super dirty. There are not a lot of tackles for loss, and there are not a lot of turnovers forced. So they play a lot of close ball games, does Georgia Tech. They just don't get behind the line of scrimmage with their defense very often.
And Georgia Tech's defense, as good as they are, they're last in sacks for their defense.
Right.
And so for a guy like C.J. Bailey that's already so nimble and so athletic and can extend plays, and there's playing against a team that really doesn't get after the quarterback, that might be the little bit of kryptonite there because everything else, they're pretty sound defensively.
Really sound. Maybe those playmakers Tony referenced have some time tonight because C.J. Bailey has some time in the pocket. It is a gorgeous night for football here in downtown Atlanta. You can see the skyline all around Bobby Dodd Stadium lit up to the right and straight ahead. It's almost just totally engulfed in the urban setting here in Bobby Dodd as Georgia Tech is 6-4 in their home whites, warming up on the left half of the field. The specialists are right now. The special teams guys are at the 40-yard line. NC State, white helmets, black tops, black pants here in Atlanta tonight. They're warming up on the right half of the field. Mid-40s or so. Once we get to kickoff, it should not dip below 40 degrees. No winds to speak of here in Atlanta. It's NC State at Georgia Tech trying to get to bowl eligibility, 10th time in 11 years. Pregame continues next. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to power a brighter future in Wolfpack Nation and across our state. Beyond providing electricity that powers our lives, electric co-ops are strengthening local communities with education grants, economic development, innovative energy projects, and tools to help you better manage your home energy use. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, score the confidence you need to start your journey with the power and exceptional capability of a new Ford F-150. With available smart tech like Pro Power on board, it's game on when F-150 is part of your team. For great offers and to learn more about a new Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer today. Always consult the owner's manual for important operating instructions.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hey, Wolfpack fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to NC State football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the NC State Wolfpack. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
NC State football is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol.
It's not just football season, it's tailgate season, and that includes every kind of football, whether it's got goalkeepers or goalposts. The kick is good! Because it doesn't matter where or how you tailgate. When you've got crispy chicken and fluffy buttermilk biscuits from Bojangles, your tailgate is better than great, it's legendary. Head to Bojangles and order your tailgate box with boldly seasoned chicken, fixins, biscuits, and legendary iced tea today. It's Bo time.
This is NC State head football coach Dave Dorne. When it comes to banking, Dogwood State Bank stands out. Dogwood isn't your average bank. They're reshaping community banking. They prioritize your needs whether you're a small business or a seasoned pro. At Dogwood, they understand the value of your business. Come experience the Dogwood difference for yourself. Dogwood State Bank, proudly serving Raleigh, Charlotte, Sanford, Wilmington, Greenville, Morehead City, and Fayetteville.
Visit dogwoodstatebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
A lot of one-possession games if you're going to have a great year. And you're going to have to make some marquee plays in those games down the stretch, or a marquee kick. There's just clutch things that happen and clutch moments, and the years that we've had really good seasons, we've won one-possession games and made some critical plays in overtime or at the end of games. that got us into overtime sometimes, and so that's part of it. And clutch moments, big-time players make big-time plays, and so it's fun to see other people do it. Obviously, we'd like to make some of those plays ourselves, and we did in the Cal game, and had some momentum going, and now having that week, kind of a chance to reset and get into these last couple, like to finish strong.
And there is NC State head coach Dave Dorne. Yeah, there have been a lot of close games in the ACC this year. We wouldn't be shocked if this one goes right down to the wire. Perhaps another one of those one-score games that Coach Dorne was talked about. But we're in Atlanta. A beautiful night for football here in downtown Atlanta on the campus of Georgia Tech as we get set to watch NC State and Georgia Tech. The Yellow Jackets lead the all-time series 20-11, although the Pack won the last face-off between these two programs. That was back in 2021. And we're glad you've joined us tonight for Wolfpack Football. I'm Tony Haynes along with Matt Chasnow and Johnny Evans. Wherever you go, whatever you do, when you have the power and technology of a Ford F-150 on your team, it's game on. Go to buyfordnow.com for great offers or to learn more about F-150. See your Carolina Ford dealer, a proud sponsor of NC State Athletics. So, Johnny, we got a little time here to chat about Wolfpack football and this matchup against Georgia Tech. And I think Dave Dorne was dead on with his comments. You can look at the standings, and you see he's on top right now, SMU unbeaten, leading the way, Clemson next in line. But there's not a great deal of separation between a lot of these teams. And at the end of the day, you can go back and track the scores, and you'll see that the teams that have done the best job in the fourth quarter, the teams that have done the best job of closing out these one-possession games, they're the ones that are going to have a chance to finish near the top of the ACC standings. In fact, I'll give you the numbers right now heading into this weekend. Right now, 27 of the 54 conference games in the ACC have been decided by 7 points or less. So half the games decided by 7 points or less. In NC State, you can look at the Pac season, and you think about a one-score loss to Syracuse, a one-score loss to Wake Forest, a game that the Pac led by 10 into the fourth quarter and then couldn't hang on. And even though Duke won the game last week 29-19, let's face it, that was basically a one-score game the entire way. So, the difference between an 8-win, 9-win, 10-win season, ultimately this year with this parity, it really does come down to being able to close out these close games, I think.
It really does, and there's the athletes just continue to get better and better, and just again going back to that game last week, that Georgia Tech against Miami, and to your point that you were making, that to think that at that time a 5-4 Georgia Tech team playing an undefeated top 5 in the country Miami team, maybe having the Heisman candidate that's going to be have a chance to win the whole thing, and they shut him down. They got after Miami. Georgia Tech was a better team than Miami in that one game. Now I don't think that they're a better team, front to end, but they certainly anybody can have a great game, and I think that works in NC State's favor. Georgia Tech's going to have to almost live up to a top 5 victory from last week, whereas NC State's trying to live down the last time they were out on the field against Duke, and so I think emotionally NC State has a slight edge, but they still have to execute on the field.
I think Georgia Tech is the poster child for fundamental soundness.
Yeah.
We go back to what we were talking about earlier. The least penalized team in the ACC. Only 6 turnovers all season long. And then you're looking at the ability to run the football and stop the run. It's not always spectacular, but if you put that formula together, and plus the fact they've only given up 4 sacks, you do those 4 or 5 things at a high level, maybe you don't have to win the statistical battle every week out.
Yeah. And of those 6 turnovers, 4 were interceptions, but 3 of the 4 interceptions were from the third-string quarterback now, when they were trying to figure out early in the season. So the last few weeks, the quarterbacks haven't thrown interceptions, the running backs haven't put the ball on the ground, and they don't hurt themselves with penalties. And when you run the ball for over a 5-yard average, that gets you off to a really good start on first down when it's 2nd and 5 or less. And we've talked about that pregame, Tony. This is probably going to be one of those games. Well, every game is first. Which team wins the first down battle? But maybe this one is more important than any game that they've played so far.
Well, you were a running quarterback, and it puts a little more pressure on a defense when they have to prepare for a quarterback who both can throw and run. Now, Haynes King, the quarterback for Georgia Tech, he's struggling with his throwing a little bit. Everybody behind the scenes are talking about a shoulder injury that makes it harder for him to throw the ball. But if you look at some of the running plays, whether it's quarterback power, quarterback draw, bootlegs, you look at quarterback counter, some of the other things, even zone read where he'll pull it out and break out on the back side. To me, if you're Tony Gibson in this defense, it's almost like you're preparing for an offense that has 2 tailbacks.
You do, and that quarterback, King, he's the one that has, I don't know, there's a hesitation. It's kind of a herky-jerky style of running, and it seems to, right when you think the Miami game anyway, right when they felt like, man, we got a tackle for loss on the quarterback, and he would do that hesitation step, and he would make a gash run. And that's the killer right there, because you're not used to quarterbacks, especially occasionally one of the best tailbacks in the conference will make you miss like that. But when you got 2 guys, you got the tailback, and then you got the quarterback of Georgia Tech that are both making people miss for big running gains.
Well, it's Thursday night football in the ACC. I don't want to equate it to what Monday night football became back in the old days when you knew that everybody was watching on Monday night. But for the most part, in a Power 4 conference, this is the only game in town. Great exposure for both of these programs. A lot of recruits will be watching here tonight, so you want to put on a good show for the fans who are not here or listening to us on the radio that might be looking on as part of this national television audience. As a player, do you get a little extra geeked up when you're playing a game like this on Thursday night?
No question about it. Now, again, back in the old days, not very many games were televised in college. I didn't hardly play on very many televised games, whereas pretty much every game is being televised, but not to that degree, not a national, or not all eyes on you. You better believe that probably pretty much everybody, all the opponents that NC State has played against, and then, of course, next week's opponents, UNC, all those eyes of those opponents are on you tonight. They're watching you, and no question, you want to perform at your very best when you have the biggest audience.
You know, NC State came into this season expecting more. The Pack was finished fourth in the league in the preseason poll. Well, the preseason polls mean nothing, as we know. They're definitely not an accurate predictor of what might come. Let's face it, SMU was picked to finish 7th, and look where they are right now. So yeah, it's been a frustrating season. It's been a struggle at times for the Pack, but this is a proud program. NC State has qualified for a bowl game in 9 of the last 10 years. Only Clemson has been better in the league. Tigers have qualified 10 consecutive years. So for the Pack, you're 1 win away, either tonight or next week at North Carolina, from qualifying for another bowl game. Obviously, they'd like to win both of those games. But especially for the outgoing upperclassmen on this team who have stamped a legacy on the program, and their expectation since they've been here is to be playing somewhere over the holidays. You know, how big a deal do you think that is for those guys? Yeah,
there's huge prestige, Tony, for guys to be able to say, I went to X number of bowl games. My senior year was my favorite year because we went and had a great bowl game, and to win the bowl game also is a big deal as well. But for the underclassmen, the thing that's underrated, but not by the coaching staff, I can promise you, is the extra practices that that you get when you qualify for. I mean, literally, they start practicing for it next season. Some of these underclassmen get to show what they can do. And in this day and age, there will be some seniors that probably will opt out if they have an NFL opportunity. So that's just the day and age in which we live in. And so the practical aspect of qualifying for a bowl is the extra practices for your program, but the prestige, the not really the banner, but the signage that goes up on Carter Finley Stadium for forever. When you look back on your career and say, yeah, we played in X number of bowl games, that's something that you can't take away.
Yeah, we asked Coach Dorne about that the other night on his radio show about qualifying for another bowl game, and he immediately launched into the extra practices. He says it gives the younger players now a jump start into the spring, and so they're going to be much further ahead in the spring than they would be otherwise if you miss a bowl game. And you've got this long gap between practices, and then you come back and practice in the spring. So, yeah, it's a big deal for NC State trying to get at least one more win and qualify for a bowl game. We're in Atlanta, Georgia Tech and NC State coming up. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield. NC State football is brought to you in part by Duke Energy, working to build a smarter energy future. The Share the Light Fund helps those who are struggling to pay their energy bills and gives those who can the chance to share the power. Learn more at duke-energy.com/community fund. Well, Coach Brent Key's second season, Georgia Tech is on the precipice of pushing the program forward into a direction that hasn't been seen here for a while. A win tonight would give the Jackets back-to-back winning seasons in the ACC for the first time in 10 years and would make them unbeaten at home for the first time in 25 years. The regular season finale against Georgia awaits next week, but Coach Key is only focused on one thing here tonight.
We really got a one-game season, and that's all it is. And that's what we talked to the team about. This game's all that matters. We've got some really good seniors that we played in their last game at home. We've also got opportunity to accomplish some things that not a lot of teams have accomplished here in a long time. Those are all credit to our players and our staff for the way they've gone about the season to put themselves in a position to be able to do these things. We've had some adversity at times, and I think that's the mark of the true character of a not just an individual but an entire organization or team is how they handle the adversity and able to come back and take challenging times, challenging things, and be able to improve themselves and become a better version of themselves. So that's what we're working to do now, working to do this week, and continue to play the guys that'll play. We know we're banged up. We've been banged up, but had a little bit of a chance, a couple extra days, I guess you'd say, not a real bye week, but a couple extra days to get some guys healthy. And but that's what it is this time of year. So play the guys that can play and have a good plan. The big thing is believing in the plan and having confidence in it and with the players. And we've been well on our way. So you practice well during the week. It just gives you an opportunity. It doesn't guarantee anything.
Among those banged up has been quarterback Haynes King, a dangerous runner who is producing 255 yards of total offense per game this season. Now, NC State's 3-3-5 stack defense is always a bit unorthodox to prepare for, but Coach Key doesn't want to overthink the process.
You don't want to make things too overcomplicated with guys and different schemes and this and that. Well, every week's a different schematic thing. What's important is what we do. We have rules that are, not just run plays but protections. We have rules, and rules be able to cover any of those fronts. Personnel's different, techniques are different. Yeah, but I mean, if you try to change what you do each week, based on who you're going against, you're never going to get good at anything. You can't do that. You can't live in that world. So, what makes it challenging is not, schematically, but there's a lot of hats around the ball. They play a lot of cover one, cover zero. Expect we'll see a lot of that as well.
Well, that's a great explanation of what Georgia Tech has been about this year. Be really good at what you do. And it may be somewhat simplistic, but they have excelled in certain areas that have put them in a position to have a very, very good season, and we've touched on that earlier in the pregame show. Still to come, we have a scoreboard, and we're moving closer to kickoff, about 33 minutes away. Georgia Tech and NC State tonight from one of the great traditional stadiums in all of college football. It's Bobby Dodd Stadium at Grant Field. The two teams are down on that field getting warmed up right now. Georgia Tech in all white tonight. NC State is in all black, kind of the opposite of what you would normally see. But Georgia Tech likes wearing those white unis at home, and the Yellow Jackets will continue that tradition here this evening. And I will continue our pregame show when we return. This is Wolfpack football from Learfield.
Together, that's how we stay in the game, ready to play. As one great team, UNC Health is keeping you well by bringing renewed focus, approach, and dedicated services close to you. Exceptional care is what you and your family deserve. Together, let's put points on the board for life well played. Team up with UNC Health, official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
The top-rated public golf course in Raleigh is none other than the Lonnie Pool Golf Course at NC State. No wonder this championship course was designed by Arnold Palmer and is challenging and fun to play for all skill levels. Join a league or take lessons. Check out the latest equipment in the golf shop. You can even have your swing analyzed or get a custom club fitting from one of the nation's premier master fitters. It's all here at your #1 golf course. Learn more at LonniePoolGolfCourse.com.
I'm Brandon Cleveland, NC State defensive lineman. When it's game day, you want your best players on the field. Here at Doggett Concrete, they feel the same way when it comes to taking care of all your commercial and residential concrete foundation needs. Building on a solid foundation, that's something Doggett Concrete and the Wolfpack know all about. To be the best, you must have a strong base to build off of. Pouring solid foundations since 1963. For all of your commercial and residential concrete needs, Doggett Concrete. Go Pack.
Football season is here, and the fall months are approaching, but it's still warm. That means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow is trusted to keep Carter Finley Stadium a pest-free zone and is a supporter of the NC State Wolfpack. So, rest assured that with Arrow Pest and Termite Control, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free pest inspection today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings, a delicious sub made the way you love, fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Gotta move. That's usually the reaction. It's the mountain of stuff that's got to be packed, organized, and transferred, which is where Miracle Movers of Raleigh steps in. They're in the business of moving mountains. It's like a miracle because you don't have to stress. You just hand it over to the pros at Miracle Movers. Their top-notch team takes care of all the details. Whether it's a big move or small, local or long distance, Miracle Movers does it all. Moving, packing, even storage. Reach out for a miracle today and get a free estimate at miraclemoversusa.com.
As we continue on the pregame show, setting the stage for NC State and Georgia Tech, Zach Burhan's inside the Learfield Network studios with a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Well, it's Thursday night, and we are the only Division I college football game in action, so we'll jump to the Saturday slate, starting with the ACC. 4 games kick off at 12 o'clock noon. 8th-ranked Miami welcomes Wake Forest into Hard Rock Stadium. The Hurricanes are looking to bounce back after falling a week ago on the road against Georgia Tech. As for Wake Forest, well, the Demon Deacons are 4-6 on the year and need to win on Saturday and on November 30th at home against Duke to reach the 6-win margin to become bowl eligible. 13th-ranked SMU is in Charlottesville dancing with Virginia. The Mustangs are 9-1 on the year while the Cavaliers are 1 win away from bowl eligibility. SMU head coach Rhett Lashley understands the team can't look ahead to postseason play and need to focus on Virginia.
Can't let ourselves go there. We got 2 games left. The job's not done. We all understand what's in front of us and what opportunities we have. But if you sit around and think about that too long, you won't stay present. So we have put ourselves in this position. It's what we wanted to do. We talked about before the season. We wanted to prove we belong and try to put ourselves in position in November to be playing for something, and we are. So that part's accomplished. Now we got to go finish. We got to go finish the deal, and we get an opportunity to do that Saturday. So trying to stay focused on that.
Syracuse hosts UConn, and Boston College looks to become bowl eligible as the Eagles take on the Tar Heels of North Carolina at Chestnut Hill. Boston College head coach Bill O'Brien says the team is focused more on beating North Carolina than they are becoming bowl eligible.
Look, I think at the end of the day, it's all about North Carolina. And if you take care of business, then you'll be eligible. But I don't want to think about that. I think the big thing is just taking it one day at a time here, having a really good week of practice, and being very prepared for a good North Carolina team. I mean, Hampton rushed for 250 yards. I mean, we got a big challenge here ahead of us. So I think that's their focus. I'm glad it's at home. I'm glad it's a home game. That's what I really want these guys to focus on.
That's the 12 o'clock slate. Coming up at 1:30, Florida State duels Charleston Southern in Tallahassee. 2 games start at 3:30. 17th-ranked Clemson hosts the Citadel, and it's a battle of the West Coast ACC teams as California is at home against Stanford. The Golden Bears are 1 win away from bowl eligibility, while Stanford is only at 3 wins and cannot reach the 6-win mark. The late game in the ACC features Duke and Virginia Tech at Wallace-Wade Stadium. The Blue Devils are 7-3 on the year, while the Hokies are 1 win away from becoming bowl eligible. Transitioning to the rest of the top 25, there are a few notable games coming up this weekend. A battle between 2 teams ranked in the top 5 features second-ranked Ohio State and number 5 Indiana in Columbus. Kickoff is set for 12 o'clock noon. The 3:30 slate is 14th-ranked BYU. They're looking to rebound after being stunned at home against Kansas a week ago as the Cougars hit the road against 21st-ranked Arizona State, and 6th-ranked Notre Dame takes on number 19 Army at Yankee Stadium at 7 o'clock. NC State's women's basketball team, they hit the hardwood today as the 20th-ranked Wolfpack took on the Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina. Zoe Brooks has been working on her three-point shot. Coastal is known for playing zone, giving Brooks an opportunity.
Against the Coastal press and zone, drive and kick. Brooks an open 3. An answer by Zoe Brooks. Zoe Brooks has worked on that three-point shot.
Andrew Sanders on the call right here on the Wolfpack Sports Network. NC State dominates Coastal 89-68 to improve to 3-2 on the year. Next up for the Wolfpack, they take on Southern University Monday, November 25th at 11 a.m. Pre-game coverage begins at 10:45 right here on the Wolfpack Sports Network. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. We'll have more scores at halftime as we head back to the Lenovo broadcast booth. Here's Tony Haynes.
Thank you, Zach. We have men's basketball coming up, by the way, tomorrow night at the Lenovo Center. NC State 4-0 will try to keep winning, and the opponent will be 3-3 William and Mary. But the Tribe, they're a team that really likes to shoot threes. I mean, a bunch of them. Their last game, they took 44 threes, made 16, and 57% of their total shots early this season have come from three-point range. So it looks like the Pack tomorrow night is going to have to do a good job of defending the three. Also, next week, it is Thanksgiving week, but we do have a couple of coaches' shows coming your way. On Monday night at 6 o'clock on the network, we'll have Wolfpack Weekly with Coach Kevin Keats. And then it'll be our final football show with Dave Dorne next Wednesday night, the night before Thanksgiving. Wolfpack Weekly with Dave Dorne will be on the air from 7 to 8 p.m. Coach Dorne will be joining us, as will Nichols coach Freddie Autry-Lindsay, who, of course, had a terrific career as a linebacker at NC State. So, it's Thanksgiving week, but it's busy for us. And, of course, the Pac men's basketball team will be playing a pair of games in San Diego over the Thanksgiving holiday. So we look forward to bringing you all of that next week. Here, we're in Atlanta getting ready for NC State and Georgia Tech football. The injury report is brought to you by UNC Health, the official healthcare provider of NC State athletics. Pack's very healthy coming in. Corner Corey Coley, who missed the last couple of games, he is back tonight for NC State. He'll be perhaps a part of the rotation, but he won't be starting the ball game for the Wolfpack. Well, for this NC State football team, the end of what has been a long, often disappointing season is at hand. But for certain players, like senior linebacker Devon Betty, the end of a career is on the horizon.
When you look at it, it's like really like 11 days left to practice and play a game. It is running out, and it's quick too. It's the closer we get to it, the faster it goes, man. It's kind of sad, but it's a happy one. You know, I enjoy myself here, and I don't regret anything at all.
No regrets, and that means laying it on the line over these last 2 regular season games.
Honestly, I just want to play my best ball. I want to give this team everything I got in my last 2, like everything in me. Like, I've been here since 2020, and it's only right I go out with a bang. It's only right I go out playing my best ball with my best effort the whole game for the last 2.
And, of course, he'd like to add another game over the holidays. The Wolfpack needs one more win to become bowl eligible for the 10th time in the last 11 years. And for Betty, going to bowl games has been a way of life during his career.
We know the job. Like, we know what we got to get done. Everything's there. You can see it in practice. Everyone's taking it serious. Despite everything that happened this season and how it went, it's still like you could just tell from the boys, man, that we know we got to win. And it's there. So no worries there. We get there.
Well, in a win over Miami less than 2 weeks ago, Georgia Tech bulldozed the Hurricanes by rushing for 271 yards. It's what the Yellow Jackets do, and Betty knows it.
I don't think it's any challenge, honestly, in the most respectful way. Is everything they do we've seen before. It's all copycat from what other teams did, other players that teams had success on. So, like I said, it's not really a challenge. It's stuff we've seen before. So.
Well, while Haynes King is the primary option at quarterback for Georgia Tech, redshirt sophomore Zach Pyron is a thrower who's ready to fill in if necessary. But regardless who's taking snaps, Betty says NC State's approach will not change.
Just like any other team, we prepare for both. If it's a situation like that, prepare for both. Whatever they give us, we just play off of it. Whoever starts first, hit them in the mouth. Whoever come in second, hit them in the mouth. Same mentality.
Well, the mentality for the Wolfpack offense has to be scoring touchdowns in the red zone. In that 29-19 loss to Duke 12 days ago, the Pack found the end zone once on 6. Here's offensive tackle Anthony Belton.
They're valuable. If we want to win football games, we got to score every time we're in the red zone, whether it's field goals, whether it's with a touchdown. And the past couple games, we had a lot of mental errors within just a unit as an offense, so we got to really finish in the red zone. That's what's valuable when it comes to winning football games.
And when that field becomes condensed, Belton admits that pristine execution is at a premium.
It's got to be precise because, especially with road games too, crowd noise does come in effect, so you really got to, be focusing with what the play is, the snap count and all that stuff like that, making sure everybody's communicating with their combination, so it's pretty effective.
Well, it's going to be a physical game up front tonight on both sides. Georgia Tech, another really good defensive line, and we have seen so many of those this year. You think back over the course of this season, Tennessee had one of the best defensive lines in the country. Clemson is always good up front. Northern Illinois, Coach Dave Dorne couldn't sing enough praises about Northern Illinois' defensive front. Duke was impressive last week, and now you got Georgia Tech here tonight. I tell you, Johnny Evans, for this NC State offensive line, almost every week has been an enormous challenge.
Well, and they've stood up to the challenge for the most part. There's been some injuries. There's been some, changing tweaks along the way, but they know what they're up against. They've played against great defensive linemen, and they're going to have another one of those stout opportunities tonight. And frankly, how many times have we said that this year? The team that wins in the trenches is the team that's going to win on the scoreboard.
Well, what is the game plan for NC State? Dave Dorne is next as he visits with Matt Chasnow. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/go state.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, score the confidence you need to start your journey with the power and exceptional capability of a new Ford F-150. With available smart tech like Pro Power on board, it's game on when F-150 is part of your team. For great offers and to learn more about a new Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer today. Always consult the owner's manual for important operating instructions.
With the Wolfpack, every touchdown is more than just a touchdown. It's a testament to the teamwork, elbow grease, and can-do attitude it takes to make it to the end zone. And while our fields aren't the kind you throw passes on, Case IH knows every successful farm is more than just a farm. It's the product of top-notch tillage, planting, harvesting, hay, and forage equipment at the hands of hardworking growers. Settle the score with superior tools by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Wolfpack. Go Pack!
One of the best things about football is the food. You can get everything for your game day spread at Lowe's Foods. There are over 60 different flavors of sausages for your grill. They have some of the best fried chicken you will eat. They even sauce and toss your wings to order. And don't forget the beer den. Lowe's Foods was started in North Carolina, and it's still based here today. Lowe's Foods, proudly supporting the Wolfpack.
We'll have more NC State football in 60 seconds. This is the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
See how far electric vehicles can take you and your family. Most new all-electric vehicles can travel over 250 miles on a single charge. And they're fun to drive. Join the NC Clean Energy Technology Center's mission to advance a sustainable energy economy by providing support for clean energy technologies, practices, and policies. Learn more about the benefits of electric vehicles and other clean transportation options at fuelwhatmatters.org.
Hampton Farms is a family-owned North Carolina company. They specialize in producing fresh roasted inside-the-shell peanuts and snacks. In addition, peanuts are one of the healthiest snacks around. They're naturally low in carbs and high in protein. Hampton Farms in-shell peanuts, finest from the fields. Proud sponsor of NC State Athletics.
It's time for the Coca-Cola Coach's Comments with the head coach of the Wolfpack, Dave Dorne. Crisp, refreshing, and irresistibly tasty. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide. Standing by with Coach Dorne, here's Matt Chazanow.
Bye week into a Thursday game here in Atlanta against Georgia Tech. Coach, how was this week of prep getting ready for the Yellow Jackets?
It was good. Yeah, it was nice having a little bit of recovery time for the guys and then getting right into the prep. Guys have had good energy. They're excited about the opportunity.
So Georgia Tech's played a few different quarterbacks this year. Haynes King, Aaron Philo both played last game. How does that affect the offensive scout? What kind of players are they? You're getting prepped for kind of two different QBs maybe against the Yellow Jackets.
Well, it's two different offenses, you know. So when Haynes King was in, again, we're going off the Miami game here, but it was more of a quarterback run, wildcat offense. You could see his throwing shoulder wasn't healthy to throw the football. And then Philo came in and ran their normal tailback run game and drop back pass play action. So we're prepared for both. And if we end up having a one quarterback day, we'll make the adjustments.
Seems like with King, he was 6 for 6, but for like 32 yards. It's all this really short stuff. And they did some jet sweep actions and whatnot. How hard is that for the defense? He comes in and you're looking at a lot of different, we'll call it eye candy for lack of a better term. What's the communication like for the defense?
Yeah, they're going to be tested now. There's a lot of formation shifts, motions, misdirection, as you mentioned, with jet sweeps and things like that. So there's a lot of discipline involved. It's like triple option football, really, when you look at how they run their offense. Or he's got a screen he can throw it out to, or a quick pitch. With a quarterback run going the other direction. So those guys are going to have to really be dialed in on what they're looking at, communicating with each other when things change on motions, and then we have to tackle really well.
They had a tight end, Jackson Hawes. They have a tight end, Jackson Hawes. He was just invited to the Senior Bowl. He's caught 10 balls this year, but seems to be a good blocker. Did he pop on film to you in that regard? Does he affect their run game? Does he help pass block as well?
Yeah, I think they're really physical up front. You know, he's just addition to their O-line, I guess you would say. Not that he's not a receiving tight end, but he's much more of an extension of their blocking surfaces and does a really nice job as a tough kid. And it's a feature of who they are. Their offensive, their head coach is a former O-line coach, and you can see that they're going to be down and dirty. They're going to try to run the football and do the things off a run game that helps their O-line.
We're here with Coach Dorne before this kick against Georgia Tech, a Thursday night game here in Atlanta. Defensively, you've got Kamel Bonner, and we haven't talked a ton about him. He was thrust into more snaps about 4 games ago. Redshirt freshman. He's had 32 tackles over the last 4 ball games. How well has he played for you? How's that linebacker group been, and how important are they against the Yellow Jackets?
Well, that unit's really critical in this defensive scheme, with the way we play our front. There's a lot of plays they have to fit and run to the football, make tackles, and having him in there has been a blessing, to be honest, because, we're missing Caden Fordham, who's the heartbeat of the linebacker core, and so, Kamel had an opportunity to step up, and he's really taken advantage of his opportunity, and we're going to need those 3 guys that are in there to play well. I mean, there's a lot of plays to be made for linebackers in this game.
How much has that group and have they contributed to your excellence on third down the last 3 ball games? You've been fantastic stopping the opponents on third down over the last 3 games, only a few conversions allowed.
Well, that's kind of been our DNA, and for whatever reason, we weren't that way first half of the season. And, since the bye, we've really done well on third down. And we need to continue that. It's going to be a big part of this game. It's not letting them have long drives, getting the ball back for our offense in good field position when possible. Linebackers have something to do with that. But third down defense, it's 11-man football. You got to have good coverage from the secondary. You got to make plays on the ball, and you need to have pressure on the quarterback.
Thank you very much for your time, Coach. Good luck here against the Jackets.
Thank you. Go Pack.
Those were the Coca-Cola coach's comments from the head coach of the Wolfpack, Dave Dorne. Johnny Evans returns in a moment with the Pizza Hut key ingredients of the game. This is the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Together, that's how we stay in the game, ready to play. As one great team, UNC Health is keeping you well by bringing renewed focus, approach, and dedicated services close to you. Exceptional care is what you and your family deserve. Together, let's put points on the board for life well played. Team up with UNC Health, official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
I'm Brandon Cleveland, NC State defensive lineman. When it's game day, you want your best players on the field. Here at Doggett Concrete, they feel the same way when it comes to taking care of all your commercial and residential concrete foundation needs. Building on a solid foundation, that's something Doggett Concrete and the Wolfpack know all about. To be the best, you must have a strong base to build off of. Pouring solid foundations since 1963. For all of your commercial and residential concrete needs, Doggett Concrete. Go Pack.
The top-rated public golf course in Raleigh is none other than the Lonnie Pool Golf Course at NC State. No wonder this championship course was designed by Arnold Palmer and is challenging and fun to play for all skill levels. Join a league or take lessons. Check out the latest equipment in the golf shop. You can even have your swing analyzed or get a custom club fitting from one of the nation's premier master fitters. It's all here at your #1 golf course. Learn more at LonniePoolGolfCourse.com.
This is NC State head football coach Dave Dorne. When it comes to banking, Dogwood State Bank stands out. Dogwood isn't your average bank. They're reshaping community banking. They prioritize your needs whether you're a small business or a seasoned pro. At Dogwood, they understand the value of your business. Come experience the Dogwood difference for yourself. Dogwood State Bank, proudly serving Raleigh, Charlotte, Sanford, Wilmington, Greenville, Morehead City, and Fayetteville.
Visit dogwoodstatebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
It's bow time. It's not just football season. It's tailgate season. And that includes every kind of football, whether it's got goalkeepers or goalposts. The kick is good! Because it doesn't matter where or how you tailgate. When you've got crispy chicken and fluffy buttermilk biscuits from Bojangles, your tailgate is better than great. It's legendary. Head to Bojangles and order your tailgate box with boldly seasoned chicken, fixins, biscuits, and legendary iced tea today. It's bow time.
Football season is here, and the fall months are approaching, but it's still warm. That means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow is trusted to keep Carter Finley Stadium a pest-free zone and is a supporter of the NC State Wolfpack. So, rest assured that with Arrow Pest and Termite Control, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free pest inspection today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Along with Matt Chasnow and Johnny Evans, I'm Tony Haynes. We're back in Atlanta, 9 minutes away. Georgia Tech and NC State Thursday Night Football. Key ingredients of the game are brought to you by Pizza Hut. Go to struttothehut.com to find exclusive Wolfpack fan deals. Offers are updated throughout the year, so the pack always gets the best price. Go to struttothehut.com and order Pizza Hut today. Statistically, Johnny, tonight I'm going to keep an eye on first down. I think it's critical in this game. Georgia Tech, typically when the Yellow Jackets are rolling, they're picking up 4 to 5 yards on first down. Allows them to do what they want to do, keep running the football. But for NC State, against a team that's allowing opponents to convert only 29% of third down plays, boy, I think you got to do a good job on first down tonight.
No question, Tony. And, you got to really stop if you're NC State. Jamal Haynes, he's the tailback that's rushed for 9 touchdowns so far. He can really make things happen offensively. But then you've got Haynes King, the quarterback for Georgia Tech, that's also rushed for 9 touchdowns. So it's really a big deal to stop those two guys if you're NC State.
And I'll tell you what, if those two guys have a big night, I want to change my last name. Let's keep him in check because I like my name. Huh? All right. Well, we're getting close to kickoff time.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to power a brighter future in Wolfpack Nation and across our state. Beyond providing electricity that powers our lives, electric co-ops are strengthening local communities with education grants, economic development, innovative energy projects, and tools to help you better manage your home energy use. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com.
Looking for a subcompact tractor? Right now, you can take home the compact do-it-all value leader from LS Tractor for as low as $139 per month. That's right. Now, for a limited time, get more done around the acreage, farm, and ranch, and save big on the MT122 from LS Tractor. Packed with standard features for a better operator experience and ready to accept the implement you need. Certain conditions may apply. Visit a participating LS Tractor dealer for complete details. For as low as $139 a month, the MT122 LS Tractor. Start blue, stay blue.
For the 5th year in a row, North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance was ranked the best insurance company in the nation by Auto Body Pros. With quick payments on top quality parts, our experienced claims team is in your corner every step of the way to put your repairs in the rear view. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
NC State football is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
Gotta move. That's usually the reaction. It's the mountain of stuff that's got to be packed, organized, and transferred, which is where Miracle Movers of Raleigh steps in. They're in the business of moving mountains. It's like a miracle because you don't have to stress. You just hand it over to the pros at Miracle Movers. Their top-notch team takes care of all the details. Whether it's a big move or small, local or long distance, Miracle Movers does it all. Moving, packing, even storage. Reach out for a miracle today and get a free estimate at miraclemoversusa.com.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. pizza with the kids' favorite toppings, a delicious sub made the way you love, fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Intercepted Kaufman, sprints to the 20, on his cleats, 10, touchdown! It's a 37-yard pick six!
Is back.
Throws it over the middle, complete Concepcion, keeps his balance, breaks a tackle at the 10, angles in, touchdown! He fumbles the snap, tries to dive on it, Pack has the ball at the Tech 41-yard line. Snap, Hampton blitzes on, ball comes free, trickles toward the far side, touchdown! NC State scores at the 34, airs it out. Near side of the end zone, it is
This
intercepted. NC State wins the game.
is Wolfpack football. Now, to bring you all the action, let's head to the stadium and join Tony Haynes, Johnny Evans, and the voice of the Wolfpack, Matt Chazanow.
Georgia Tech has just taken the field here in Atlanta. Fireworks are flying over the right Bobby Dodd Stadium football building here at now Hyundai Field in downtown Atlanta. Great to be with you for a chance to get to the 10th quarter. As NC State has taken the field at the right side of this artificial surface. 5-5 Wolfpack against the 6-4 Yellow Jackets. NC State rode blacks, white helmets tonight. Georgia Tech all whites, white tops, white pants, white helmets. As we are here in the Lenovo broadcast booth, we've taken it on the road here to Atlanta. It's time now for the weather report, brought to you by Swift Brothers Plumbing, Heating and Air, and Electrical. For swift same-day service you can trust, call Swift Brothers for all your plumbing, HVAC, and electrical needs. It's gorgeous, mid-40s, shouldn't drop below 40, no wind, as this one will be, Johnny Evans, I believe they call this football weather, right? Just nice, crisp, and cool.
This is a perfect night to play football, and the players aren't going to be complaining whatsoever, and we've got a nice little heater above us, Matt, so you're not going to hear any complaints from me tonight.
No broadcast crew.
You guys are spoiled,
whining.
man, I'm telling you.
Tony always braves the elements. We've got Tony Haynes with us up here in the booth. How's the bird's eye view for you, buddy?
I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I like being on the sidelines. So we had a few technical issues down there tonight. So I'm happy to be up here with you guys, but I will always miss being down there in the pits on the sidelines with the boys, feeling the intensity of the game.
Referee tonight is Stuart Mullins. We're about to get his microphone for the coin toss with Zeke Carell, Davin Van, and Sean Brown, 3 captains tonight for
good evening, gentlemen.
the back. Here's Stuart Mullins, our referee.
Heads, the football is tails. NC State, what is your call? Heads is the call, and it is heads. NC State has won the toss and has deferred first choice of options in the second half. So Georgia Tech wants the football. Which way would you like to kick? This way, please.
All right, so
Georgia Tech.
So NC State wins the toss into first. Coach Dorne made a really interesting point, and this might be accentuated right now, boys. The first quarter scoring stats could be a little skewed. NC State, when they've won the toss, defers. Well, Georgia Tech had a drive so long against Miami, it was just about 3/4 of a quarter. So if you don't get the ball in the first quarter, which NC State often hasn't, the points are going to go against you. You're going to lead to a slow start.
And I haven't kept up, but I know that NC State's won the toss more times than they haven't won it. I mean, a large, like 2/3 of the time, if I had to guess. And so to that point, Matt, I think you're right. It skews their offensively. They don't have the ball when they start the games most of the time.
The numbers this year are striking. 95 points for the opposition, 37 for the Pack in the first quarter. As Georgia Tech comes out to return this kickoff from Colin Smith, which we have taken for granted at this point. Only 6 of his 60 kickoffs have not been touchbacks. And he's set to boot it from left to right. Bailey Stockton is back to return this kickoff, as is Eric Singleton. Singleton is their primary kick returner. He has 10 returns this year, an average of 22 yards a return. Got a strobe light effect going on here in the 55,000 seat capacity Bobby Dodd Stadium, which we'll call about half full. As Colin Smith is set to boot it off from left to right. Takes his measured steps. Right cleat is white, left cleat is black. Boots it off the tee, and we are underway here on a Thursday night. End over end, and there's the 55th touchback of the year as that ball rolls out of the back of the right end zone. Left end zone, right end zone, identical. They've got Georgia Tech in gold outlined in white with a blue background, the interlocking gold GT at the 50-yard line. As Georgia Tech comes out on offense with Haynes King. He was late to trot out on the field. I was about to say, hey guys, we got some breaking news, but it is Haynes King. The real question, Johnny, is what is his arm like? He only threw 32 yards last game in 6 attempts. He comes out now and 3 in the backfield, and now they break out in motion all across the line. And there's the first snap of the ball game. Quick flick out to the left. There's a short ball that is caught by Malik Rutherford, their leading receiver. And he's spun down to the turf at the 30-yard line for a gain of 5 yards. Johnny, no indicator there that his arm is any better. That was about a 2-yard pass and a 3-yard tackle where Sean Brown was there.
Well, again, it kind of goes with what we're expecting. That short passing game, getting the ball quickly out of his hands, but he doesn't have the kind of arm strength to get the ball down the field.
So 2nd and 5 now, tight end Big Jackson Hawes motions to the left, snap back at the 30. It's a toss sweep to the left. Here's Jamal Haynes, who shuffles the cleats out of an arm tackle, and then he angles out left for a gain of 3, where Sean Brown's there for his 2nd tackle. Now 75 on the year for the leading tackler for the Pack.
Well, again, Georgia Tech is going to run the football, and that was 3rd and 2. You would expect them to run it. Now, again, it would be a surprise. NC State's got to be prepared for the pass play, but you also need to expect the run play.
Brandon Cissay's out there. He's been a little banged up. He's starting on the near boundary. Big 3rd and 2 early in the game from the 33, Georgia Tech. Snap, Haynes, wildcat formation. He runs right up the middle into Brandon Cleveland's bear hug, but it's a first down. On 3rd and 2, you can see the physicality, 6'3", 215 pounds. He left shoulders into Brandon Cleveland, moves the 300-yard pounder back.
Yeah. Haynes King is a quarterback, and usually you see them trying to find a place to slide down. That time, Haynes King took his shoulder down into a 300-pound defensive lineman in Cleveland and was able to pick up. He didn't knock him back that far, but he knocked him back just enough to pick up the first down. 1st and 10 now. Georgia Tech at its own 35. King takes the snap, zips it left. Singleton with the grab, and he's brought down, smushed at the line of scrimmage. 5'11", 190-pounder. DK Kaufman there for the stop. Remember, he finished 2nd last year as a freshman to KC Concepcion.
You know, it's 2 passes to the side of Brandon Cissay, and he's had that thumb injury.
Yeah.
And you wonder if they want to test his tackling. You know, when he's been healthy this year, he's been a great tackler.
New quarterback is in. Aaron Philo is in the ballgame. 2nd and 10. So this may be a passing down here. Takes the snap at the 35. He does hand it off to the running back, and this is Haynes. Finds a crease, squirts through over the 40, and a late flag. Tackled toward the 42. And got 7 yards on the ground up the near hashes. It could be a face mask against the Pack. 12:37 first quarter. Talked about how Georgia Tech's so hard to get off the field. Here's the call.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, 15-yard penalty, and an automatic first down.
They didn't call out the player number, but they did say it was, in fact, a face mask on the tackle.
The foul was on number 5.
There you go.
Thank you.
It's on DK Kaufman, right on cue. So.
And it's interesting how they use Philo. They bring him in. Everybody expects him to be the passing guy on 2nd and long, and he hands the ball off, and then they get the benefit of a penalty as well.
So Rutherford's right, Abdul Jannah to the left. He's actually a Duquesne transfer originally. Now he motions left to right. Snap back at the Pack 43. Here's a dump off on a jet sweep to the left side of the formation to Chad Alexander out of the backfield. Cissay is there for the stop. There's a gain of 2 yards to the 41-yard line. at the near side of the field. There's a backup running back, Chad Alexander there. There is a ton of pre-snap motion. How hard is that, Johnny, for the defense?
Very difficult. They've got to be tremendous discipline. You can see they're trying to stretch from sideline to sideline, the horizontal stretch, in order to make room for the interior runs.
So 3 targets to the right. Hawes now motions toward the line. Philo's back in, takes the snap, 2nd and 8 at the pack 41, airs it out down the near numbers. It's caught inside the 5, and a tackle made inside the 5-yard line. Incomplete. Eric Singleton had it in his grasp. And Tamarcus Corley dislodges the ball. That was perfectly placed by Philo to rainbow it in to the grasp of Singleton, who comes off the field limping on a late incompletion. He had the ball and had possession and could not corral it as he hits the turf. Incomplete late. If they review this thing, they might find out his knee was down, but he might not have had possession, Johnny.
I think, you gotta. Well, you can see the ball rolling off to the side on the replay. So once he hit the ground, he's got to contain possession of it, and he was unable to do that.
Philo showed the arm there. That was a 50-yard ball in the air. Broke all of Trevor Lawrence's high school passing records in the state of Georgia. It is 3rd down now. Dump off over the left side of the field. There's a flag there's a ball incomplete. Bishop Fitzgerald rips the receiver down, and now he comes up a little lame with his left ankle. He's grabbing it. Training staff comes out.
Offensive player.
The fans didn't like it. It was a little bit awkward. The ball came out to the left. I mentioned there was a flag. There's no flag. As that pass came out to the left, it would have been a 1st down to Malik Rutherford, as Fitzgerald pulls him down to the turf and dislodges the ball.
Media timeout.
And it sends us to 4th and 8 with 11:23 to play here in the first quarter. And a fantastic physical play there by Bishop Fitzgerald. There are certain games of the schedule where there's more on the line and the team gets fired up to do their very best and then some. That's how the team at Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina views the enrollment season. That's happening now. This is their championship game. Pick a great plan from North Carolina's most preferred health insurer at BlueCrossNC.com. Go with Blue Cross North Carolina, official health insurance partner of NC State Athletics. We'll take a break. 11:23 first quarter. It's 4th and 8 coming back. Georgia Tech likely will bring the special teams unit on the field at the 25-yard line. No, it's toward the 41-yard line is where it will be spotted. So 4th and 8 from the 41 when we come back. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, score the confidence you need to start your journey with the power and exceptional capability of a new Ford F-150. With available smart tech like Pro Power on board, it's game on when F-150 is part of your team. For great offers and to learn more about a new Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer today. Always consult the owner's manual for important operating instructions.
LS Tractor wants to give you up to $7,500. Yes, you heard that right. It's happening now. LS Tractor is giving you up to $7,500 in cash rebates on select models. You pay for your new LS Tractor in cash. It's cash for cash at your participating LS Tractor dealer. But hurry, the $7,500 rebate program is here for a very limited time. Shop your local LS Tractor dealer and get complete program details. To find a dealer near you, click on over to lstractorusa.com. LS Tractor. Start blue. Stay blue.
So it's 4th and 8 after the Bishop Fitzgerald play to dislodge the ball. With 11:23 to play first quarter. Scoreless first drive of the ball game here. Tony, do you take a gander down on the field? You see the offense huddling up, don't you?
Well, they're out of field goal range right now where they have the ball at the 41-yard line. It would be roughly a 58-yard field goal. Perhaps he has that range, although it's a cold night.
51 is his long right now.
Well, if they feel like he's got the range, they'll probably try the field goal. If not, it wouldn't be shocking to see them just go for it here on this position of the field. Now, there you got him at 3rd and 8. You know, you have a chance against Georgia Tech, right, Johnny? Force them into predictable passing situations. That play action throw down the field, that was off a play fake, off of a run fake. Yep. Here, NC State defensively knew on 3rd and 8 that they were going to throw the ball, and you had Bishop Fitzgerald with a nice pass breakup.
Yeah, NC State's defense has got Georgia Tech right where they want them if they get a lot of 3rd and 8s and 4th and 8s. and that's they're going to win a lot of those battles. It looks like the punter.
They're going to go for it.
It looks like the punter's not going out there.
Yeah, well, he was for a moment, and then he came off the field, and it's Aaron Philo, the backup quarterback, who's going to go. True freshman, 4th and 8 now at the Pac 41. 2 targets left, 2 to the right. Hawes slot left at tight end. 11:23 first quarter. He might be trying to draw him off sides. Just made a clap, and then the Pack blitzing linebackers back off. Sean Brown backs off. Play clock's at 3, and they may just take the penalty and give their punter a little more room.
Interesting there. I guess they were going to try to pull him offside, and then if they get it to 4th down and 4 or 3, then you go for it. NC State was in its dime package there.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
NC State was in its dime there. That means Sean Brown was the only linebacker on the field, so they had a couple of extra DBs out there ready for the pass. But NC State stayed disciplined, didn't jump off sides, and now you'll get a punt. Georgia Tech trying to back the Pack up.
David Shanahan is the punter for Georgia Tech. He has 11 punts this year inside the 20. Johnny, how helpful is the extra room?
It does help because, usually most of these punters have way too much leg inside their own 50.
Takes the snap. There's a lefty little pop-up kick from the Georgia Tech 45, end over end, and Concepcion in a flurry of Georgia Tech traffic scoops it to make it Coit rather. Jalen Coit gets underneath it, makes a grab at the 16-yard line. With 1st and 10 there for the Pack. That's a 39-yard punt. That's the 12th punt of the year by the Irishman David Shanahan, notable for the location of the win over Florida State earlier this year for Georgia Tech. He had 100 friends and family in attendance. The rare opportunity for an Irish punter to play a game at home in Dublin. All right, so NC State has the ball now at its own 16-yard line. Here's Bailey in the shotgun with 1 to each shoulder. That's Concepcion, motions out of the backfield. Snap to Bailey, delayed give to Smothers, spins into a tackling Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket loss on the play. There's a tackle for loss. I think that was Tajay Butler who streaks in. And Georgia Tech has a TFL to start the ballgame. Make it Sylvan Janjuin from Belgium, 6'4", 260-pounder. Who's been really effective on the year. He is 26 years old. One of the oldest players in the country playing college ball. 2nd and a long 10. Ball back to the 15-yard line. Bailey, left half of the field, calls Dante Daniels to the left hip of Belton. 3 targets now. Snap to Bailey. Play fake. There's a spiral left. Diving grab. Incomplete. Far side of the field, it was a comebacker that would have been a 1st down. Intended for Grimes, and Rodney Shelley, the cornerback, is there to disrupt that play, and it sets up 3rd and 10.
And Shelley really had pretty good coverage on that play, forcing Bailey to throw the ball further outside, away from the inside play of Shelley. So give the cornerback a lot of credit for Georgia Tech.
Collins and Jolie to the left, 2 targets right, 3rd and 10. 10:30 first quarter, trying to avoid a 3 and out. Snap, Bailey zips it flat left, Smothers has blocking at the 20, and then he's shepherded out of bounds just shy of the sticks. They had 8 yards on 3rd and 10, and NC State likely will have to punt, barring a hyper-aggressive play call here back inside their own 30, and the special teams unit's out.
Well, you remember we talked about defensively on 3rd down, their opponents converting 29%, but I guarantee you on 3rd and 10 like that, it's a lot less than 29%.
So Nooncaster's out to take the punt. 10 minutes and ticking first quarter. Each team punts on its first drive of this game. Bailey Stockton is back to return it for the Jackets. Snap to Nooncaster, boots it at the Pac 15. This one is a side spiral that is caught by Stockton and a fair catch at the Georgia Tech 36-yard line. North Carolina is known for its legendary barbecue joints, and the Pit proudly continues this tradition by serving authentic whole hog pit-cooked barbecue. Visit the Pit in downtown Raleigh, and also available at the concession areas at Carter Finley Stadium. 40-yard punt by Nooncaster. Scoreless. Georgia Tech has its second possession at its 36-yard line when we come back. 9:46 first quarter. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to power a brighter future in Wolfpack Nation and across our state. Beyond providing electricity that powers our lives, electric co-ops are strengthening local communities with education grants, economic development, innovative energy projects, and tools to help you better manage your home energy use. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com.
More Wolfpack football after these local messages. You're locked into the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Want instant savings at the gas pump every time you fill up? It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Download the ExxonMobil app and sign up for ExxonMobil Direct Debit Plus. Then you'll get up to 12 cents off every gallon instantly. Go on, sign up today. It's easy. Download the Handy Hugo's Crazies Rewards app and get amazing deals throughout the store each and every month. Right now you can get any size fountain, coffee, or cappuccino for only 99 cents. Download the Handy Hugo's Crazies Rewards app and never pay full price again.
This holiday season, spread a little extra cheer with BMW. For every new BMW bought in the month of November, we'll donate 200 meals to families in need through Feeding America. Over the last 7 years, BMW has proudly helped provide over 17 million meals to those in need, and with your help, that number will continue to grow. Visit your local BMW center for details or visit bmwusa.com/Drive to End Hunger today. Take advantage of exceptional offers during BMW's Drive to End Hunger event.
9:46 first quarter. Scoreless. Georgia Tech and NC State have each punted after their first drives of the game. Pack of the 3-and-out. Pulse of the Pack has the inside scoop on all the things NC State athletics. Join our Wolfpack Sports Network hosts as they share the latest news and take you behind the scenes of Wolfpack athletics. Tune in on FanDuel Sports Network or check your local listings for more details. Johnny, we've seen 2 quarterbacks used by Georgia Tech. Also, their top 2 receivers both came off injured after the first drive. So the chess match evolves for Coach Dorne and company here with just who's going to play for Georgia Tech.
Yeah, Singleton, the number 2 receiver, was injured. He kind of limped off on his own, but Rutherford, the leading receiver for Georgia Tech, he's the one that got when the pass break up by Fitzgerald to force the punt on that first drive, and he stayed out on the field during the entire timeout and was helped off the field. So it'll be interesting to see if either one of those guys get back in the game.
Singleton's out there. I don't think Rutherford is. Chase Lane is. He's a Texas A&M transfer. Came over with Haynes King. Both transferred from College Station. And King's out there at the 36-yard line as the QB to start. Jamal Haynes to his left shoulder, 2 targets left. Snap back at the 36, jet sweep action, well read, bottled up and drop, tackle for loss. That's Eric Singleton, and he gets crunched by Devon Betty, who mentioned in pregame he's only got a couple of ball games left in his Wolfpack regular season career. 57th tonight. He makes that tackle for loss.
And did Betty play that jet sweep as well as you could play it? I mean, he was able to see Singleton in the periphery coming in motion, and boy, he went after him.
2nd and 13. Snap near hashes at the Georgia Tech 33. Pass is deflected but caught anyway by the receiver at the 33-yard line. That's Bailey Stockton. Sean Brown was there for the tackle. It's a gain of about 4 on 2nd and 13.
And what was unusual about that first down play, the tackle for loss, they had a tackle over. Jordan Williams, the right tackle, motioned from right to left, and he's basically a big 300-pound tight end, overloading the left side. And it was a great read by Devon Betty to get in the backfield and force that tackle behind the line of scrimmage.
New quarterback Aaron Philo is in. 3rd and 8. They're shuffling QBs mid-drive. And there's a flag as it might be against Travali Price. He seems dejected, clapping his hands. 4 flags came out. Or is it against Georgia Tech? I think it's against the Pack right now. Not that I want it to be, but I see the signals from the players. Could have been on Jackson Hawes, the tight end.
Illegal snap.
Yeah.
Offense.
Hawes on the
number
center.
72.
Weston
5-yard penalty.
What
Third
happens,
down.
you know, the other thing, the referee behind the offense would see that. and there was a flag that was flown behind the offense.
Yeah.
And the linesmen, line judges, they may have a harder time seeing that, but when that flag comes down from behind the offense, a lot of times it's going to be an offensive foul.
So it's 3rd and 13, all said and done. 8:27 and ticking in a scoreless first quarter here in Atlanta on a Thursday night. Snap to Philo. There's a dump off on a drag. Had a steam over the 35-yard line. Back to the original line of scrimmage. Stopped there. Maybe got 5 yards at best, and it sets up another Georgia Tech punt situation. There's Aiden White in with the stop. And so I think that was Malik Rutherford back in the ballgame, by the way. And it sets up a punt situation here for Georgia Tech.
Well, when NC State has a tackle for loss on first down, they're in the advantage, the defense of the pack versus the Georgia Tech of offense. And this is the net result. You're going to see a lot of punting if they can't get any yardage on first down.
That was Avery Boyd, their pass-catching tight end. Snap back now to the punter, Shanahan. He lets it fly, takes a pack bounce over the 27, and is down right there. 27-yard line with 7:26 to play here in the first quarter. Let's pause 10 seconds after the 34-yard punt for Georgia Tech. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves as affiliates. This is Wolfpack Football from Learfield. .7:25 first quarter. Back at it here. Scoreless. Second snaps from scrimmage for the Pack. Bailey shotgun with Jordan Waters to his left shoulder. Jolie. Oh, the offensive line just shifted to the right side of the field. Zeke Correll only has 2 men next to him. Snap Bailey. He pops it back to Concepcion. It's a fumble into Georgia Tech's hands, and it is a touchdown.
Should be an incomplete pass.
It's a pop pass. It would have been intercepted out of the hands of Concepcion. And so Georgia Tech has it for a score on a pop pass to Concepcion that E.J. Lightsey scoops out of the air and brings back for a pick 6 of about 30 yards.
So the ball didn't hit the ground.
It did not hit the ground.
That I didn't even see that part of it, but the ball stayed up in the air, didn't hit the ground. How about that?
And the reason that
ruling on the previous play of a forward pass is under further review.
The reason you call it as a pop pass is so that 9 times out of 10, 99 out of 100 is going to go down and hit the ground. That time it came off of Concepcion's hands.
The ruling on the field though is incomplete pass, as he just announced. So the question is, did that ball hit the ground? That's the reason you do that instead of just handing it off, because if it's a little forward shovel pass like that and the ball does hit the ground, it's not a fumble, it's just an incomplete pass. Now the question is, did it hit the ball on the ground? Ruling on the field is that it did.
No.
It did not, Johnny?
It did not hit it. Here's what happened.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
Okay.
Concepcion tipped it. It went back and hit C.J. Bailey, tried to tip it again. So it was a double tip, literally. I mean, really, really strange play. Double tip offensively, and then the defender caught it and broke a tackle for the interception, pick 6.
Close Shave Replay Review is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather, close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better buy Barbasol. It's a 21-yard return. All said and done on, like Johnny said, the double-tipped interception behind the line of scrimmage for an E.J. Lightsey 21-yard touchdown takeback.
Maybe 2 of the best-handed guys on NC State, the two athletic guys. Concepcion with the best hands, and then you've got C.J. Bailey this catching, shotgun snaps all game long, and never have I seen him fumble one. So really strange.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for about 5 seconds at highway speeds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Trusted choice, independent insurance agents of North Carolina want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Let's have a hands-free NC. To learn more, visit trustedchoice.com/GoState to find an agent near you. 7:18 to play first quarter. Take a break. Georgia Tech up 7-0 here in Atlanta. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
This is Matt Chazanow, voice of the Wolfpack. As a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go State.
7:18 to play first quarter. Georgia Tech is up 7-0 on NC State. That's a trick play, a trick formation, if you will. The offensive line, other than Correll, pre-snap motioned all the way to the right side of the formation. Break the play down for me, Johnny. What's the pre-snap goal there? What do you think happened on that play?
Well, the line were over outside the numbers to the right side. The goal is to try to get as many defenders out to the right side, and then you have Concepcion, who is behind those guys on the right side, those linemen, and he goes into a jet motion back to the middle of the field. The ball is snapped, shotgun snap to Bailey. Bailey flips it underhand right to, it's like a 1 yard, 3 feet apart from one another, but Concepcion clearly was looking around the corner. He thought he had a big play. He bobbles the ball back toward his quarterback, Bailey. Bailey takes a stab at it with his left hand and makes it go further in the air, and it just exacerbated for a defender to take it in for the pick six.
The amazing thing about the strategy behind that play, you would expect the worst case scenario to be, okay, he drops it and it hits the ground.
You've eliminated what we just saw.
Right.
Basically, you take that out of the equation.
It was just a fluky play across the board.
So 7-0, 21 yards. You know, what's a gut punch about that is Georgia Tech's played 4 one-score games this year. The Pack's played 3 one-score games. It's plays like that we've talked about all year that are difference makers.
Yeah, the little plays. You talk about the first quarter deficits. And again, we mentioned that's somewhat skewed because NC State has kicked off a lot in the first quarter and usually have one less possession. But against a really good defensive team like this, you just can't afford to give up a defensive score and fall behind like that. But again, you do think the worst case scenario on that particular play. The reason you pop it forward is if he drops it, and it's second down.
So Georgia Tech will kick it off for the first time tonight. Right to left, here's Aiden Burr. He's 51 kickoffs on the year, 39 touchbacks. And he boots it, this one, with great air and velocity out of the back of the left end zone, over the head of D.K. Kaufman. And the Pack will try it again. 7:18 first quarter here in Atlanta. It's the 16th ever game between the Pack and the Yellow Jackets here in Atlanta. NC State's won 4 of them. And comes to the line here at the 25-yard line. Bailey now 1 for 3, 8 yards, and the pick. In the shotgun, Waters to his left shoulder. Jolie slot left, 2 targets to the left boundary. You got Dakari Collins, short side right. Collins, a native of Atlanta. Bailey takes the snap. Play fake to Waters, zips it left, incomplete, and he got drilled as soon as he left. The football left his hands. And it is Jordan Vandenberg, the Penn State transfer, who makes that big hit. How about the Irish punter, the Belgian defensive end, and the South African interior defensive lineman for Georgia Tech.
Looked like big Joshua Robinson, 6'6". The right defensive end was able to knock that pass down after getting the pressure on C.J. Bailey.
2nd and 10 at the 25. 2 targets to each side now. Smothers motions out of the backfield. Bailey takes the snap. There's a flick to the right slot. Concepcion with a grab on his seat at the 31 for a gain of 6. Great to see Concepcion back in the mix. He was targeted 6 times against Duke for 0 catches last week in a very odd ball game for KC. It's 3rd and 4.
Amazing thing for KC Concepcion this year, he's averaging only 8 yards per catch because of plays like that. Teams are doing a good job of keeping safeties over the top and preventing him from getting vertical down the field.
Collins and Jolie tight to the line right. 2 targets left. Concepcion's one of them in motion now. 3rd and 4. Pack at its own 31. Bailey snap, airs it right sideline. Incomplete. Flag is out. Over to Kari Collins' head, but it might be pass interference against LaMiles Brooks, the Georgia Tech safety, down the near sideline.
Pass interference. Defense, number 1. 15-yard penalty. First down.
6'2", 200-pound senior. Georgia Tech has had to go into its secondary depth this year because of injuries. Warren Burrell's out tonight. Brooks is starting at safety and picks up the PI there. It's a First Horizon first down to the Pack 46.
And Jakari Collins doing a nice job of putting pressure on that cornerback for Georgia Tech, and he stayed with the route and almost got his hands on it even though it was overthrown.
So here's 1st and 10 for the Pack now. Raphael to the right shoulder of Bailey. Takes the snap, gives to Raphael. Jump cut to the left, trying to bust it out. Far side has some green, but he's chopped down from behind. Caught from behind by Tajay Butler. There's a gain of 0. If he had eluded that dive by Butler, he might have popped a big one. Instead, it's 2nd and 10.
Can you imagine what it looked like to Raphael? Because the tackler came from right behind him. I'm sure he saw nothing but green grass, so to speak. I know that's not real grass out there.
Yeah, he was seas had parted for him, but he gets caught from behind. You got Jackson, Concepcion, Jolie to the right. Smothers motions out of the backfield. 2nd and 10. Pack at its own 46. Dump off over the middle. Caught by Jolie. Runs into the rugby scrum toward the 50, and big Justin Jolie has a gain of about 3.5, 4 yards toward the 50-yard line. 5:45 first quarter. Georgia Tech leads 7-0. 3rd and 6 upcoming for Bailey, who's found some success here with some of the short passes. Couple of completions on the drive. Georgia Tech, with the 16th best run D in America, has stiffened up, but the pass offense for the Pack has challenged them well. Big 3rd and 6. Shotgun set, Bailey, 2 targets each side. Jolie slot left, Collins slot right. Snap to Bailey, 4-man rush. Bailey fires over the middle. There's a leaping grab by Collins, hangs onto the ball as he gets plastered at the 37-yard line. 14-yard gain, and it sets up 1st and 10 for the Pack. Dakari Collins takes a lick, gets decleated, leaping up into the sky. He gets his hips chopped out from under him, and he holds onto the ball as he falls on his back.
You won't find any better concentration. Collins knew that he was going to fall right on the back of his neck. Fortunately, he didn't fall any further back to get a neck injury, but he jumped right up. Tough kid, Collins is.
Clayton Powell-Lee with that big hit there on the right hip of the Atlanta native. Snap 1st and 10 at the Tech 37. Handoff, Smothers has a crease, sprints over the 30, accelerates into contact to the 25. First down, a gain of 13 yards for Hollywood. Smothers off the left side of the formation for a First Horizon first down. And NC State's offense is off and moving here with 4:14 and ticking in the first quarter.
Well, we haven't seen the explosiveness of Hollywood Smothers for a couple of weeks now, and there was these 2 or 3 games right in the middle of the season where he seemed to be ready to take off, and that time you saw the reason why everybody has such high expectations for him.
Ball at the Georgia Tech 22. That's a 15-yard gain for Smothers. He motions out of the backfield, now comes back to the line. Snap, Bailey, handoff, Smothers, end around, reverse to Concepcion, blocking ahead at the 20. He slithers through a tackle, and now at the near numbers is pushed down inside the Case IH red zone to the 19-yard line for a 3-yard run by Concepcion to make it 2nd and 7.
I bet when Concepcion watches the tape tomorrow, he's going to see maybe an opportunity to cut back. When he turned up for 2 or 3 yards, then he went back parallel to the line of scrimmage again, and I think he would have done better to stay north-south.
Jordan Waters to the right of Bailey, 2 receivers to the left. That's Collins. Snap back to Bailey at the 19. Turns, gives left to Waters. Contacted, pushes the cleats forward. Momentum down to the 16 for a gain of 3 yards. Waters with his first positive carry tonight makes it 3rd and very manageable. 3rd and 4 at the Georgia Tech 16.
All right, this is where down here inside the red zone, this is where NC State's offense needs to have some early success. They can't afford to try a field goal after this. They're going to. I think they're probably in 4-down territory unless they have a negative play.
Jolene Collins to the right. It's Jackson and Anderson to the left. It's 3rd and 4 now. Make it Concepcion to the left. Snap back to Bailey at the 16. It's a dirty pocket. Tucks and runs. Has Green. First down. Bailey at the 10-yard line. Races to the 5, and he's in. Touchdown.
Wow.
16-yard C.J. Bailey runs away from Yellow Jackets to score, and the PAT could tie the game with 2:27 to play at the near side of the field. Bailey swerves all the way around the Georgia Tech defense on a busted play and shows the wheels.
And Bailey must have changed direction 3 or 4 times on that run. He showed his athleticism. He showed his agility. He did break one tackle. Only one defender even got their hands on him. They dove at his feet, and he was able to keep his feet on the 5-yard line and take it in for the score.
Snap, hold, and kick are good. We have a tie game through the right uprights. 2:27 first quarter. C.J. Bailey with a 16-yard run. It's a 9-play, 75-yard drive. Takes 4:51 off the clock. And that is your John Heister scoring drive. Get off your keister and go to Heister.
Well, Tatum, the linebacker, got heat, and Kendrick Raphael was back in pass protection, but he had gone across the other side initially to pick up another blitzer. Then he tried to recover back, and he just couldn't quite get there, but it was a great job by Bailey stepping up inside of that outside pass rush by the linebacker Tatum, and then he got into open field. He got a block down the field too, Johnny. Did a great job reading a block at about the 8 or 10-yard line, and then kicked it to the outside to get to the corner of the end zone.
And how about Bailey rebounding from that maybe the weirdest interception, pick six, he'll throw in his entire career, where the ball was batted back toward him. He got his hand on it, knocked it up in the air, and it went for a pick six. And how he was able to respond, been an easy chance for a freshman just to sort of hang your head and not respond the way he did.
Colin Smith runs up and boots this one now from left to right off the tee and over end, and fair catch called for, but Singleton will let it drop under the goalposts. It trickles, and it's a touchback once again for Colin Smith. All tied at 7 now. 2:27 here in the first quarter. C.J. Bailey with the legs. He's 4 of 7 passing for 31 yards. 1 rush, that 16-yard TD. Brandon Cleveland, Davin Van, Travali Price have been productive over the last 6 games. They've helped combine for 15 sacks for that pressure defense there. Aaron Philo is back in now. Philo's 2 of 4 passing for 11 yards tonight. 3 receivers to the right. Hawes the tight end to the left. Snap, Philo at the 25. Play fake. Has good time. Plants the back foot, throws it left, and it is a diving interception at the 45, incomplete. A one-hand effort by NC State to the 50-yard line as Philo tried to drop it in a bucket, and Tamarcus Cooley almost had a one-hand, right-handed highlight pick. Instead, it's batted down.
Wow, he went up with just one hand.
Timeout for an injured defensive player.
Injured defensive player.
Looks like he jumped up. Whoever it was just jumped up and ran off the field. He wasn't injured that badly.
It was DK Kaufman. It's kind of surprising you'd call a timeout for an injured player for a guy who ran off the field, right?
I'll tell you what, Cooley really showed some hops right there. The receiver was behind him and initially was open, and it was just a great recovery by Cooley at the last second to go vertical and upstairs and almost made a spectacular one-hand interception.
So here's Philo in the pistol. Haynes behind him. Now he moves to the right shoulder. So shotgun. 2 receivers to each side for Georgia Tech. 2nd and 10. Snap at the 25. Philo pulls the ball away. Now dumps it off at the right side of the field. Jackson Hawes, the tight end, sprints for a first down over the 40. Rumbles over a tackle at the 50 and has more yardage toward the pack 40. Look, it could come back as a flag flies.
Yeah, I think you got a receiver holding downfield right about the Georgia Tech 45. So they'll mark it off from the spot of the foul at the 45-yard line, 10 yards.
Offense, number 13. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. 2nd down.
I think it's going to end up being first down, though.
Could be, right. It's right at the marker, isn't it?
There's a 35-yard gain.
Yeah, that the big thing is you take a chunk of that 35 yards and move them backwards a little deeper into their territory.
Enforcement. The ball is beyond the line to gain. First down.
There's a 35-yard ramble for Jackson Hawes. With 2:09 on the clock, that's his 11th catch of the year. That is called back after the penalty.
Yeah, that's how a tight end ends up making a big play like that. Your receivers are committed to blocking downfield. They could take a 10-yard gain, turn it into about a 30-yard gain. But again, one of those receivers probably grabbed some jersey and the hold was called.
And so it's 1st and 10, Georgia Tech, all said and done at its own 35. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. As Philo takes the snap, hands it off now to Haynes. He just finds the smallest crease and squeezes through to the 38. And there's a gain of 3 yards. And that's a tackle by Sean Brown. We have Isaiah Kenyon in there, 6'4", 210, true freshman. Georgia Tech might speak to what you said before, Johnny, with the injured Georgia Tech receivers on the first drive. Kenyon has not played much this year. He's a true freshman.
Yeah, getting some playing time.
He's the one who had the penalty called against him, by the way. He was the one who had the hold against him. Haynes King is back in. Empty backfield set. 2nd and 7. Tech at its own 38. Snap to King. Fakes the handoff. Now hesitates. Sprints over the 45-yard line. First down inside the 50 and brought down from behind to the 46-yard line, NC State territory, for a 16-yard run. A DK Kaufman finally shuts him down.
I'll tell you what, when they go empty like that, I'm almost always thinking quarterback run. And that was a little quarterback counter right there, for a guy that's essentially a running back who can pass a little.
Yeah, especially when King's in there and they go empty. If Philo's in there and they go empty, you know you expect a pass. Now Philo's gone back in here on 1st and 10.
At the 46, 42 seconds left in the quarter, tied at 7. Snap back to Philo, gives to Haynes. And he spins right into a tackle at the line of scrimmage off the right side of the line. And it could be the last play of the quarter if they so choose.
A 1-yard gain. That's what I would normally expect from a tailback named Haynes. Or at least a radio broadcaster named Haynes.
Haynes, who just launched some of his gear off the field. He had hand warmers out there he decided he didn't need. No doubt the other Haynes would have scooped those up if he was down there.
Oh, yeah. Gloves.
Oh, yeah.
Jackets, hand warmers, you name it.
They will decide to end the quarter, and the field will flip. Well, an eventful first quarter, all tied at 7. Lenovo, a global technology solutions company that is called NC Home since 2005, is proud to support the community and the NC State Wolfpack. Lenovo, smarter technology for all. Visit us at Lenovo.com. We'll take a break. Field flips. It's 2nd and 9. Georgia Tech's at the pack, 45-yard line. When we come back here in Atlanta, all tied at 7, you're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Wolfpack fans, did you know CPI Security is your best defense for protecting your home and family? Enjoy the peace of mind that only comes with bringing your security and smart home needs under one roof, easily controlling everything from the InTouch app. Plus, rest easy knowing their 24/7 monitoring has your back, getting you the help you need fast during emergencies. When every second counts, count on CPI. Make CPI Security a part of your game plan. Visit mycpi.com/Wolfpack for your special team offer.
This is your home for NC State football. The Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Together, that's how we stay in the game, ready to play. As one great team, UNC Health is keeping you well by bringing renewed focus, approach, and dedicated services close to you. Exceptional care is what you and your family deserve. Together, let's put points on the board for life well played. Team up with UNC Health, official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
At Fiesel, when it comes to your roof, we don't mess around. We always start with an elite leak barrier, purpose-built cap nails, and the highest quality American-made shingles. It's the extra effort that allows us to provide homeowners with a lifetime warranty. The details matter. That's why you hire Fiesel. Fiesel, a proud supporter of NC State Athletics. Learn more and schedule your free roof inspection at FieselInc.com.
Welcome back to Bobby Dodd Stadium, everyone. I'm Johnny. Chaz is to my left. Tony's to my right. And at the end of the first quarter, it's NC State 7, Georgia Tech 7. If you know of a local first responder who goes above and beyond and deserves to be recognized at an NC State game, submit their story at gopack.com/LSTractor to nominate them today. One local hero will be honored at each home game courtesy of LS Tractor. Let's take a look at the numbers after the first quarter. Georgia Tech, 67 total yards, 38 passing, 29 rushing, 4 first downs, 1 of 3 on third down conversions. For NC State, 68 total yards, 31 passing, 37 rushing, 4 first downs, 2 of 3 on third down conversions. Philo for Georgia Tech is 3 for 6 for 31 passing yards. King is 3 for 3 for only 7 yards. King is the leading rusher, 2 carries for 18 yards. Halls has 1 catch for 20 yards. For NC State, Bailey 4 for 7 for 31 yards through the air. He does have the one weird pick 6 interception that came off a double tip pass. Bailey's also the leading rusher, 1 carry for 16 yards and a touchdown. And Collins is the leading receiver. He has 1 big catch for 14 yards. Chaz?
And it's all tied at 7. Start of the second quarter here with Georgia Tech at a 2nd and 9 at the NC State 45. Field flip, so now Georgia Tech's trying to score right end zone. You mentioned that bizarre play, that 21-yard pick 6. It's the biggest play of the game so far. Very strange pop pass that got popped up into the air to Concepcion and then housed by one of the linebackers of Georgia Tech. That was Lightsey. Abdul Jannat to the left and Canyon, the receiver, to the right, as you've got Bailey, Stockton, and Jackson Hawes motioning left. 2nd and 9. Snap at the right hashes. This is King. Takes the handoff now and hands it off to Haynes, who sprints off the far side of the field over a first down and a few more yards with an injured Wolfpack defender down after a gain of 12 to the NC State sideline. Sean Brown was there for the tackle, but there's a 12-yard gain. Sean Brown finally tracks him down. He might have cramped up and actually tackled him as he was falling down with what looked like a cramp, possibly. Credit to Brown for fighting through there as he gets helped up on the far side of the field. So this is King. He and Philo have traded snaps at quarterback for Georgia Tech. Shotgun set for King. Haynes to his right shoulder. 1st and 10 at the Pack 33. King, snap, fakes the handoff, gives it end around. Singleton far side to near. Pumps the brakes at the 35 and then is chopped down for a loss on the play. NC State's defense diagnoses that and brings him down for a loss of 2.
Man, their jet sweeps, their reverses, all the lateral runs that they did such a great job. Tech did against Miami and made big plays. NC State is all over it. There's been several tackle for losses anytime there's trying to run laterally, and the Pack is very well scouted against this Georgia Tech offense.
Yeah, that was Aiden White really staying at home on his side of the field and turning the football back up inside.
Philo in the game now on 2nd and 12. Snap, turns, gives right. Not much there. A run over the 35 to the 33. A gain of about 4 yards, maybe 2 yards, we'll call it. With 3rd and 10 now. Devon Betty was there with Bonner to shut that down. Georgia Tech, tons of substitutions, tons of pre-snap motion. Nothing straightforward. Everything's just a little tricky with Georgia Tech. 3rd and 10 now. 1 for 3 on 3rd down tonight. 2 minutes into the second quarter. There's a full motion now as 3 go to the right, 2 to the left. Hawes now motions back to the line. Snap to Philo. Here's a design give. Keeper, I should say, rather, as Philo rumbles up the middle. Hawes blocking ahead, plows his way forward. Philo takes a shot to the 28. But there's a gain on 3rd and 10 of about 7 yards. And a whistle blows. There's an injured defensive player. I think that's Davin Van.
I think you're right.
And Van made the tackle. Coach Dorne in a red hooded sweatshirt jogs out to take a look at Davin Van. It was an amazing article written today, released by David Hale of ESPN, on Davin Van and all he's fought through with tragedy in his life, and one of the most accomplished NC State players. And you hope he's okay. He's down on his back there with the training staff around him. 12:44 to play. They're still tending to Davin Van. All tied at 7. Let's do this. We'll take a break. We'll come back live here in Atlanta. Davin Van being tended to at the 26-yard line. 12:44 to play in the half, tied at 7. We'll step aside. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey Wolfpack fans, it's football season. And while you're cheering on our team, don't forget to snack sustainably with delicious, nutritious, and flavorful North Carolina peanuts. Brought to you by the North Carolina Peanut Growers Association, our peanuts are packed with protein, fiber, and heart-healthy nutrients. Visit aboutpeanuts.com. That's aboutpeanuts.com to learn more.
All tied at 7 here in Atlanta. 12:44 to play. It seems like Davin Van is on his cleats on his own power. He's being walked off the field to the right side where the opposing locker room is.
I wouldn't sell him short, though, because I remember at Cal a few weeks ago, right before the first half, he went to the locker room. His back was aching. It looked like a lower back injury. And he came back and was the player of the game in the fourth quarter for NC State with his great pass rush. He's a real tough guy. Now, we don't know what this is, so it's dependent upon that, obviously. Now you got Georgia Tech here. Got the ball 4th down and 4 yards to go. They're in field goal range. Let's see, from the 26 would be about, a 45-yard field goal from this spot on the middle of the field. It looks like that Bird, their field goal kicker, is going to come out.
When the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where you'll find amazing deals on everything you need all in one place so you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first. Yeah, field goal units on. This is Aiden Burr, and this will be we'll call it a 44-yarder. Toward the right hashes. Now here's the deal on Burr. This is the inside scout. He has missed 6 field goals this year. 2 blocks. The others missed generally at the right hashes. He's better on the left hashes than the right. This is shaded toward the right. Snap is down. The hold is good. The kick is good. Through the right uprights. Blasted that. Yeah, a great leg. No doubter in terms of height and distance. It was shaded toward the right goalpost, but it goes through, and it's 10-7. Georgia Tech leads 12:29 here in the first half after Davin Van gets walked off. So, John Heister scoring drive, 10 plays, 49 yards, 4:58 off the clock. Officially a 44-yard field goal.
Well, give the NC State defense credit. I mean, they bent a little bit. Finally, Haynes, the tailback, the outstanding tailback for Georgia Tech, finally got loose a little bit. First time he's gotten any kind of running room, but Tech was able to get the ball down there, but NC State was able to stop them, mainly because they were able to have a tackle for loss on first down, put him behind schedule, and was able to stop him, force a field goal.
Burr is set to boot it off left to right. And he will kick it to DK Kaufman. Burr boots it off. This one's end over end. Well struck and out of the back. Didn't even touch the end zone. That was drilled. As was his field goal kick of 44 yards. That would have been good from way beyond that. 12:29 here in the first half. Georgia Tech up 10-7. This is kind of how Georgia Tech plays. The time of possession, they run these very short design passes, hold on to the ball, kind of boa constrict the ball game, and here we are. C.J. Bailey, 1st and 10 at the 25. Bailey now 4 of 7 passing, 31 yards. He has the 16-yard touchdown run. Pistol set with Smothers behind him. Snap 25, turns and gives to the left. Smothers stiff arms out of one tackle at the 25 and now shoves through another tackle, angling over the 30. Smothers shows his strength for a gain of 6 to the near sideline. Broke a tackle for loss there, did Hollywood Smothers.
Yeah, he would have been behind the line of scrimmage. He just pulled away from somebody that had a pretty good grasp on his upper body, but he bent over and just coiled himself forward, breaking that tackle for the big gainer.
Rogers, Jackson, and Concepcion to the right. Anderson, short side left. 2nd and 4 now. Anderson motions to the backfield. Don't see him back there very often. Bailey takes the snap, fakes the handoff to Concepcion on the jet sweep, roll out right, zips it shin high, incomplete to Jackson. At the 43-yard line, right at the far numbers, it was too low, and it's 3rd and 4 now. Clayton Powell-Lee, the safety, was there to bat that one down. Last week, Powell-Lee was the nickelback against Miami, played well. He had 5 tackles. And so it's 3rd and 4 here for the Pack. 11:49 first half. Georgia Tech up 10-7.
The first real off-target throw for C.J. Bailey in this game so far.
Jackson and Anderson left. Jolie slot right. Concepcion on the right side. Raphael to the left shoulder of Bailey. 3rd and 4. Snap back at the Pack 31. Roll out right. Pumps the brakes. Bailey's pass batted down. At the far numbers, that ball is pushed back by Trinelius Tatum, the linebacker, 6'2", 225, the 3rd leading tackler for the Yellow Jackets. And that's the 3rd ball now, I think, tipped at the line by this Yellow Jacket defense.
Yeah, Tatum's been chasing him a lot. In fact, he was the linebacker that was burned on the blitz on the touchdown run by C.J. Bailey. He lost contain on that one, but he was hot in pursuit right there and forced an off-balance throw by the Wolfpack quarterback.
So Nooncaster's on to punt it off. 4th and 4. Snap comes from the 31. Catches it and boots it at the 21. This one's a spiral. Right to left. Takes a Pack bounce. Scooped up with a head of steam by Bailey Stockton at the 30-yard line. And he lurches toward the 35. And that's a 39-yard punt by Nooncaster. Return of a few yards by Stockton at the 33-yard line. 11:33 to play here in the first half. Georgia Tech's up 10-7. NC State Athletics trusts the health and safety of its players and staff with Mako Medical Laboratories. Mako Medical's focused on providing the Pack with fast, accurate, and innovative testing options for its teams. We'll take a break. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
We'll have more NC State football in 60 seconds. This is the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
CEI, connecting Triangle businesses with office equipment for over 60 years. From walk-up copiers to wide-format solutions and production print systems, CEI has your business connectivity needs covered. Proud sponsor of NC State for over 20 years, CEI definitely helps whenever the Wolfpack takes the field. Visit us at copycei.com to learn more about how we can help your company be the leader of the pack. CEI, how business connects.
Wolfpack fans, a successful retirement requires a solid game plan. Strategic Wealth Designers, an official partner of NC State Athletics, is here to assist. Our holistic approach to retirement planning looks at your financial landscape so that we can create customized investment strategies that align with your long-term goals. Take the first step towards retirement today. Visit swdgroup.com or give us a call at 1-87-SWD-GROUP. Strategic Wealth Investment Group is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. They are neither a current client nor an affiliated entity of, nor does it endorse SWD.
11:33 to play first half. Georgia Tech 10, NC State 7. 86 yards for Georgia Tech, 75 yards for NC State. Johnny, it's been kind of herky-jerky. Not a ton of chunk plays, just the wild interception and then the C.J. Bailey run. Georgia Tech just kicked a field goal to go ahead.
Yeah, you give the defenses. I think both teams have done a great job stopping the offenses. Primarily, of course, Georgia Tech got on the scoreboard through defensive score. That punt returner Stockton, though, made a very risky but a very heady play by catching the ball on first bounce. He was coming up in traffic. That ball was a short kick, not one of Newcaster's best kicks, but it looked like it was bouncing to NC State's favor. And Stockton did a great job of downing the ball, catching it on first bounce, and saving probably who knows how many more yards it would have rolled to NC State's favor.
I don't think we've seen Malik Rutherford, their leading receiver, since he went out with the injured ankle. Noah Potter's in the game defensively for the Pack. Eric Singleton is the receiver to the left, Chase Lane to the right. Big Jackson Hawes, 6'5" now, motions to the, no, that's Rylan Godey, one of the blocking tight ends on the left side. They've got 4 of them that they play. Snap back to Philo, 1st and 10. There's a flick to the near side of the field over the 35-yard line. It's caught by Avery Boyd, the tight end. Sean Brown's there to tackle him down. Boyd, 6'3", 240. One of 5 tight ends they play with. And into the ballgame now is Josh Beetham, another blocking tight end that they play with. That was a gain of 4.
Good tackle by Sean Brown against a bigger, stronger tight end, but he dropped him right where he caught the ball.
So 2nd and 6 now as Singleton motions right to left. Snap back to Philo. Turns and gives to the running back Alexander as a late flag comes in. He sprints up the middle. Not much room there. There's a flag down. 10:54 till halftime. Georgia Tech leads at 10-7.
Philo's pointing toward NC State.
Personal foul. Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense. Number 13. 15-yard penalty. First down.
So Travali Price. Price has been really productive. Over the last 4 ball games, he has 5.5 tackles for loss. Coach Dorne said in the coaches show this week, remember he had that banged up foot against Tennessee? Well, that's right now. He feels better, and he's been explosive and productive, but penalty there puts the ball at the Pack 46.
A lot of times when those defensive linemen hands to the face, they aren't intentional. They're not slapping somebody. They know that's not legal, but the hands get crazy in there and just go up to somebody's face.
Lane to the left, Singleton and Stockton to the right. Now Singleton motions left. Snap back at the 46. This is King. Fakes the handoff, rumbles up the middle, and then Bishop Fitzgerald bear hugs his legs, plants him at the 42, a gain of 4.
Well, you're right, Georgia Tech. There is a lot of pre-snap eye candy. I mean, motions, shifts all over the place. They'll get 3 or 4 players shifting to one side of the field, and they'll run misdirection to the opposite side, and they really do mess with your eyes a little bit. Eye discipline, if you're NC State, is going to be critical here to slow these guys down.
Josh Alexander Felton's in the ballgame now. True freshman, 6'3", 271 on the D-line for the Pack. 2nd and 6 at the Pack 42. This is Philo, snap, play fake, dump off left side of the field. Bailey Stockton being ridden on his right hip out of bounds to the 39. A gain of maybe 3 yards to Stockton. And it sets up Tamarcus Cooley tackle there. Sets up 3rd and 3.
And Cooley was chasing because Stockton was coming in motion once again. Got a real quick pass right at the line of scrimmage, and that's the whole point of that play is to try to catch that man-to-man cover guy, Cooley, just a step behind, but Cooley was right behind him to make the big tackle.
Philo in the empty backfield now. 3 to the right, 2 to the left. 3rd and 3 at the Pack 39. Snap, Philo, play fake. Backs his way into a tackle. Lurches the ball forward. 36-yard line, depends on the spot. And they have just enough. On 3rd and 3, they get just 3+. Coach Dorne's not happy about the spot. He just came sprinting out to talk to the officials. And they don't give him the benefit of the doubt. It's 1st and 10. 8:40 and churning away here. As Isaiah Shirley was there for the tackle.
They run that play a lot where they fake the jet sweep and the quarterback runs it back up inside, although the quarterback has the option of handing the ball off.
Philo takes the snap, turns and gives to Haynes. He is wrapped up for a loss. There's a tackle for loss. Couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage. Kamel Bonner comes shooting through, reads it well, and it's going to be second and long now. Second and about 12. Georgia Tech at the Pac 37 is where they spot that down. Well read by Bonner.
Can't tell you how well NC State's defense is containing Haynes, one of the best running backs in the ACC, but they just, other than the one run of about 10 yards, they just haven't given him any room.
Singleton and Lane to the right. Godey and Boyd, the tight ends, motion left. Haynes motions out of the backfield. Second and 11 at the Pac 37. Dump off to Boyd, head of steam over the 30, and then chopped down to the 25. A lick from Aiden White, but it's a 12-yard pickup on second and 11. They've got Boyd a few times now dragging across the line of scrimmage at 240 pounds. He's pretty fleet of foot, and that's a first down for the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, that was a big man running full speed after the catch, and knocking, it looked like bowling pins going down in the defensive secondary for NC State.
First and 10 now at the Pac 25. Snap to Philo. Handoff Haynes. He works his way off the left side of the line and then is touched up to the 22. A gain of 3. Sean Brown's there for the tackle. They take these little jabs at you right up the middle. With 3 yards here and a QB keeper there, and then they drag you at the tight end for the first down. It's a unique way to run the offense. We haven't seen anything like this, Tony, have we?
Sean Brown, 8 tackles,
wow.
5 solos here. He's been in the middle of the action against this team that really likes to run the football.
He's the 12th leading tackler in the league this year. Comes in number 1 for the Pack. Second and 7, 6:40 and ticking. Georgia Tech leads at 10-7, second quarter. Here's the snap to King. There's blocking off the left side of the line. He plows forward on a QB keeper over the 20 and the dive to the 18. So an 4-yard gain on second and 7. Bishop, Fitzgerald, Devon Betty combined for that stop.
You know, it's a decent run by Georgia Tech. They'll take it, the 4-yarder, but again, King is being tackled by the first tackler every time, and that wasn't the case in previous games. King is breaking tackles all over the place, but NC State are being sure-handed with him.
3rd and 3, pistol set for King. Takes the snap, fakes the pop pass, now tucks and runs. He's in trouble, brought down by Brown. There's a loss on that play. Might have been Betty. Yeah, Devon Betty there with a tackle for loss, and the field goal unit has to come out for Georgia Tech. So bend but don't break for NC State's defense with 5:43 and ticking in the half.
Well, once again, they've handled King great. They've handled Haynes outstanding. Those are the 2 main running weapons for Georgia Tech, and they've been relatively contained by the NC State defense.
Here comes a 42-yard field goal between the hashes. Snap, the hold is down, the kick for Aiden Burr is good through the right uprights to make it 13-7. Georgia Tech leads, 5:15 to play here in the first half. Every sack's a sack to give back. For every sack the Wolfpack makes this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to support our Feed the Pack food pantry right here in Raleigh. Food Lion is the official grocer of the ACC. We'll take a break. It's 13-7. Tight ball game here in Atlanta. 5:15 to play first half. You're listening to Wolfpack football from Learfield.
With the Wolfpack, every touchdown is more than just a touchdown. It's a testament to the teamwork, elbow grease, and can-do attitude it takes to make it to the end zone. And while our fields aren't the kind you throw passes on, Case IH knows every successful farm is more than just a farm. It's the product of top-notch tillage, planting, harvesting, hay, and forage equipment at the hands of hardworking growers. Settle the score with superior tools by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Wolfpack. Go Pack!
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, we believe that getting to know you is the best way to protect what you love most. We have friendly agents in every county to help you prepare for the unexpected. And when life doesn't go as planned, our award-winning claims team will be with you every step of the way. Find a local agent today at ncfbins.com. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
13-7, Georgia Tech leads the pack. 5:15 to play in the first half. Georgia Tech just goes on a long slog. Well, a short slog, really. An 11-play, 43-yard field goal drive that takes 6:17 off the clock.
Doesn't hurt you, though, when they kick a field goal. It hurts you a little bit, but it doesn't have the same magnitude if they go on one of those long 8, 9, 10 plays. They take 8 minutes off the clock, and then they score a touchdown. Now, all of a sudden, they're taking away possessions for NC State that you're going to need down the line to either come back in this game or stay in the game. That's twice they've gone on pretty long drives, but they've resulted in field goals. And for the NC State defense, it's bend, don't break. And because the pack hasn't broken twice, you're still only down by 6 points.
And Tech's offense finally got a little bit of a rhythm. You felt like, this is the running game that we've been seeing on tape in previous weeks. But they make the big tackle for loss on third down with King trying to sprint out to his right. He spun him around and forced the fourth down field goal.
So Aiden Burrell kick it off for Georgia Tech, left to right. Boy, is DK Kaufman salivating for a return option or what? 39.5 average on his returns.
Boy, I've seen no indication from Burr that he's going to give him a chance, though. He's had an impressively strong leg here tonight.
Yeah, he has been blasting kicks out of the right end zone. Is it cold air that helps the flight of the ball? It hurts it. Hurts it. Yeah,
it hurts your foot too.
Yeah, he's been blasting it. Run up and the kick. There's end over end, left to right. Oh, maybe return. Here's Kaufman at the goal line. He sprints far hashes, blocking there at the 20, and then he is touched up and brought down at the far 22-yard line. So could not find that last sliver of space. He's really upset. And I think he realizes he only had a couple of men to beat to pop another big one.
And he knows he might not get another chance.
That's right.
But he wants to run every one of them back. He's a guy that embraces that. He loves running back kickoff.
So the ball's at the 22, down 13-7. 5:09 to play in the half. The crazy part about this is the way Georgia Tech plays offense. Do you even get another possession after this one? In the half, they take so much time off the clock. Shotgun set Bailey, 4 targets to work with. Waters to his left shoulder. Takes the snap, flips the hips, now hands it off, delayed give to Waters, who's chopped down right away, line of scrimmage. Nothing there, and it sets up 2nd and 10 with 5 minutes and ticking down the second quarter.
But there was a huge gap. It was an ankle tackle. Waters was really hoping that he could just break through. He thought he was going to get a lot more, and it looked like he was going to get a lot more from up here because it was wide open. There was nobody else inside the hashes if he had broken that first tackle.
Collins and Concepcion to the left. Waters stays into the left shoulder of Bailey. 10-minute difference, time of possession now. Pack trying to change that. 2nd and 9, we'll call it, at the 23. Snap, Bailey zips it flat left. Waters head of steam, tons of green over the 35-yard line, plows over the 40, into a tackle to the 47-yard line. 25-yard gain to Jordan Waters up the near numbers, wide open out of the backfield.
That had to be a coverage bust, John. Jordan Waters it just ran out into the flat, and nobody was with him.
That's a First Horizon first down. Omar Daniels, off his career best game against Miami, makes that tackle. He had 8 tackles and a pass breakup against the Hurricanes. It's the 5th pack first down tonight. 1st and 10. Dante Daniels motions to the right side of the line. Snap to Bailey, play fake, delayed blitz. Airs it out, single coverage, far side of the field, overthrows his target. At the Georgia Tech 17-yard line. And it sets up 2nd and 10 on the incompletion. Clock stops at 3:45 here in the half.
Well, that shows the strength of C.J. Bailey's arm. He's on the left hash. He drops straight back and throws it out to the far right sideline. It only went about 50 yards in the air downfield, but it went across the field another 40 or so yards. So that was a big throw.
Intended for Wesley Grimes. Sets up 2nd and 10. Georgia Tech shows blitz, they don't come. Snap to Bailey, handoff Raphael as he works off the left tackle now, and he is submarined over the 50 to the Georgia Tech 48-yard line. Gain of about 6 yards. There's been room to run there for Kendrick Raphael. Cornerback Rodney Shelley dives at his ankles to bring it down. It's 3rd and 4.
Man, that's a great pickup. When you throw an incompletion on first down, you're already behind the chains. But then when you run it for 6 yards, you're right back on schedule on 3rd and medium.
At the Georgia Tech 47. 3rd and 4 for the Pack. 3:08 and ticking in the half. Shotgun set to Bailey. Concepcion motions right to left. Snap to Bailey. Deep drop. Pats the ball. Pumps the ball. Flushed out to the near side of the pocket. Takes a shot, and he is short of the sticks. At the 45-yard line, he gets hit at the right rib cage by Amari Harvey, the corner. It's a gain of 2 yards. And Bailey comes up with a slight limp. And will they go for it?
I think
4th and short.
I think you're going to see that. Yeah, at least they're going to try to draw them off sides or something. They're going to go with the initial impression that the offense is going to stay on the field.
Smothers comes in the ball game. It's 4th and a long 2. 2:30 to play in the half. Pack down 6. It's 13-7 Yellow Jackets. Ball is at the Georgia Tech 46. You need the 43.
They got the delay of game or took a timeout right before the clock went to 0.
Timeout. NC State. Their first of the half. 30-second timeout.
So they'll think about it with 2:18 to play here in the half in a 13-7 ball game. What do you think, Johnny? What's the play here?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's a big risk, but I think Dorne, probably says we need to get back. We need to get back on the scoreboard. But if you don't make it, obviously, you see the risk involved. Give Georgia Tech a very short field. I think you try to get C.J. Bailey to the corner. You sprint him out. You can do a jet off of a jet sweep action. Let Concepcion fake the jet sweep, and then Concepcion's running full speed. You hope that he can get outside the corner, get around the edge rusher, and just find he doesn't need that much space. And that you have CJ sprinting to that side. If for some reason they cover Concepcion, then CJ has the option to run it up inside.
It's a big moment in this game because if NC State doesn't convert here, Georgia Tech's got plenty of time at 2:20 showing in the first half clock.
Concepcion to the right. That's the wide side. Ball is left hashes. Collins and Anderson short side left. Jolie's there as well. 4th and 3. Snap back to Bailey. 4-man Georgia Tech rush. Good pocket pass. Batted down. Incomplete. That's Sylvain Yanjouin once again, the 26-year-old from Belgium with his second pass batted down. And it's a turnover on downs with 2:15 to play. That ball barely got past the line of scrimmage.
And that's been at least 3 bat downs, 2 by the same player. And, we've bragged about how CJ can drop that arm down some to get around folks, but when he's standing back in the pocket, he needs to utilize his 6'6" height and get that ball up and over. And I think that dropping it down, he's been getting it knocked down.
It was great pass protection there. Yeah. They ran a twist, they ran a little stunt. NC State picked it up, but the receivers were all in tight splits, and it just seemed like it was really crowded in between the hash marks.
Hey, Malik Rutherford's back in here for Georgia Tech. Left slot, first time he's been back in. Orbit motion for Singleton, 1st and 10. Snap at the Georgia Tech 46 to King. He turns and gives to Haynes, who runs nowhere. Right up the middle into a wall. Brandon Cleveland, 300-pounder, stuffs him. And the clock at 2:02 and ticking. All right, so
this is the 2-minute.
There's the 2-minute timeout. Georgia Tech has all 3 of its timeouts. And the Pack, for what it's worth, has 2. Not that they necessarily want to use them right now. We will take a break, or we'll send it to Zach Burhans back in the network studios with some context, with a scoreboard update, maybe a preview of what's to come here in the ACC this week. Of course, men's basketball tips off tomorrow night against William and Mary. 13-7, Georgia Tech with the lead. 2-minute timeout in the first half. Send it back.
Thank you, Matt. Zach Burhan's inside the Learfield Network Studios, and you nailed it on the horn. I'm going to talk about the ACC basketball slate going on this evening, since there's no other ACC or any college football going on tonight. There are a few games that have already gone final as Drake defeats Miami 80-69. Drake has now beaten an ACC team twice in the past 45 years. A couple games still in action. Clemson leads Radford 67-40 with 4:05 to play in the game. And we have a close one in the UKG Legends Classic. Syracuse trails Texas 64-61 with 2:15 to play in the game. Coming up at 9:30, Virginia's on the road in the Bahamas as they take on 11th-ranked Tennessee at 9:30. And coming up at 10 o'clock, it's Air Force in California in the Cal Classic again at 10 o'clock. Now we pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to NC State football on the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
(13-7), Georgia Tech leads NC State. Pack down by 6. Yellow Jackets have the ball. The Pack tries to go for it on 4th and 3 and has the pass batted down. And so here we are, Georgia Tech with 2nd and 9 at its own 47. One of the things they haven't done a lot of, see here, 9 of 12 passing, 19 runs. They do have 3 timeouts left. Tony, do you envision Georgia Tech? And they just haven't had a lot of downfield passes. A lot of it's horizontal, little quick passes off jet sweep action.
Yeah,
tight stuff to tight ends.
Philo has been down here warming up, and I think this may be Philo time right now. They got 2nd and 9. You got 2 minutes to go on the clock. Run is always a possibility with Georgia Tech because they're going to protect the integrity of the game and the integrity of the way they want to play. But they also sense that they may not be close to a knockout punch right here, but if they can get the ball in the end zone here late in the half, it could really make it challenging for NC State the way this game is being played and the Pack struggling on offense. So NC State's inability to convert there on 4th down is putting a lot of pressure on the defense here. And I would imagine that, King is coming off on the sideline out of the huddle. So the running quarterback is going to watch here, and they're going to let Philo wing it, I think, here as we get towards the end of the half.
Philo's 6 of 9 passing for 50 yards tonight. And he also tried a couple of deep balls. One was almost caught inside that 5-yard line there. Singleton had it and dropped it. All right, so here we go. It's 2nd and 9. You got Lane and Stockton, the receivers, to the left. Singleton short side right. 2nd and 9. Georgia Tech at its own 47. Orbit motion, Singleton right to left. Snap to Philo. He looks left, pats the ball, zips it to the left. It's complete, and Stockton has it now inside the NC State 40 as he holds on to the ball and scampers out of bounds. That's a 17-yard pickup. Philo shows off the arm there.
Yeah, Singleton went out into the flat. That held that corner, so then Philo was able to get the ball on a little corner route behind the cornerback. Cornerback had to be aware of Singleton out there in the flat.
To the Pack 41. Snap, Philo turns and gives to Haynes. He accelerates right into Brandon Cleveland, gain of 0. Well, Cleveland's been very active tonight. He and Sean Brown have picked up a lot of tackles between the hashes, and it's 2nd and 10. Minute 40 and ticking here in the half.
And you can see the frustration there with Haynes. He's sort of looking up into the sky and making some nonverbal communication to himself with his hands. You can tell he's frustrated, I think, with the cut that he made.
Comes in with 681 rush yards on the day toward the tops of the ACC. 2nd and 10 now. Snap of the Pack 41. Philo tosses it flat right. That's a low grab. Haynes keeps his balance, now secures the ball and sprints inside the 35 where he steps out of bounds. Devon Marshall's there to challenge him for a 7-yard gain to Haynes to the near sideline.
That was a great play because all the receivers were running vertical down the right side of the field except for Haynes. And he just pulled up out in the flat. The other receivers had run off NC State's defensive backs down the field, and it really opened up a lot of running room there on the right sideline.
That was the old backyard football. Hey, you know what you guys should do? Go deep. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Haynes
go deep, take a bunch of guys with you, and then there's no one there to tackle one of the best runners in the ACC.
2 for 6 on 3rd down is Georgia Tech. 3rd and 3 now. Snap Philo. He's contacted. DK Kaufman is there to shut him down a couple of yards shy of the sticks. There was Green, and then the gap was closed by Kaufman streaking into the safety spot. Philo gets hit, a gain of 1. It's 4th and 2, and what does Georgia Tech do with a minute to go? Timeout, NC State. 13-7, Georgia Tech has the lead. 51 yards is the long.
That's about what this would be, too.
30-second timeout.
That's the season and career long of redshirt sophomore Aiden Burr. They put a second back on the clock. That's what that announcement was. So put 58 seconds on. So what does Georgia Tech do up 13-7?
Yeah, I'm thinking that they're going to try to go for it. I mean, that's a long field goal. That would be, I think, a career long
58 seconds
for Burr at 51, and then it gives up field position if you miss it. And on the other hand, NC State's defense is flying they're not even going for any play fakes anymore, any of those jet sweeps or anything. So they're coming up hitting. I think a play fake is what Georgia Tech might be considering against the very aggressive, especially the linebackers and the DBs are running to make tackles.
So Philo comes out. King was in the huddle there on the sideline, but just to eavesdrop. He walks off the field. Philo's out there now with Haynes in the backfield with him. It's 4th and 2 at the 33. What a big play this is in the ball game. Set Philo at the pack 33, 3 motion to the right. Haynes out of the backfield, motions left with Lane. Snap to Philo, they'll throw it. At the pack 33, that's zipped and batted down, turnover on downs. Brandon Cleveland gets in the way of that ball to the right flat, and NC State's offense comes out with 1 timeout to work with and 54 seconds left in a quiet Bobby Dodd.
That's what you want from your defensive tackles, Johnny, when you got a quarterback, a pocket passer who wants to step up and throw that ball down the middle of the field. But when that defensive tackle gets a push like that, like we were with Brandon Cleveland, it makes the quarterback a little uncomfortable. Feels like he's in a phone booth, right?
Yeah. Well, turnabout's fair play, I guess. You know, the Georgia Tech defense has been able to knock C.J. Bailey's passes down. That time they were able to get to Philo, not so much get close to him, but they were able to get their hands up and knock the ball down for the big turnover.
Well, Georgia Tech's offense hasn't scored tonight. Their only touchdown is the defensive touchdown on the interception. So here's 1st and 10 for Bailey. 54 seconds left. Pack at its own 33. 2 targets to each side. It's 13-7 Yellow Jackets. What a touchdown would mean in this game to go up maybe at halftime. Snap back to Bailey. 3-man rush. Dirty pocket. Bailey drifts out to the left now. Tucks and runs. Ball in his right arm, and he's brought down by the 36-yard line. That's Jackson Hamilton, the backup linebacker. Clock at 39 seconds. Not too much urgency here for the Pack.
Yeah, keep in mind NC State gets the second-hand kickoff when we start in the third quarter. Don't have to get terribly greedy here.
Snap back at the 26-yard, maybe the 36-yard line rather. Bailey dump off. There's Waters with the grab, secures the ball, and now accelerates to the 45 up the near hashes. Clock at 20 seconds left. Maybe you can get it into field goal range here. Kanoa Vine set season and career longs 52. That was a 9-yard gain. Snap back to Bailey. Takes a deep drop, pats the ball, lets it fly, intercepted. At the 45, Georgia Tech picks it off. Trenilius Tatum at the 45 with 10 seconds left as Bailey throws it into a tight window and Tatum comes out with it. So it's 1st and 10 Yellow Jackets, 10 seconds left. Georgia Tech has 3 timeouts, but that's probably irrelevant, not enough time to use them.
Yeah, they won't use them all, but if they can get a completion of 10 to 15 yards, then they can call timeout and then try one for the end zone, or they could get a 20-yarder right now, and then they can call timeout and kick a field goal. So they've still got opportunity. Georgia Tech does. They got 2 plays because they have the timeout.
Georgia Tech, their first of the half.
So Georgia Tech just burns one of them just to talk about it.
Just to talk about it. Make sure they get in the right play. Make sure they understand that they have a chance for two plays basically. If the first one's incomplete, then the second one is going to have to try to get it somewhere down close to the goal line. I don't think either one of their quarterback, Philo, is the strongest arm. He can't get the ball into the end zone on a Hail Mary from here. They've got to make a completion to be a threat, either for a field goal on the second play, or if it's a gash play, if they pick up 20 18 to 22 yards on this first play, then they can call timeout and they can kick a field goal with 3 seconds to go.
Well, I had just said no need to get greedy, and C.J. Bailey got greedy because Jordan Waters was wide open underneath, and he probably would have picked up about 15 or 20 yards because they were playing so soft. You saw with Tatum, he dropped 15 yards back down the field from his linebacker spot and was able to cut that one off at the pass.
So it's 1st and 10 for the Jackets at their own 43. That's where it's spotted down. Philo, shotgun set. 10 seconds left. Clock starts. Philo airs it down the seam, and it is batted up into the air and intercepted the other way. No, incomplete. That was into the hands of Boyd. And D.K. Kaufman slides underneath it, nearly picks it off at the 26-yard line, right half of the field. Now, 5 seconds remain in the half.
Boy, that was a great attempt by Philo. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more. Your big tight end catches it right down the seam, or the ball hits him in the hands right down the seam, and that would have been a relatively easy field goal attempt.
So 5 seconds left. They're trying to get in field goal range. They need to get to the 35 at least.
I don't think they've got time.
I don't think they have time either. There's a timeout by NC State. They want to kind of think about it.
Timeout, NC State. Their 3rd and final of the half.
Well, you want to make sure you're organized here. You don't want you don't want one of these safeties to bite on a crossing route in front of you and then lose your depth, and then they throw it over your head.
That's right.
And everything, you just keep everything in front, because even if they catch the ball 15, 20 yards down the field, you make the tackle, the half's over.
That's it.
They're not going to have a chance to get the field goal kicker on the field.
The only chance, you may have a chance of that an out cut. But you should be shading a little bit to the outside. The cornerback should. But if you got a 15 to 18 yard out cut, technically you could step out of bounds with 1 second and try a long field goal.
Philo stays in the game. He's 8 of 13 passing, 69 yards. Oh, there's a pronounced limp for Rutherford walking off the field. Yep. Yeah, he was in the huddle, and he tried another snap, but he has not been back out since. He may be done for the night. 3 receivers triangulate to the right. 1 target left. Snap back, Georgia Tech at its own 43. Final play of the half. Under pressure, Philo takes a big shot, lets it fly out of bounds, and that is not catchable and incomplete as Philo gets rocked by Travali Price. And that sends us to halftime, 13-7. Tony, I think officially we are in the grinder. I feel like that's fair to say here at halftime. It's a back and forth defensive affair with a chess match, a lot of punts, and a lot of defense in the ball game.
And the key, and you mentioned it, but the Georgia Tech offense has not scored a touchdown tonight. They had the defensive touchdown, 2 field goals. So NC State's given up some long drives, a little bit of yards, but they get stingy down inside the 30-yard line, forcing those field goals. But this is the way Georgia Tech wants to play. You look at time of possession, they've held the ball for roughly 19 minutes compared to 11 for the Pack. So job one for NC State, the offensive staff here, is figure out a way to keep the offense on the field, because the defense is fighting and scrapping and clawing, but you don't want to put them in that position for 4 quarters.
Johnny, that was a shot, by the way, Philo took. He got decleated.
He did, but, right when that happened, Price, it wasn't a late hit, but it could have been considered a late hit, and that would have been the worst case scenario. You get 15 yards, and now you give them a chance for a Hail Mary from a decent position. So good job by Price, but little bit too close for comfort for me.
Halftime, Georgia Tech leads at 13-7 over the Pack. We'll take a break and get it started next. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
NC State football is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
It's bow time. It's not just football season. It's tailgate season. And that includes every kind of football, whether it's got goalkeepers or goalposts. The kick is good! Because it doesn't matter where or how you tailgate. When you've got crispy chicken and fluffy buttermilk biscuits from Bojangles, your tailgate is better than great. It's legendary. Head to Bojangles and order your tailgate box with boldly seasoned chicken, fixins, biscuits, and legendary iced tea today. It's bow time.
Thanks to the fans, the Wolfpack definitely have a big home field advantage. Want the same kind of advantage for your home? Head to Quality Equipment for John Deere agriculture, lawn, garden, and worksite equipment. You'll also be a huge fan of their low monthly payments and special financing that will help you cut costs, not quality, on your next purchase. Stop by one of our 36 locations or visit us online at QualityEquip.com. Quality Equipment, proud sponsors of NC State Athletics.
Welcome to the Wolfpack Halftime Report on the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield. Coming up, a look back at stats, scores from the ACC and Top 25, and more as our halftime coverage begins now.
Caterpillar and NC State are proud to honor NC State student-athletes for excellence on and off the field. Elise Reimer is a junior on the women's golf team. Elise is from England and is studying sports management. Caterpillar and NC State congratulate Elise and all the NC State Scholar athletes for their hard work and dedication to excellence. We're in Atlanta, and we have ourselves a defensive grinder. Georgia Tech leading NC State 13-7. Tech's only touchdown was on a Wolfpack turnover, a little pop pass that went off the hands of Casey Concepcion, then deflected off of quarterback C.J. Bailey, right in the hands of a Georgia Tech lineman who scurried into the end zone for a touchdown. It truly was a fluky play. Georgia Tech offense from that point on could produce only the 2 field goals. And NC State's offense actually has the only offensive touchdown in this game, a scramble by C.J. Bailey of 16 yards back in the first quarter. So it is 13-7. And I'm Tony Haynes along with Johnny Evans. Of note, I'm looking at Georgia Tech, and average per rush, Johnny, 2.8 yards average per rush by a Georgia Tech team that really likes running the football. So you can't say enough about what the NC State defense has been able to do.
Well, that's the recipe for defeating Georgia Tech. So take away that fluky defensive touchdown that Tech got. NC State is in control of this football game, but that's the way Tech play. Tech doesn't hurt themselves. They make the plays. They don't hurt themselves with penalties and turnovers, and NC State has 2 turnovers so far in the first half.
But Georgia Tech has run 38 offensive plays, only 25 for NC State. There have been too many 3-and-outs here for the Pack, and the defense has been forced to keep coming out there and fighting and battling. And to their credit, they've done a good job. Philo is the backup quarterback, but he is 8 of 14, 69 yards. He's played more than Haynes King, who's been banged up. King, more of a runner. He's 3 for 3, only 7 yards, but he's not throwing the ball a lot these days. He's got a bad wing, but he did rush it 10 times for 31 yards. But C.J. Bailey and his receivers have really kind of struggled to find enough connections to be effective. Bailey 6 of 14, throwing 64 yards and 2 interceptions.
Yeah, that's been the real story in that time of possession. But NC State does get the ball back. They're only 6 points down in this football game, and they know they're going to be in a battle. They know they're probably going to be a close game, and that's the way it's turned out so far in the first half.
It sure has. So anybody's ball game as we get set for the second half. And again, the Wolfpack will receive receive the second half kickoff. Pack won the toss at the beginning of the game, chose to defer to the second half, and drive right down the field for a score would be just what the doctor ordered for the NC State offense. 13-7 Georgia Tech. We're at the half. Back after this, you're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2, at T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits. Eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
More Wolfpack football after these local messages. You're locked into the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Liberty Senior Living Communities offer vibrant lifestyles in some of North Carolina's most sought-after locations. The amenities of fine resorts and the incomparable comforts of home. All Liberty Senior Living Communities are designed for active seniors and feature whole-person wellness, distinctive dining, life enrichment, and top-class amenities and services. Visit your local Liberty Senior Living Community, the Templeton of Cary, today and come home to the retirement you deserve. Exceptional senior living here, there, and everywhere you want to be.
Hi, this is head football coach Dave Dorne. Get off your keister and come to Heister.
Thanks, Dave. I'm John Heister for the Heister Automotive Group, and you know we're excited to back the pack this year. Dave drives one of our vehicles, and you can too. Just visit one of our 4 locations around the Triangle, Sanford, Lillington, Peakwave Arena, or go online to HeisterAutomotive.com, and we'll bring the vehicle to you. So it's just one more reason to get off your keister and come to Heister.
NC State trails Georgia Tech at the halftime break, 13-7. Zach Burhan's back inside the Learfield Network studios to give you a look at what's to come on Saturday. 4 games kick off at 12 o'clock noon. 8th-ranked Miami welcomes Wake Forest into Hard Rock Stadium. The Hurricanes are looking to bounce back after falling a week ago on the road against Georgia Tech. As for Wake, well, the Demon Deacons are 4-6 on the year and need to win on Saturday and on November 30th at home against Duke to reach the 6-win margin to become bowl eligible. 13th-ranked SMU is in Charlottesville dancing with Virginia. The Mustangs are 9-1 on the year, while the Cavaliers are 1 win away from bowl eligibility. Syracuse hosts UConn, and Boston College looks to become bowl eligible as the Eagles take on the Tar Heels of North Carolina at Chestnut Hill. Coming up at 1:30, Florida State duels Charleston Southern in Tallahassee. 2 games start at 3:30. 17th-ranked Clemson hosts the Citadel, and it's a battle between the West Coast ACC teams as California is at home against Stanford. The Golden Bears are 1 win away from bowl eligibility, while the Stanford is only at 3 wins and cannot reach the 6-win mark. The late game in the ACC features Duke and Virginia Tech at Wallace Wade Stadium. The Blue Devils are 7-3 on the year, while the Hokies are 1 win away from bowl eligibility. There's one other score worth noting. NC State's women's basketball team hit the hardwood today as the 20th-ranked Wolfpack beat down the Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina 89-68 to improve to 3-2 on the year. Next up, the Wolfpack take on Southern University Monday, November 25th at 11 a.m. Pre-game coverage begins at 10:45 right here on the Wolfpack Sports Network. And it's Thursday night football. The Cleveland Browns lead the Pittsburgh Steelers 7-3 at the 2-minute warning. It's 1st and 10 on the Pitt 20 for the Browns. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app. Available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Once again, NC State is down 13-7 against Georgia Tech at the halftime break. When we return, Matt Chazanow and Johnny Evans run down the first half stats. You're listening to NC State football on the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Check, check, and check. That's the sound of me getting a jump start on my holiday list.
but I can't take all the credit. Kohl's makes it too easy. I got my daughter a mini instant camera, my husband his favorite cologne, my sister Kookaburra by UGG slippers, and that's just the beginning. Then I got 20% off some of my other gifts. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offer valid to November 23rd. Coupons do not apply to Tech, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by UGG. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
With the Wolfpack, every touchdown is more than just a touchdown. It's a testament to the teamwork, elbow grease, and can-do attitude it takes to make it to the end zone. And while our fields aren't the kind you throw passes on, Case IH knows every successful farm is more than just a farm. It's the product of top-notch tillage, planting, harvesting, hay, and forage equipment at the hands of hardworking growers. Settle the score with superior tools by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Wolfpack. Go Pack!
NC State football is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol.
Hey Wolfpack, did you know you can fly nonstop on Avelo Airlines from Raleigh-Durham? With Avelo, you can say goodbye to layovers and hello to hassle-free travel with everyday low fares, reliable service, and no change or cancel fees. And now, for a limited time, you can take $20 off round-trip base fares when you book by the end of the season with promo code NC State. Book your trip today at AveloAir.com. That's AveloAir.com. And say hello to Avelo.
Give yourself a lawn that is always ready for game day. Eastern Turf Maintenance delivers year-round, reliable lawn care with outstanding customer service designed to keep your lawn and landscape lush and beautiful. Take back your extra time and trust your lawn to the trained professionals of Eastern Turf Maintenance. From the stadium to your backyard, they're helping happy grow. Visit etmlawncare.com to get your own game day beautiful lawn.
Back here at halftime, Georgia Tech leads the pack 13-7. NC State's down just 6 points here in Atlanta. And LS Tractor is making a difference in the community. For every Wolfpack touchdown during the 2024 football season, LS Tractor will make a $100 donation to support U.S. Armed Forces. LS Tractor is a proud sponsor of NC State Athletics. Visit lstractorusa.com. Highlighted there with the box score, Johnny Evans has jotted down some notes. What do you see for the halftime stats, buddy?
Yeah, the numbers are pretty close. Georgia Tech, 9 first downs, 59 rushing yards, 76 through the air, 135 total offense for Georgia Tech. Where they are leading and it's making a difference is time of possession, 18:52, almost 19 minutes for the Yellow Jackets to only 11 minutes for the Pack. 2 of 7 third down conversions for Tech, 2 of 5 third down conversions for NC State, and the Pack has 119 total offense, 64 passing, 55 rushing. Haynes is the leading rusher for Tech, 31 net yards for him. Haynes King, the quarterback, has 20 rushing yards, and Aaron Philo has 69 passing yards on 8 of 14 and completion ratio. Boyd has 3 catches. Stockton has 3 catches, each for 20 yards. Hollywood Smothers, the leading rusher for the Pack, 22 yards on the ground. C.J. Bailey has another 20 yards on the ground. One of those was a 16-yard touchdown run, and Bailey is only 6 of 14 for 64 yards passing, and he does have the 2 interceptions. Jordan Waters has a couple catches for 33 yards, and then Sean Brown has 8 tackles. He's been all over the field. Cleveland, Betty, and Kaufman each have 4 tackles apiece for the Pack.
And maybe as big as any stat is that you saw Davin Vann in a red hooded sweatshirt. He did have his pants on, but it looked like his shoulder pads were off, right?
Yeah, his hood was up. He was walking with a gait that would make in a slow manner on either side of him. One was, I believe, the trainer for NC State, and one was the team doctor. And so it looked like, and he was coming from another portion, not the locker room. He was headed from another portion, maybe where the x-ray, or not x-ray, where examination room is, and then walking back toward the NC State locker room. So all indications are that he's not going to be ready for this second half.
All right, NC State just comes out of the locker room just now, and the scamper from the right corner, the near side of the field. They run across the field, but maybe no Davin Vann the rest of the way. 13-7 is the score. Pack's down by 6 here at the Yellow Jackets. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Looking for a subcompact tractor? Right now, you can take home the compact do-it-all value leader from LS Tractor for as low as $139 per month. That's right. Now, for a limited time, get more done around the acreage, farm, and ranch, and save big on the MT122 from LS Tractor. Packed with standard features for a better operator experience and ready to accept the implement you need. Certain conditions may apply. Visit a participating LS Tractor dealer for complete details. For as low as $139 a month, the MT122 LS Tractor. Start blue, stay blue.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, score the confidence you need to start your journey with the power and exceptional capability of a new Ford F-150. With available smart tech like Pro Power on board, it's game on when F-150 is part of your team. For great offers and to learn more about a new Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer today. Always consult the owner's manual for important operating instructions. This is your home for NC State football. The Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Thanks to the fans, the Wolfpack definitely have a big home field advantage. Want the same kind of advantage for your home? Head to Quality Equipment for John Deere agriculture, lawn, garden, and worksite equipment. You'll also be a huge fan of their low monthly payments and special financing that will help you cut costs, not quality, on your next purchase. Stop by one of our 36 locations or visit us online at QualityEquip.com. Quality Equipment, proud sponsors of NC State Athletics.
Wolfpack fans needing to stay overnight? Book with the new Town Place Suites by Marriott, Raleigh University area, located 3771 Thistledown Drive. This beautiful property is just minutes from NC State's Centennial Campus, Lenovo Center, and Carter Finley Stadium. It's an all-suite hotel with full kitchenette and Wi-Fi, and with amenities like the Wolf's Den Full Bar and Bites, an enhanced fitness center, business center, and great outdoor space with grills and a fire pit. You'll be sure to enjoy your time with us. Give us a call at 984-300-1410 and ask about our NC State University discount rates. Go Pack!
13-7, only offensive touchdown tonight was C.J. Bailey's 16-yard run, a bizarre 21-yard pick six by Georgia Tech. Their only score of the night in the end zone. Otherwise, they have a couple of field goals. It's been a defensive grinder here between Georgia Tech and NC State, and the Wolfpack in all likelihood will have to continue it tonight, Tony, without their leader number one, Davin Vann. He walked out in a hooded sweatshirt to the gaze of Johnny Evans on the near side of the field, which is actually the Georgia Tech side of the field. He was walking out with some medical attention. It's 13-7. Georgia Tech has the lead over the Pack here at halftime. No Davin Vann maybe for the second.
Nobody tougher on this football team. So if he's out of uniform, wearing a sweatshirt right now, it means that the doctors have told Davin Vann there's just no way you can come back and play for the rest of this game. Hopefully he'll get a chance to play in the rivalry game next week. This is a big game for him. He's from Cary. But, hey, the rest of the defense really stepped up after Davin Vann left. Brandon Cleveland, especially, I thought was tremendous, playing on the nose of the center in the interior of that NC State defensive line.
4 tackles for Cleveland, 1 pass breakup. He did bat that 1 ball down. And NC State called heads, won the toss, and deferred. So they return from right to left here, and it's the second half about to get started here in Atlanta at Bobby Dodd Stadium. Was built in 1913. Has been renovated 1 or 2 times since. Artificial surface. Aiden Burr run up and boot from left to right, end over end, high arcer, and boy, he crushed another one, just clocked it out of the back of the right end zone. And so C.J. Bailey will trot out onto the surface. 6 of 14 passing for 64 yards, 2 interceptions. One of them's a little misleading. That was the pop pass to Concepcion.
Aaron Burr is not as popular here tonight as he thinks, because he probably hears a lot of people in the stands saying Burr.
Yeah, right. But good point.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with him.
It's a good point.
It's a little chilly out.
Yeah, they don't have the heaters. They don't have the luxuries. All right, so empty backfield set here now. Rogers, Anderson, and Jolie to the left. Concepcion And I believe Collins to the right. Make it Collins left, Rogers right. Snap back at the 25. Dump off on a drag. There's Joe Lee with a haul. His first of the night at the 30. Near numbers, and he's shuttled out of bounds on the near side of the field. And it says LaMiles Brooks, the safety there, with a tackle gain of 5.
I like that idea of getting the ball in your playmaker's hands. Joe Lee clearly has been one of the key playmakers. Unusual for a tight end to have the best per catch average, but that's Joe Lee. He's more like a wide receiver.
Joe Lee and Rogers left. Now Smothers motions out of the backfield. 2nd and 5 at the 30. Bailey deep drop, zips a spiral left. That's Rogers with the haul, but he's gobbled up. Loss of 1 on the play, or a gain of a few yards, I should say, to the 29. No, loss of the play, loss of 1. They spot it backwards, and it's 3rd and 6. And that was Thomas Gore, the interior lineman. Georgia Tech shuttles a lot of interior linemen, maybe the most the Pac seen since Tennessee.
So 2 plays in a row to start the second half. NC State empties out the backfield, trying to spread out this Georgia Tech defense a little bit.
Triangle of receivers, right hashes. Ball is left hashes. Smothers and Collins left. 3rd and 6. Pack at its own 29. Snap Bailey. Flips the hips left. Caught by Collins. Gobbled up. Nothing there. Georgia Tech's all over it. No gain, and NC State will have to punt. That's the first snaps from scrimmage here. Anthony Belton with some choice words for Amari Harvey, the cornerback. Trinelius Tatum was there to blow that play up. They read the screen pass to Collins. And Noonkester will punt it off right to left. It's 4th and 6, snap coming from the 29.
Let's see if Noonkester can kind of catch one here. He's only had 2 punts for a 38-yard average so far in the first half.
Back to return this punt is Bailey Stockton. He's at the left 30-yard line. It's been conservative except for the 1 punt return that was high risk. It was a 3-yard return. Snap to Noonkester, boots up 1. This is a moonshot. And Stockton, he almost dropped it. A fingertip grab at the 30. Hands were way out away from his body, and the ball kind of snow-coned in his fingertips. A 41-yard punt there. Great hang time by Noonkester. 12:55 here, 3rd quarter, and Georgia Tech takes over just like that.
I don't have a stopwatch, but I have one in my head, and I know a 5-second plus hang time when I see it, and that was definitely a 5-pluser. Very good possession punt by Noonkester.
Is that your threshold for great hang time? 5. That 5 number.
5 is anything over 5 is great.
That was a boomer. That was a 15-second hang time. Here's 1st and 10 now at the 30. And this is Philo. Takes the snap, turns and gives to the left hip. This is Haynes, and he's driven for a 1-yard gain. Cleveland's there. It's 5th tackle of the night. Brandon Cleveland not only stops Haynes, but then kind of pulls him backwards. Forward progress, a gain of 1. Cleveland's been really active.
Well, once again, Haynes only had 31 yards, now 32 yards in this football game, and that's nowhere near his game average.
He had 128 yards against Duke, stout defensive front. Haynes has run well this year. 2nd and 9. Tech at its own 31. 2 receivers to the right. Snap back to Philo. Deep drop. Plants the foot. Zips a spiral. There's a comeback grab by Singleton over the 40 to the 43-yard line for a 12-yard gain up the near hashes. And when you give Philo a lot of time on a deep drop, Johnny, he can flash the arm, can't he?
And Singleton coming back into play after his injury.
This is some tempo for the first time tonight. Snap back to Philo at the 43. Turns and gives left to Haynes. Not much there. Travali Price's turn now in the interior to pull Haynes back. Tony, the interior of this box for NC State's defense has been fabulous tonight.
Yeah, and when you see defensive linemen making a lot of tackles, that doesn't happen a lot in this particular defense. Their job mostly in the 3-3-5 stack is to occupy linemen, allowing the linebackers to make plays. Sean Brown's made a bunch of plays here tonight. Looks like Georgia Tech now is going to go away from the tempo. They tried it after that 2nd down completion, but now they're going to slow it down.
2nd and 9 in between the hashes at its own 44. Snap, Philo fakes the jet sweep, steps up under pressure, drifts to the left, launches it deep and doesn't have the arm to get it there. It skips at the 19-yard line. He had greedy eyes downfield for Singleton, but needed 15 more yards or so.
Great pass rush from the edge. Travali Price. He's been active here tonight, especially in pass rush situations. And now you get Georgia Tech where you want them, 3rd and 9.
11:09 third quarter. Georgia Tech leads at 13-7. Big 3rd and 9 here. Chance to get them to punt. Snap coming from the Tech 44. Triangle of targets to the right. One of them's Hawes. Abdul Jannah. Bailey Stockton there as well. Singleton wide side left. Philo looks to the sideline, maybe for a play call, and there's a flag. He's frustrated. And is that a delay of game?
It was down to 2, so it looks like it's going to be motion.
False start.
Offense, number 11. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Looks on Jamal Haynes. A false start on the running back.
Yeah, Haynes is just frustrated, period. You can tell. He's just he took responsibility for that. He was pointing to his own chest. That was on me. But I can tell you, he's not used to having the defenders on him like NC State's defense has been on him all this game.
Really advantageous situation here. 3rd and 14. Georgia Tech snap back at the 39. 3 receivers right. Philo steps up. He zips a ball with velocity in and out of the fingertips of Singleton at the Pack 40. Threw that ball over the top of 3 different Wolfpack defenders. Kaufman, White, and Cooley were all there. Singleton actually got his hands on that ball and almost caught it, but it sets up a punt situation for Georgia Tech.
But that clearly was a force. You don't try to even though the ball hit his receiver's hands, he's very fortunate that an NC State defender didn't catch that football.
David Shanahan back to punt it off. The lefty punter runs into it at the 30. This is Coit back for a fair catch and a boomer to the 15. It's the 13th punt this year inside the 20 for Shanahan, with 11 minutes to play here in the second quarter. Go to struttothehut.com to find exclusive Wolfpack fan deals. Offers are updated throughout the year, so the Pack always gets the best price. Go to struttothehut.com and order Pizza Hut today. 46-yard punt puts the Pack back at its own 15-yard line, but the Pack defense phenomenal there against Georgia Tech. We'll take a break. Georgia Tech up 13-7 here on NC State. You're listening to Wolfpack football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
.10:56 here, third quarter. Georgia Tech leads the Pack 13-7. Live here in Atlanta on a Thursday night special after a bye week. Chance for bowl eligibility, 10th out of the last 11 years. Just fantastic to be here on the road with the full crew. We've got our producer and engineer, David Modlin, our statistician, Howard Baum, of course, our spotter, Francis Combs, alongside Tony Haynes and Johnny Evans, yours truly here. Zach Burhan's back in the studio as well. Full crew here for a Thursday night ball game in Atlanta. NC State at Georgia Tech. Played annually for years until the divisions came to be. From 86 to 83 to 06. And only 5 times over the last 17 years have these two gotten together.
Now, NC State trying to get something going offensively. 7 offensive possessions, 4 3-and-outs. And that's how you arrive at this. Georgia Tech has run 43 offensive plays, only 28 for NC State. And then that time of possession. Georgia Tech roughly 21 minutes, NC State just 13. Now, the opening drive of this third quarter, NC State tried to spread them out and go quick, go short. We'll see what the plan is coming out of this timeout for the second possession of the half.
Smothers, 3 carries, 22 yards. Raphael, 2 carries, 6 yards. Waters, 2 carries, 4 yards. That's the production from the backs. Waters is in there. Pistol set for Bailey. 2 targets to each side. Concepcion and Collins left. Jolie and Rogers right. Bailey takes the snap at the 15. Turns and gives left hand off Waters. Head of steam, plows into a tackler over the 20 and then leans to the 21 for a gain of 6 yards. Waters with room to run there off the right side of the line. And 2nd and 3, they say a gain of 7 on the reach.
Yeah, I like the first down run. Let's try to pound some time of possession out, get some first downs by running the football.
So 2nd and a long 3 here. With Waters to the right shoulder now, Bailey. 2 targets to each side. Ball right hashes, 22-yard line. Snap to Bailey. Pumps once. Tosses right. Batted down again. That's got to be the 5th tipped ball by Georgia Tech's defensive line tonight. And it sets up 3rd and 3.
Yeah, all the passes have been short and inside. And sometimes that's where those linemen get their hands up. Here's a stat. NC State has 1 explosive play in the passing game tonight. That would be 20 yards or more. And that was a 24-yard gain back in the first half. That's it.
3rd and 3. 10-17 here in the 3rd quarter. Down 6 points at Georgia Tech. Waters left to Bailey. 2 targets left. Rogers short side right. Jolie tight to the line off of Peak's right shoulder. Snap back to Bailey. 4-man rush. Dumps it left flat. Caught by Waters. He escapes an arm tackle at the 25. Sidesteps another over the 30. And a first down for the Pack toward the 34. That's a First Horizon first down.
Waters just catches it out in the flat and runs through a thigh tackle. The defensive back goes to try to make the tackle at the...
You know that explosive play I talked about in the first half? That play.
Yeah.
The same one where Waters sprints out in the flat and nobody home.
Nobody covered him.
Collins and Jolie left. Concepcion slot right. Rogers wide right. 1st and 10. Ball is at the 33, they say. Snap left hashes for Bailey. He tosses it right, and it's caught with one knee on the ground by Rogers, a gain of a few yards. His left knee was down when he grabbed the ball, and so he was down immediately, a gain of 4 yards to the far numbers. That might have been Grimes, I beg your pardon. That's Grimes who made that grab, and so it sets up 2nd and 6.
Still, you take 4 yards any way you get it. Run, pass, one knee down. 4 yards is a good first down pickup.
All right, 2nd and 6 here, 9 minutes and ticking. Down 6 points in Atlanta, trying to drive. Ball right hashes, empty backfield now as Waters evacuates in the motion. Snap, Bailey blitzes on, pressures on. He tries to tunnel through and can't. To the 35 now. Oh, extracurriculars on the far side of the field. Offensive lineman, I think that's Jacarius Peak, having a very friendly discussion with LaMiles Brooks. Just some civil discourse between 2 co-workers tonight.
Just how friendly was that, do you think?
Real collegial discussion.
I think so.
3rd and 7. 8:24 and ticking. Big play here for the Pack. Trying to keep the drive going. Waters left shoulder of Bailey. 2 targets left. That's Rogers and Collins. Jackson motions right to left. Snap, shin high. Bailey drifts left. Design rollout. Zips it left. Caught by Jackson. Leans forward for the sticks, and he's spotted short.
Bad spot.
About a yard short on the left hand out there. Caught the ball.
He's a yard short, but I thought he stretched the ball out to get right to the marker before he stepped out of bounds, but official on that side of the field didn't think so.
And so it sets up a punt situation. Noonkester's out there to boot it off, 1 yard short. 7:43 to play. Bailey Stockton back to return it. Snap near hashes to Noonkester. Pops it off. Another one that'll please Johnny Evans with the hang time, and that goes into the chest to Bailey Stockton at the 12. Fair? Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't beat that, and the fact that it went down to the 12-yard line take that every time.
All right. Medical Moving Solutions has partnered with NC State football this fall for every field goal and interception the Pack makes this season. Medical Moving Solutions will donate $100 to Gigi's Playhouse. Thank you to Medical Moving Solutions for your support of Gigi's Playhouse and the NC State Wolfpack. Ball is at the 12. Beautiful punt by Noonkester with hang time. Georgia Tech has it with 7:29 on the third quarter clock, up 13-7 here in Atlanta. You're listening to Wolfpack football from Learfield.
Hands it off. Raphael sprints off right side. Touchdown.
The Inside NC State Athletics podcast, powered by PNC Bank, brings you the latest news from on campus, plus a chance to hear from Wolfpack legends.
Dory Hall. Yes, sir. You all would be standing there waiting on to get an interview for me, and I'm still out there catching balls, and it used to drive Annabelle crazy. She's just now telling me this now.
So we can give credit to the media for your great success.
Exactly. And then, if I ever got in a situation where I had a slump, you guys wouldn't be too hard on me.
Inside NC State Athletics. Download it wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll have more NC State football in 60 seconds. This is the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
North Carolina folks often recognize and associate Edwards Incorporated with our mobile crane rental business, but that's only part of our story. We're also a full-service industrial general contractor that specializes in steel and pipe fabrication, electrical and mechanical construction. Edwards Incorporated is committed to delivering exceptional value with an emphasis on safety, quality, and performance for your project needs. For your industrial construction needs, trust Edwards Incorporated to provide the quality you expect and deserve. Safety, quality, performance guaranteed. Visit us at edwardsinc.com. Edwards Inc. is a proud supporter of NC State Athletics.
Sometimes everything goes your way, and sometimes it doesn't.
Just like on the field or on the court, life and business have ups and downs. I'm Larry Barber, President and CEO of North State Bank, and that's why you need to call us. We'll be with you no matter what comes your way.
North State Bank, the best call you'll ever make. Visit northstatebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, and home to Wolfpack fans.
13-7, Georgia Tech leads the Pack. 7:29 to play, third quarter. Another punt for Caden Noonkester, who's been busier than Coach Dorne would like him to be tonight. Georgia Tech has the ball at its own 12. And Johnny, it's such a tight margin between these two right now. These 6 points. It feels like just one big play could be the deciding factor in this ballgame.
Could be one big play. It could be something as simple as flipping the field like Noonkester just did.
Good point.
And creating a long field. If Georgia Tech can't get but 1 or 2 first downs, then they punt back. NC State takes advantage of the flip field. So you just got to hang in there. You can't make any mistakes, and then you play for that one big play. But I like the chances of NC State. They're running the football. They're averaging 4.6 yards per rush to only 2.7 per rush for Georgia Tech. So State's doing a good job in rushing game. 1st and 10, Georgia Tech at its own 12. Snap to Haynes King now. Jet sweep, Bailey Stockton eludes an ankle tackle, shuffles forward, spins out of another, muscles his way over the 15 to the 16 for a 4-yard gain. A physical one on the jet sweep for Stockton, who's been the punt returner tonight for the Yellow Jackets, and it's 2nd and 6. Well, that was a scrappy run. It was a jet sweep, and he was first encountered about 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage, broke 2 or 3 tackles. It was only a gain of 4 yards, but still, it could have been a loss of 3 yards. Noah Potter's taken the spot of Davin Vann, got injured in the first half and doesn't seem likely to return here now. It's a snap back to Haynes King. He fakes the jet sweep and then sprints off left tackle for a gain of 3. Dives down to the 19-yard line. 6:36 in ticking third quarter. Betty there with the tackle. It's 3rd and 3 now for Georgia Tech.
It's amazing how many of their plays start with that jet sweep look. And then that first down play was one of the few times tonight they've actually handed the ball off. More often than not, the quarterback has pulled it and run himself. Now he's reading the outside linebackers, the defensive ends, to see if anybody's crashing, and that'll often determine whether he keeps it or hands it off.
3 targets tight to the line right. Hawes is the one on the right hashes. Now he splits out way wide with Singleton and Stockton. 2 targets short side left. Empty backfield. 3rd and 3 now. Philo back in the ball game. Airs it out down the near sideline. One Singleton. High arcer caught. inside the 35, tackled toward the 32. Biggest chunk play of the offensive night for Georgia Tech. TaMarcus Cooley in on the coverage, tackles Singleton down, but a deep ball on 3rd and 3 for 49 yards, hits for Philo to Singleton.
Well, nice throw by Philo, but even a better catch by Singleton. It was good coverage. Cooley was right on him, but he just stuck with it. Cooley didn't look back for the ball and didn't reach for the ball. Singleton did a nice job of waiting to the last second to put his hands up for the catch.
1st and 10 at the Pack 32. Haynes to the right shoulder of King. King takes the snap, toss sweep to the right. Haynes jump cut away from a tackle now, and then he's shut down at the line of scrimmage. Some oohs and ahs on the initial tackle break, but then Kamel Bonner's there to bring Haynes down, along with Betty as well, and it's 2nd and 10. That's a gutsy call, Donnie, on 3rd and 3 to air it out down the near sideline for Georgia Tech.
Well, that's his strength, right? But they took a shot, one-on-one coverage. And if you trust your receivers to win those 50-50 battles like that, you know, it's worth taking that shot. And great play by the receiver.
So 2nd and 10 now. Snap back at the Pack 32. Deep drop for Philo. Steps up in the pocket, tucks and runs. Ball in his right arm, slides down, and then barrel rolls to the 25. They say the slide starts at the 28. Gain of 4 yards to the 28-yard line with 4:19 and ticking. Did they change the spot here? No, they left it there. 28-yard line. 3rd and 6. So it's Stockton, Jeanette, and Canyon, the 3 receivers left. Snap back to Philo. Lobs it right in and out of the hands of Hawes. It popped up incomplete at the 10. He had that ball ready to be secured for a first down, and an uncommon drop there down the right numbers for big Jackson Hawes, and another field goal set up here for Georgia Tech.
And it wasn't like that ball was above the helmet level of Hawes. It was right at his shoulder pads, and it did hit off the top of his shoulder pads, but he didn't have to reach his hands up.
All right, so this is where Burr has missed all of his kicks, on the right hashes this year. This is a 45-yarder. Snap, the hold, the boot, end over end is good. He has made the adjustment tonight, and it's 16-7 with a 45-yard boot from Aiden Burr. It's 3:55 to play. Georgia Tech's up 16-7, still has not scored an offensive touchdown tonight. Hey, Wolfpack fans, One Pack NIL Collective is a proud sponsor of NC State Athletics and supporter of NC State football and our student athletes. Membership to One Pack NIL Collective includes autographed memorabilia, exclusive events and experiences, custom merchandise, and much more. Visit onepacknil.com and join today. We'll step aside. Georgia Tech leads 16-7 over the Pack. 3:55 to play, 3rd quarter here in Atlanta. You're listening to Wolfpack football from Learfield.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of an entire football field with your eyes closed. I'm joining Trusted Choice independent insurance agents to urge you and your families to put down your phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/go state.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, score the confidence you need to start your journey with the power and exceptional capability of a new Ford F-150. With available smart tech like Pro Power on board, it's game on when F-150 is part of your team. For great offers and to learn more about a new Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer today. Always consult the owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Seven-play, 60-yard drive stalls out yet again for Georgia Tech, but an Aiden Burr field goal makes it 16-7. Burr's getting warmed up here at the 50, and he just did a kind of kick through the air to get his legs warmed up, and he kind of just held his right hamstring after he did it. Now he's the kickoff man and he's the field goal kicker. He's actually walking around a little gingerly right now, and he's kind of working out a kink in his right leg. He's just getting the leg warmed up at the 50, and I'll be darned if I don't know if he injured himself, but he doesn't look quite right, Johnny. What do you think?
I think you're right. I didn't see him actually go through the stretch or the fake kick, but he doesn't have great body language right now, does he? I mean, it looks like he has injured his lower body.
It's like if you were a golfer in the tee box and you're doing air swings, or not at the tee box, at the supermarket, and you're doing your air swings, trying to get the swing right, and then you kind of tweak your back. It looked like his leg wasn't quite right after that, but he booted a 45-yarder through. We'll see how this kickoff goes.
Well, he's running better.
Seems to be okay.
He's running better now, but let's see where he goes.
He's got DK Kaufman back here waiting in case he's not feeling at full strength.
I would say if Kaufman catches the ball at least no more than 3 yards deep, I would go ahead and run it out.
Let it rip.
5 yards deep probably still too much, but right where he's standing, if he can catch it from there or closer to the field of play.
Well, and when you think about how hard chunk plays have been to come by tonight, that's not even that risky. That might just be a good idea.
Yeah, no, he's been spectacular this year with the ball in his hands, whether it's intercepting a pass or running back these kickoffs. You're right, on a night when the offense has really struggled to get anything going, maybe a DK Kaufman kick return attempt 2 yards deep in the end zone might be a good way to go.
So Burr runs up and boots it off the tee, end over end, and his leg is fine. And it goes out of the back of the right end zone. So 3:55 to play, third quarter. Georgia Tech's up 16-7. NC State's offense back out. I think the Pack, Tony Gibson, are got to feel phenomenal right now. They've yet to allow a touchdown. Georgia Tech has had its moments, but only 3 field goals surrendered, plus the freaky, fluky 21-yard pick six early in the game.
That's right. Had the one big pass play, the 49-yarder or so just now to get him down for that field goal, but they've actually stopped all the running for Georgia Tech.
So 1st and 10. As Anderson motions right to left. 2 receivers to the right as well. Snap back at the 25. Bailey zips a slant right. That's caught by Concepcion as he is crunched to the turf to the 34. An 8 gain of 9. Boy, did that look easy there for Concepcion on a slant from the right slot, tackled by Powell Lee.
Yeah, a lot of room inside there. Good coverage. He was tackled immediately, Concepcion was. So he was being covered well by the defender, but there was no underneath coverage. Wide open, pretty easy pitch and catch for C.J. Bailey.
2nd and 1. Clock at 3:25, third quarter. Snap to Bailey at the 34. He gives it to Raphael. A bit of an awkward exchange, and Raphael is bottled up and dropped. Back at the 34-yard line. And it sets up 3rd and 1. Jordan Vandenberg, the Penn State transfer, combines with Jackson Hamilton for that stick.
Yeah, and their Georgia Tech is kind of in the story of their night defensively. 2 deep safeties. I mean, they were playing really deep, and you feel like as an offense, you've got to be able to run the ball against that a little bit, and the Pack really couldn't get anything going on that play.
Jackson and Anderson to the right. Now Jackson motions toward the line. Back in the backfield, actually. Snap to Bailey. This is a give to Raphael. He sprints over the first down marker on 3rd and 1, over the 40, and he dives down right shoulder first to the 44, a first horizon first down, and a 10-yard sprint on 3rd and 1.
That was as good of blocking up front between the tackles as NC State's had all night. They've been averaging almost 5 yards, 4.5 yards. Now that went up to 5 yards after that run. But so I keep running the football. You're not out of this thing. You don't have to panic and just throw it around.
Rogers and Concepcion to the right. Anderson and Jolie left. 1st and 10, Pack at its own 44. Bailey shotgun, Raphael to his right in the backfield. Bailey snap, deep drop, steps back from a sack, steps up in the pocket, now tucks and runs, and then slides inside the 45, angling to the near sideline. They spot it down to the 47 for a 3-yard gain, all said and done for Bailey as he escapes the E.J. Lightsey pressure.
Well, he's just so amazing. Just sort of almost like I know he's not playing around back there, but he's just so in control because of his athleticism. He knows he can get out of almost any bind back there in the pocket.
Jolie, Concepcion, Rogers, wide side right. Anderson left. 2nd and 7, Pack at its own 47. Bailey takes a step toward Correll and changes the protection. Raphael to the right shoulder of Bailey. Georgia Tech makes its defensive switches. Snap Bailey, gives now to Raphael. Jump cut to the left, has Green at the 45. Sprints to the 40, hurdles a man to the 35. And Kendrick Raphael has a first down for NC State as he leaps over Amari Harvey to get a few more yards. 19-yard sprint for Raphael.
Well, they blitzed a safety that time. You know, their safety's been hanging back, but they blitzed a safety from the outside, but Raphael cut it right back inside of that blitzer there and found a lot of running room. If the safety doesn't get him, there's going to be a lot of space back there.
45 seconds left in the third quarter. Down 16-7 here on the road, looking for a score. Pistol set Bailey. Jolie motions right to left. Now 3 targets left. Snap Bailey turns to the right, gives to Raphael. He stiff arms out of a tackle, has his cleats toward the 30 and muscles inside the 30 to the 28. Hard running for Kendrick Raphael, a gain of 6 to the far numbers where Powell Lee, the safety, finally ends the play.
And keep feeding that guy. Raphael's feeling it right now. You can tell that he's just got the explosion. You feel like he's got the want to right now, and I think you're going to keep feeding him.
5 seconds left in the quarter. They do go to the line now with 3. Will they snap it at 1? They won't. 0's on the clock, and we go to the fourth quarter at a 16-7 score. Georgia Tech up 16-7, but NC State with momentum and driving. Before we go to the break, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves as affiliates. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield. Lenovo, a global technology solutions company that is called NC Home since 2005, is proud to support the community in the NC State Wolfpack. Lenovo, smarter technology for all. Visit us at Lenovo.com. We'll take a break. Fourth quarter's next. Field flips. NC State's down here at Georgia Tech at 16-7 Yellow Jackets. It's Wolfpack football at the 28. Second and 4 when we come back. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Thanks to the fans, the Wolfpack definitely have a big home field advantage. Want the same kind of advantage for your home? Head to Quality Equipment for John Deere agriculture, lawn, garden, and worksite equipment. You'll also be a huge fan of their low monthly payments and special financing that will help you cut costs, not quality, on your next purchase. Stop by one of our 36 locations or visit us online at QualityEquip.com. Quality Equipment, proud sponsors of NC State Athletics.
More Wolfpack football after these local messages. You're locked in to the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
As the U.S. Open returned to Pinehurst Resort and Donald Ross's masterpiece, Pinehurst No. 2, there has never been a better time to visit and test your game at the cradle of American golf. Pinehurst Resort is home to 10 championship golf courses, including its newest Tom Doak's rugged and breathtaking design of Pinehurst No. 10. With 4 historic hotels, Pinehurst blends the charms of yesteryear with the very best in golf today. Visit Pinehurst.com now to plan your stay.
While you're applying SPF 60, looking at a high of 97, we're subjecting train systems to temperatures north of 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
While you're cheering on the Wolfpack, train heating and cooling systems are being tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com.
It's hard to stop a train.
Welcome back to Bobby Dodd Stadium, everyone. I'm Johnny Evans alongside Chaz and Tony. And at the end of 3 quarters, it's Georgia Tech 16, NC State 7. Sports and Social, Carey is bringing you the ultimate fan experience this football season with a huge 42-foot HD big screen, food and beverage specials, live entertainment, and giveaways. Sports and Social is the place to be. Visit sportsandsocialcarey.com and follow on social media at Sports Social NC Carey. Let's take a look at the numbers. Georgia Tech, 209 in total offense, 137 passing, 72 rushing, 11 first downs, 3 out of 10 on third down conversions for NC State. 197 total offense, 99 passing, 98 rushing yards, 9 first downs, 4 of 9 on third down conversions. Philo is 10 of 19 for Georgia Tech for 130 passing yards. Haynes is 12 carries for 33 yards. And Singleton has 3 catches for 61 yards. For NC State, Bailey, 13 for 22, 99 passing yards. He does have 2 interceptions. Raphael, 6 carries for 41 yards. Bailey, another 5 carries for 22 yards. Waters has 3 catches for 45 yards. And Concepcion, a couple catches for 15. Chaz?
Start of the fourth quarter, 2nd and 4 now at the Tech 28. Smothers motions out of the backfield to the right. 3 targets left. Empty set. Bailey snap. Clean pocket. Steps up to the top of it. Texan runs with Green at the 20. Has an angle 15. Sprints to the 10. 1 man to beat 5. Touchdown. 28 yards. C.J. Bailey's 2nd touchdown run tonight. And it's 16-13 pending the PAT.
Well, there's a lot of different ways a quarterback like C.J. Bailey can beat you. And we've seen tonight when his arm isn't at his best, his legs are fantastic. I mean, you just don't, it doesn't get any better than that. He's got NC State right back in this football game.
Here's the PAT, 14:47 on the clock. Snap, hold, kick is good. Through the right uprights, it's a 2-point ball game here in Atlanta. A 16-14 score. C.J. Bailey with his legs. He has 50 yards and 2 rush TDs. When the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where you'll find amazing deals on everything you need all in one place so you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first. We'll take a break. Georgia Tech leads at 16-14. C.J. Bailey, couple of rush TDs tonight. 14:47 to play here in Atlanta. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
LS Tractor wants to give you up to $7,500. Yes, you heard that right. It's happening now. LS Tractor is giving you up to $7,500 in cash rebates on select models. You pay for your new LS Tractor in cash. It's cash for cash at your participating LS Tractor dealer. But hurry, the $7,500 rebate program is here for a very limited time. Shop your local LS Tractor dealer and get complete program details. To find a dealer near you, click on over to lstractorusa.com. LS Tractor. Start blue. Stay blue.
7-play, 75-yard scoring drive. Takes 4:08 off the clock. John Heister scoring drive. A 28-yard rush by Bailey the capper. Get off your keister and go to Heister. What was the...
Well, first off, there have been 2 offensive touchdowns tonight, both by NC State.
Right.
Georgia Tech's touchdown was a defensive score, but Clayton Powell-Lee was the corner running down the left sideline, following the receiver deep into the end zone. And even though C.J. Bailey was running up his back, the corner Lee, he stayed with the receiver downfield, although the quarterback had already passed the line of scrimmage by 20 yards. Obviously, he can't throw the ball at that point. So they're going to hit him hard, I think, in the film room watching that one, because he was one of the guys, one of 2 players that was at least in a position perhaps to make the tackle short of the goal line. But he didn't come up. He stayed with the receiver.
Bailey has used the legs twice. The 16-yarder was to the near pylon, and the 28-yarder to the far pylon, with a really nice cut on the safety there at the 5-yard line. And so Georgia Tech and NC State, mentioned the other 3 Thursday games they've played were all one-possession games. By the way, 4 Thursday games. That's Sounds like it's a lot of Thursday games against Georgia Tech.
Well, I go back to what I said in the pregame when we brought it up on Coach Dorne's radio show the other night. Half the conference games this year have been decided by 7 points or less.
Yeah. How about that? Yeah. All of it, not just NC State, all of them.
Yes.
Colin Smith set to boot it off. Pack has a chance to do this in spite of 2 turnovers, one of them resulting in a touchdown in the first half. Smith boots it from left to right, end over end, and Singleton lets it bounce out of the end zone. Now here's what's on the line for Georgia Tech. First of all, it's senior night. Second of all, they last went undefeated at home in 1999. They did it in 1990, naturally, as you can see the national champions year up there. The last time they did it before that was 66. It's trying to be the 3rd Georgia Tech team just to go unbeaten at home through a year since 66. They last won 7 games in a year in 2018. It's just a 2-point ball game here, and NC State is trying to get its 6th win of this season. It's 1st and 10 now at the 25. This is Philo. Takes the snap near hashes, drifts right, throws it over the seam. That's caught by Avery Boyd. He's chopped down at the right hip by Aiden White, but a first down and then some. 45's where he caught it. A 23-yard gain to the 48 for big Avery Boyd, the 6'3", 240-pound target.
And that's at least twice that big Boyd going down the right hash. Philo being able to put a shot on him. Philo's this is a true freshman here. Remember that. And he's throwing the ball like an upperclassman.
3 targets to the left. Singleton short side right. Snap is errant. Haynes King picks it up. Spins away from a tackle for loss. Runs into 2 more of the NC State defense. And Kaufman drills him back to the 40. A loss of 8 on the play. There's a Food Lion sack. Every sack's a sack to give back. For every sack the Pack make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to support our Feed the Pack food pantry right here in Raleigh. Food Lion's the official grocer of the ACC. It is 2nd and 18 now for Georgia Tech after the bad snap.
Well, Georgia Tech has not given up a lot of sacks, as we said, coming into this game only 4.
Right.
So that's the 5th of the season, 1st of the game.
That's it. 5th sack of the year. Incredible. Snap back. Philo lets it rip over Stockton's shoulder. Behind him, incomplete. Bishop Fitzgerald was with him step for step. Great pressure from Bonner on the blitz, and it makes it 3rd and 18. Clock at 13:30 to play. Pack looking to get Georgia Tech to punt to get the ball back down by 2 here in Atlanta.
This is where I'm not sure. This would be a good time for Gibson to pull back. Maybe have 8 in coverage. Just try to catch everything in front. Come up, make the tackle, force the punt.
Lane and Stockton left. Singleton to the right. 3rd and 18 now. Snap back Georgia Tech at its own 40. Deep drop Philo. He's flushed to the near side of the field. Throws it on an angle. It's caught by Stockton. Might be a first down. On 3rd and 18, it depends on the spot. It's right near the sticks. He was backtracking to the line.
They marked it short.
They mark it about a yard short. It's a 17-yard gain and sets up 4th and 1 on the near side of the field.
That was Brandon Cleveland who flushed him out. Good rush on the inside, but he was able to get outside of the defensive end, and that was a spectacular throw, Johnny. Sprinting to his left. That is a difficult throw for a right-handed quarterback.
For him to be able to get his shoulders squared up.
The previous play, but the receiver was short of the line to gain. It's under further review.
We're going to take a look at that. I think he caught it beyond the line to gain, but his own momentum took him out of bounds, clearly short of the line to gain. So I don't think they're going to reverse this at all. But you're right, Tony. I mean, Philo, true freshman, gets pushed out of the pocket to his left. He's a right-handed quarterback. The hardest thing in the world for a right-hander is to get their shoulders squared up. He was able to get his shoulders squared up and then get a lot on the football. He threw that on a line. We're seeing a replay here. See where his feet come down. but I think he's going to be right where they marked him, a yard short.
Close Shave Replay Reviews presented by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream for whatever your day brings. Choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
I'm looking at the replay. I will tell you, from where he caught it,
after further review,
I think it's a first down.
The receiver did make the line to gain at the 42-yard line. First and 10, Georgia Tech.
He was coming back to the ball. Now, when he actually made the catch, he was right at the first down marker or a little bit beyond, and then he was going back in the opposite direction out of bounds.
3rd and 18 conversion.
And that's a big reversal.
Oh, yeah.
Think about, I mean, I don't know that they go for it on 4th down. That'd be risky, this situation. So now they get to keep their drive going.
That's a huge deal. 1st and 10 now at the Pack 42.
And that was against coverage, too. But, you were rushing 3, dropping 8. But he bought the extra time, got the receiver open.
Singleton, Lane, Hawes, and Stockton, they're all to the right. It's 1st and 10 for Georgia Tech. Snap to Philo. Handoff now to Haynes. He squeezes through a small crease over the 40 and runs into a tackle at the 39. There's a 3-yard gain for Jamal Haynes. Betty and Fitzgerald combined for that stop. Plug up the middle there.
Well, coming into that carry, Haynes had averaged 2.8 yards per carry. So right now he's got 13 carries, 36 yards. That's an average of 2.8. That's a great job on him.
Haynes came in with 6 career 100-yard games. Actually a converted wide receiver, of all things. He's a redshirt junior. He's been one of the best backs in the ACC this year. Not much tonight. Lane and Hawes are to the left. Now Hawes motions to the right side. They just flip each side every snap. Whoever's left goes right, vice versa.
They had to call timeout. The play clock was down to 1.
That's a big deal.
Georgia Tech.
Tell you, in
First of the half.
In a 2-point ball game, you burn one of those timeouts with 11:46 to play. That is not insignificant.
Yeah, Philo didn't know it, and he was about to get a delay of game. They had to call the timeout from the sideline.
Well, we'll take a break. 16-14 is the score. NC State down 2. It's 2nd and 7 for Georgia Tech at the Pack 39. When we come back, you're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
R&D Brewing is bringing the official beer of Saturday to Carter Finley Stadium this football season. 7 Saturdays IPA is the perfect beer for watching the big game, whether you're tailgating with friends or watching the game at home. Pick up your 7 Saturdays IPA at any major retail outlet across North Carolina. Make every day Saturday. R&D Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly.
This is your home for NC State football. The Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Together, that's how we stay in the game, ready to play. As one great team, UNC Health is keeping you well by bringing renewed focus, approach, and dedicated services close to you. Exceptional care is what you and your family deserve. Together, let's put points on the board for life well played. Team up with UNC Health, official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
This great call in Wolfpack history is presented by T-Mobile. December 2016, in a 2016 Independence Bowl against Vanderbilt, Jalen Samuels scores 3 times en route to a big bowl game win.
Finley takes the snap. Vandy rushes for a screen pass. Samuels, he's to the 15-yard line of the 10. Cuts it outside toward the sideline. 5, end zone, touchdown. 3rd touchdown of the game for Jalen Samuels, and the Pack is up 27-3 here at the Independence Bowl.
Go to T-Mobile.com to get a great deal on iPhone 16 Pro.
Gut punch of a 3rd and 18 conversion results in Georgia Tech now at 2nd and 7, all said and done at the Pack 39. 11:46 to play. Georgia Tech up 16-14 in what has been at times a bizarre game in its own ways, a grindy game, a defensive game. Georgia Tech has 0 offensive touchdowns and leads. by 2 points. Just a strange night here in Atlanta, Tony.
But the Jackets haven't turned the ball over, and that's been a trademark of them offensively. They just don't hurt themselves. As we say, they're the least penalized team in the ACC. Coming in, they had only 6 turnovers through 10 games. And now we here are in the fourth quarter of their 11th game, and they still have only 6 turnovers. NC State is -2 turnover margin here in this game tonight. And of course, one of those turnovers led directly to Georgia Tech's only touchdown, a defensive score.
That 6 number, that only 6 giveaways, that's second best in America.
Yeah.
That's really good. Georgia Tech's huddled up now. The ball is just north of the 40. Second and a long 7. With 3 targets left. Now they motion to the right. That's Boyd and Hawes to the right side with Singleton. Lane short side left. Now another motion for Singleton. Snap back Philo. Deep drop. Delayed blitz. Philo airs it. Once the end zone. Boyd in and out of his hands. He drops it back in the left end zone. Bishop Fitzgerald there to help adjust Boyd. That ball hit him in the chest. And it's incomplete. 3rd and 7 coming up.
Oh, and Boyd knows that. Boyd's coming off the sidelines. He's pulled his helmet off. He's frustrated. It was a perfect throw by, again, true freshman Philo. You hear the fans in the background groaning as the replay's on the big screen. There's a perfect throw. Great protection. You couldn't ask for anything better except for the receiver. Boyd just didn't come up with the catch.
11:38 to play. Georgia Tech's up 16-14. 3rd and a long 7. Ball between the hashes. For now, 2 to each side, and Stockton motions to the left. Snap back to Philo. Dump off over the middle. Tipped up into the air and incomplete at the 26. There was a little dump off the left slot. Devon Marshall's there with a pass breakup, and the Georgia Tech punt unit comes on, and NC State will get it down by 2 after what felt like a disastrous 3rd and 18 conversion. The defense holds.
Yeah, that was a great play by Devon Marshall, because that is man coverage across the board. And he follows a receiver into the middle of the field, able to get his hand out in front and knock it away.
Shanahan back to punt it off. He's a lefty for Georgia Tech. Jalen Coit is in between the hashes inside the 10 for the Pack. Mid-40s and clear tonight in Atlanta. Snap to Shanahan as he pops it up. This is a helicopter ball that takes a bounce into the end zone, and there's a touchback. Boyd couldn't quite stick it in the ground and get it to stop. And so Shanahan, rather, I should say, couldn't quite stick it in the ground, get it to stop. And so we go to a timeout. 11:25 to play. Ball will be at the 20. We'll stay right here. Ball will be at the 20 here with 16-14 as the score. We stay right here with 1st and 10 for the Pack at the 20-yard line after the touchback.
I watched Johnny Evans punt. I never saw a helicopter punt from Johnny Evans.
Well, that ball was a
line drive.
Horizontal spinner there, yeah. And Hollywood Smothers now behind Bailey. This is Jolie and Rogers to the right. Jolie motions now to the left side of the line. Snap back at the 20. Bailey turns and gives to the left. Smothers wrapped up and dropped, tackle for loss. Streaking in is Brooks, the safety, on a blitz or a really well-read play by the safety Brooks. And it's a loss of 4 yards on the play. It's 2nd and 14 at the left flat.
Really good because Brooks was following Jolie across in motion. And once he saw the ball handed off, he just darted upfield and he was unblocked.
Under 11 to play. Georgia Tech up 16-14. Pack 2nd down, 14 yards to go at its own 16-yard line. Shotgun set Bailey. Concepcion motions to the left of Belton. Bailey snap, fakes the screen pass right, dumps it off Concepcion, incomplete. Hounded from behind by big Jordan Vandenberg, the 305-pounder.
Pass. 3rd down.
You know, Vandenberg's a guy, he doesn't have a lot of stats on the interior D-line. The advanced metrics have him as the 6th best D-lineman in the country for interior pressures. He has been really good for Georgia Tech. 3rd and 14 now for NC State. Coach Dorrance praised him. He said he popped on film. Really good player. 3rd and 14, ball left hashes. Jolie, Concepcion, Collins right. Rogers, short side left. Snap back, knee-high. Bailey blitzes on, flushed out of the pocket. Left side, he swerves left, and he's shuttled out of bounds, but a flag late. He's well short of the line to gain by 15 yards, but flags behind the play.
I figure that's got to be holding, right? In the area of holding anyway. C.J. Bailey, another escape, but it is holding. I'm sure Georgia Tech will decline this, and Pack will have to punt it.
Holding. Offense. Number 74. The penalties decline. 4th down.
Stuart Mullins, our referee, there with the call. Anthony Belton on the left side. And Noonkesters back out to punt with Bailey Stockton back to return it. The 5th 3-and-out tonight, Tony?
I believe that would be correct.
Yeah. It's been a grindy ball game. It's a tight one here. 2-point game. Noonkester takes the snap, boots it. What a beauty of a punt at the 5. This one is taken by Stockton at the 30. Just a rocket of a 53-yard punt by Caden Noonkester with the approving nod from Johnny Evans. I mean, that's as good as a punt as they're going to be, right, Johnny?
Absolutely, especially for a fair catch. You eliminated the return, and so you flip that field. You're in the shadow of your own goalpost, literally punting the football, and you've created somewhat of a lengthy field at a very critical time, because you can't afford to just give up field position right now to Georgia Tech.
All right, 1st and 10 now for the Yellow Jackets. The Pack defense has been dynamite tonight. They've yet to allow a touchdown. Got to get the Jackets off the field here. 10 minutes, 17 seconds to play. Georgia Tech motions 2 to the left. Now Singleton goes to the right, pumps back, takes the snap, does Philo, fakes the toss sweep, instead launches it right, caught by Stockton on a drag across the field. 1st down for Georgia Tech to the 45-yard line, a 15-yard pickup to the far side, make it 16. Bishop Fitzgerald there on the tackle. And it's 1st and 10 for the Jackets on a 16-yard gain.
And once again, Philo puts the ball in the only place, very tight window, really decent coverage, and he's making things happen for him.
13 of 25 passing, 187 yards. This is most in his young freshman career. Snap back, 1st and 10. Give to Haynes. He pirouettes out of an arm tackle and then backs his way to the 50 for a 3.5-yard gain. Kamel Bonner is finally there to lock up Haynes, as is Noah Potter, and it sets up 2nd and 6.
And even though Haynes didn't net all that much, that was about as impressive of a 3-yard gain, which has been his average here going into this drive.
Chad Alexander's in now to give him a spell. Former walk-on, running back to the right of Philo. 2nd and 6. Ball is just shy of the 50. 2 targets right, 1 left. Snap, Philo, one-on-one coverage, airs it left sideline. Singleton there, diving grab, has it inside the 15. Late right-hand push-off of Cisse, and he's calling for an offensive PI. No flag flies. 1st and 10, Georgia Tech in the red zone. 2nd deep ball caught by Singleton. This one down the near numbers.
Clearly that was offensive pass interference, but it can't be reviewed, Tony. So they're going to get credit for it. What a great catch again by Stockton.
I just saw it. He just used his right arm extended out and shoved Cisse away. NC State with an all-out blitz that time, man covered.
38-yard pickup. Snap at the 12-yard line to Philo. Turns and gives to Alexander, who rumbles up the middle to the 9. Bonner chops him down, a 3-yard gain. 8:13 and ticking now. Georgia Tech up 16-14 inside the 10. 2nd and 7 at the left hashes for the Yellow Jackets. Couple of deep balls to Singleton tonight, who's up to 99 yards on 4 catches. Here's Lane and Singleton to the right. Stockton is just off the right tackle, Jordan Williams' hip. Snap back to Philo, rolls out right, zips it, tight window, intercepted. NC State has the ball, near side of the field now on a sprint. Fitzgerald, 15-yard line, and the Pack pulls it out of the end zone. Going in to score, NC State slams the door. There's an interception.
Media timeout.
7:33 to play, a momentum flipper in the 4th quarter. Down by 2 with the ball back. back, and Bishop Fitzgerald picks up the tipped pass by Singleton, and it's 1st and 10 Pack toward the 20. We'll take a break. 16-14's the score. NC State silences Bobby Dodd Stadium. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
Check, check, and check. That's the sound of me getting a jump start on my holiday list. But I can't take all the credit. Kohl's makes it too easy. I got my daughter a mini instant camera, my husband his favorite cologne, my sister Kookaburra by UGG slippers, and that's just the beginning. Then I got 20% off some of my other gifts. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offer valid through November 23rd. Coupons do not apply to Tech, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by UGG. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also round-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Bishop Fitzgerald with an interception right when you need it. Georgia Tech going in to score. Picks it off in the end zone and runs it out to the 18-yard line. Ball was tipped up by Singleton and Bishop Fitzgerald right when NC State needs it. You know, over the last 3+ years, one team in the country, only one, has more picks than NC State. That's the 59th for this Tony Gibson defense.
It couldn't have been a more timely play. I mean, when Fitzgerald picks that off and starts coming out of the end zone, it looked like to me he had a lot of room over here, but I think the angle, he was turned back in. But I tell you what, there's no bigger play. Your defense has kept you in this football game, and it's your defense is giving your offense one more opportunity to take the lead. And man, and it's not that short of a field. Not that long of a field, I should say. It's a decent field position for them.
Well, a week ago we're talking about NC State's inability to sustain drives and score touchdowns when you're getting in the scoring zone, whether it's the red zone or inside the 30. Now, right now, Georgia Tech's got the same complaint because they've been able to put together a handful of drives in this game, but again, still no offensive touchdowns for the Yellow Jackets.
That is the 7th turnover of the year by Georgia Tech.
Only 7. But you know what? They felt they had to throw the ball. Even down inside the 15 or the 10, they would rather be able to run it. But they've struggled in that area tonight.
Jolie and Collins right. Concepcion and Rogers left. It's 1st and 10 Pack at its own 18, down 2. 7:33 to play. Waters to the left shoulder of Bailey. Correll snaps the ball back to Bailey near hashes. Bailey lets it rip right flat, caught by Jolie, and he's whipped to the turf over the 20 to the 21. A gain of 3 yards. Tatum's there with the tackle, and it's 2nd and 7.
Well, you hear the name Tatum, you think of a hard hitter. That being Jack.
Right.
I'm dating myself. But yeah, Tatum's been pretty impressive tonight.
He's been really nice player here for Georgia Tech. Comes in as their 3rd leading tackler. 2nd and 7. Snap back at the 21. Right hashes. Bailey lets it fly. Far side of the field. Overthrows his target, Concepcion. There were a couple of Georgia Tech defenders in the neighborhood. Omar Daniels and Clayton Powell-Lee, 2 safeties. We're at the far side, makes it 3rd and 7.
Well, Chaz, we talked about it with Coach Dorne the other night. You know, Casey Concepcion averaging only 8 yards per carry. And he said on many occasions they've got a safety over the top. That's what we saw. C.J. Bailey still tried to force it in there. Fortunately, he overthrew the ball, and it was an interception.
Rogers, Concepcion, and Jolie left. Collins right, 3rd and 7, ball at the 21. Bobby Dodd as loud as it's been. Snap back to Bailey, blitzes on. Daniel Bailey throws it right, it's intercepted. Georgia Tech off to the races inside the 10. Ball fumbled out shy of the goal line by Romello Height, the defensive end. If that ball had been fumbled in through the end zone, different story, but it's a pick by Georgia Tech at the far side of the defensive line. A few balls had been batted tonight, but Romello Height doesn't bat this one. He picks it off, and it's Yellow Jacket ball with 6:44 to play. First and goal from the 3.
And Height, defensive right end for Georgia Tech, he didn't blitz. Once he saw there's going to be a pass, he backed off just a little bit and just read the eyes of quarterback C.J. Bailey, and this made a most athletic play that you'll ever see for a defensive end.
Can you get another turnover here? Can you get another stop down 2? Snap to King at the far hashes. He fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, swerves right, and scores. It's a 3-yard Haynes King run, his 8th rush TD of the year. First offensive touchdown tonight for Georgia Tech. It's 22-14 Yellow Jackets with 6 minutes and 40 seconds to play.
Well, that's one of the few times that King put the ball in the belly of a running back and he had space. And again, I think NC State's defense was going all out. You know, they just were taking weren't playing base defense. They were taking every chance they had to.
Snaps high, it's well held, and the kick is good through the left uprights. As we have a 23-14 score, 6:40 to play. Haynes King 3-yard touchdown run. Bishop Fitzgerald picks off Georgia Tech. And then Georgia Tech picks off Bailey. Coach Dorne's upset about something at the 19-yard line. He's talking to the side judge. 23-14 is the score. Maybe DK Kaufman gets a chance to return one here late.
Well, the game's not over.
Nope.
It's a 2-possession. It's obviously what, a 9-point differential. So you got to have a touchdown and an extra point, and then a field goal. So you need 2 more possessions. You're going to probably have to steal one somehow, but you got to score in a pretty quick fashion. You can't. This isn't the time to score with 40 seconds to go and try to do an onside kick. You got to try to score with 3 or 4 minutes to go.
Dorne runs up and boots it. This is a line driver right to left, and that is a touchback. Almost out of the sideline. DK Kaufman thought it might take a favorable bounce and do so, but it didn't. And so it's a touchback ball at the 25. 23-14. Georgia Tech has the lead. Romello Height, former USC Trojan. Last year in Southern California, he had 6 tackles for loss for USC. Was actually in his 3rd school here. He's a Georgia native. He started at Auburn. And he has the big play here in the 4th quarter. 1st and 10 for the Pack at the 25. Bailey takes the snap with 4 targets to work with. Pats the ball and lets it fly. That's caught. Concepcion left slot. 31-yard line. He dives down. Gain of 6. Up the far hashes. 6:29 and ticking. The plays Georgia Tech have made to score, which have led to scores, have been right near the line of scrimmage, in the box there. First quarter, pick 6. 4th quarter, interception to the 3 by defensive end. Snap, Bailey, handoff to Raphael. High steps through the line to the 40, and now he's smushed to the turf at the 44. Great burst of 13 yards by Raphael. Flags come out with 5:59 on the clock. And if this goes NC State's way and the ball moves over midfield, you like you said, Johnny, a lot of time left here, down just 9.
They just have to keep the pressure on, though, offensively. They got to can't have any bad plays. No tackle for losses for 5 yards or offensive penalties.
Personal foul, targeting, defense.
That's a big.
Number 44.
That is a big deal.
The ruling is under further review.
All right, so Eford comes out. He's been very quiet tonight. Came in as their leading tackler. First time we've even called Kyle Eford's name. They're going to review this. Barbasol review. Now, mind you, Georgia Tech may lose their leading tackler for the first half against Georgia next week. This is a huge call. Not that NC State cares, to be honest, about their game against Georgia, but Eford was late coming into Raphael, no doubt.
Yeah.
Absolute no doubter. Came in late, crown of the helmet to the back of Raphael's helmet as he was coming down. Not necessary. Targeting unnecessary roughness. He will miss the rest of this game and the next. Is that fair?
That was a really dangerous play,
yes,
too. I mean, Raphael was almost on the ground.
Yeah.
You know, there's no reason for him to submarine in there like that and lead with the helmet.
Redshirt sophomore Kyle Eford missed 2 games this year for injury. He actually wears the neck roll, the old school neck roll, because he gets stingers. He's apparently susceptible to them.
Well, fortunately, Raphael didn't get a stinger out of that.
Well, we've talked a lot, Tony, about how Georgia Tech does not hurt themselves.
Well, yeah.
But that hurt Georgia Tech. I mean, if NC State goes down and scores within the next, say, 2 minutes, they score with still 3 minutes left on the clock, they're right with 3 timeouts, not having to use any of their timeouts. They're right back in this football game, and it would have if that happens like that, it will have been aided by that play, over-aggressive play.
I'm surprised this review's taking this long. Here's the call now from Stuart Mullins.
After further review, there is no foul.
Oh my goodness! Unbelievable. That is a shocker. I am confused.
That was one of the worst ones I've ever seen.
Crown of the helmet launched. I don't understand. I was wondering, why is it taking so long? I need clarification on that. Well, Coach Dorne has said there's issues maybe with that rule. Wow. 1st and 10. Pack at its own 44. 5:48 to play. Snap to Bailey. Deep drop, steps up through the pocket, high steps through a tackle at the 50 like a gazelle to the 40-yard line. He sprints to the 30, no contact made toward the 25 as C.J. Bailey has gashed Georgia Tech with the cleats tonight. 2 rush TDs and a monstrous run here to the 37-yard line of the Yellow Jackets with 5:38 to play.
And a phenomenal block by Jolie there at the end of the run that got him an extra 10 yards.
That's a First Horizon first down. 92 rush yards now and 2 touchdowns. They get to the 25-yard line. Snap back to Bailey. Hands it off now to Raphael. Jump cut, nothing there. And he is pushed backward. Forward progress for a loss of 1. So that was a 31-yard run by Bailey to the 25. Thomas Gore was there to stuff Raphael at 2nd and 11. 5 minutes to play. Still in the ball game. All 3 timeouts, down 9. 2nd and 11. Concepcion and Jackson to the right. Snap, Bailey, handoff to Raphael. Makes a cut at the 20-yard line. Angles inside the 15. Tripped up. Keeps his balance at the 5. Leads forward to the 1. 25-yard run, Raphael. It's 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. 4:36 and ticking. Pack can punch it in.
And they may want to look at this one again, too. Because he stretched that ball over the goal line right at the end. But I think his knee was down. Yeah, good call by the official. A little bit short, about a yard short.
Here's Bailey under center.
You don't want to waste 2 or 3 plays to punch it in. You want to do it this play.
4:13 and ticking. Whistle blows.
Timeout, Georgia Tech.
Timeout, Georgia Tech. Their 2nd of the half. 30-second timeout.
Johnny, they did exactly what you prescribed. Move down the field with good pace to cut into this 9-point deficit. All 3 timeouts left. You get a stop. All you need is a field goal to win it.
Yep.
If you get in the end zone here to finish this drive.
Got to finish this drive, and preferably to finish it on this next play. But it doesn't. It isn't the end of the world if it takes 2 or 3 plays. As long as you get up to the line of scrimmage, probably should have 2 plays called in the huddle, and you might even want to call a pass play. Let your quarterback, C.J. Bailey's been running all over this field. Let him sprint him out, and he's got a pass-run option. If he throws an incomplete pass, no harm, no foul. Tell him not to force it. Coach him up a little bit there in the huddle. Don't force anything. Throw an incompletion. Come back, but you got to score in the next few seconds.
C.J. Bailey has run all over the field. NC State now 201 yards rushing compared to 77 for Georgia Tech.
The 16th best rush D in America.
Yeah.
4th best in the ACC. The Packs gashed him. 1st and goal, they spot it at the 1. Bailey, shotgun, snap left hashes, QB keeper, dives forward, touchdown. Bailey is 3rd of the night. With 4:07 to play, it's a 3-point game in Atlanta. C.J. Bailey, 3 rush TDs to keep the Pack in the ballgame. He has 93 rush yards tonight. It's his 3rd rushing touchdown. And here's the PAT now for the Pack. 3-point game pending. Vine set, measured steps. What an effort by the freshman on the ground tonight. Kendrick Raphael, 9 carries, 78 yards himself as well. Extra point, snap, hold, the boot is good through the right uprights. 2-point game again here in Atlanta. 4:07 to play. All right, Johnny, here we go. You get a stop, and you can kick a field goal for the win.
Yeah, well, you got to get the stop first. You got to force the punt. And to get the stop, you don't want to get the stop with 40 seconds left or 30 seconds left. You want to try to get the stop inside the 2-minute timeout. You're going to get a 2-minute timeout. You got 3 of your own timeouts. So you got a lot of opportunity to stop the clock, but you cannot allow for 3 or 4 first downs right now for Georgia Tech. Then once the stop, you force the punt, then you got to get right back on offense, keep up the momentum that you've had on that last drive.
John Heister scoring drive, 6 plays, 75 yards. Bailey a 1-yard touchdown run as the capper takes 2:33 off the clock. Get off your keister and go to Heister. Colin Smith with the kickoff coming. 4 minutes, 7 seconds to play. Georgia Tech 1 timeout. Pack has all 3. Smith runs up and boots it from left to right, end over end, and crushes another touchback. And so the Pack tries to get a stop. Georgia Tech starts off at its own 25. A couple of wild late interceptions here in this game. Bishop Fitzgerald picked one off in the left end zone. It looked like Georgia Tech was going in to score. And then Georgia Tech picks it off back the other way and does punch it in to score. That extends the lead to 9 after the PAT. Pack comes right back with C.J. Bailey and Kendrick Raphael running up the middle and scores to make it a 2-point game again. Here's Philo in the pistol. Calls Hawes toward the line. Snap, make it King rather. It's a play fake. He runs out to the right. He's wrapped up, nothing there. Far hashes, there's a tackle made by Brandon Cisse. Clock starts to churn at under 4 minutes. It's exactly what the Pack needs. Gain of 0 at 2nd and 10.
King comes out and Philo goes back in. Clearly they were trying to break one, get a little bit more than 0 yards on a first down run by King. So now if they throw incompletions, that just works to the NC State's defense's help.
Philo in the pistol, 3:30 and ticking now. It also started the clock up. Singleton from left to right. Snap to Philo, 2nd and 10. He launches it right, caught by Singleton just shy of the sticks as he turns it upfield. 7-yard gain with 3:22 on the clock. Aiden White was right there in coverage. And it is 3rd and 3. Singleton now has 5 grabs for 106 yards on the night. Couple of deep balls as well. Clock moving at 3:09 and ticking. 4th quarter.
NC State's been so stout against the run. I can't imagine Georgia Tech trying to rush for this first down. They're going to put it in Philo's hands, I believe.
3rd and 3. Pack can force a punt situation here with a Georgia Tech 7:32. Snap. Philo airs it out. A wobbler short, and it's incomplete. And Georgia Tech will have to punt with 2:44 to play. Ball was a wobbler well short of the intended target. Uncatchable at best in one-on-one coverage. And so the Jackets will punt it off. And Coit is back at the 28.
Yeah, and 4 more timeouts. This clock is going to stop 4 more times.
Yes.
Three timeouts for NC State, and then the 2-minute timeout.
So Shanahan's back to punt it. NC State has 4 clock stoppages, down just 2. Boyd motions now. Snap to Shanahan. The punt is a pop-up. Did he shank it? No. It takes a line driver of a bounce inside the 35, angling to the near side of the field, and will be downed at the 28-yard line. 2:30 to play. And the run game's been great for NC State, and you have plenty of options after the 40-yard punt with the clock stoppages to run it. Even though you're down by 2:30 to play, you stop the clock a lot.
That's right, no question. When you keep the chains moving, the clock stops anyway. You got your 3 timeouts. The main thing you don't want is a big negative play, a sack or a penalty, a 15-yard penalty, a holding penalty. Don't hurt yourself.
Jolie and Rogers left. Concepcion and Collins right. Bailey, right hashes. 1st and 10. Pack at its own 28. Blitz is on. Snap for Bailey. Lobs it left. Caught by Rogers. Leaping up. 1st down for the Pack. A gain of 11 as he comes across the middle and snatches the ball out of the air. Rodney Shelley was there behind Rogers. Great sticky fingers to make it 1st and 10. Pack at the 39. 2:08 and ticking. Final play till the 2-minute stoppage. Snap to Bailey. Handoff to Smothers. Plows through the tackle, center of the line, over to the 45 for a 6-yard gain. And it sends us to the 2-minute stoppage. Down by 2, headed toward field goal range.
Timeout.
We will take a break. Georgia Tech leads at 23-21. Pack down 2 and driving, trying to win the game in Atlanta. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
The tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On ACC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, coaches' shows, and more. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/ACC Sports.
Wolfpack fans, did you know North Carolina is the #1 producer of in-shell peanuts? The perfect stadium snack. That's right, sustainably grown peanuts that fuel your game day. Whether you're tailgating or cheering from home, grab a handful of nutritious and flavorful, locally grown North Carolina peanuts. The North Carolina Peanut Growers Association proudly supports our farmers, our state, and our Wolfpack. Visit aboutpeanuts.com to learn more.
Ball's at the Pack 45. Down 9 with just minutes left. NC State scores a 75-yard drive, stops Georgia Tech, forces the punt, and now is driving at its own 45. It's 23-21. Georgia Tech leads, but NC State has the ball with all 3 timeouts and 2 minutes to play. What do you want to see here offensively, Johnny?
Yeah, no, I don't think they have to do anything fancy at all. They got such a good 1st down play here. They can try to run the ball again. You don't want to score too quickly. You don't want to leave any more time left. Either kick the field goal or go ahead and score a touchdown. So, everything is at your disposal right now. The main thing is don't have a big negative play. No holding, no pre-snap penalties. They're hard to overcome in this situation. And no jet sweep type things where you lose 7 or 8 yards, or a screen pass where you lose 7 or 8 yards. So you just play your base offense, but you got a quarterback that's rushed for over 100 yards and 3 touchdowns. I think you need to keep him in mind in terms of using his legs as well as his arm.
Georgia Tech has not been able to stop C.J. Bailey on the ground. 9 carries, 83 yards, 3 touchdowns. Raphael's been great as well. 9 touches for 78 yards. Exactly 2 minutes left. 23-21, Georgia Tech with a 2-point lead. It's tied at 7 after the first quarter. Yellow Jackets were up 13-7 at the half, then up 19-7 into the fourth quarter, and these great fourth quarters are a trend this year for NC State. They've outscored opponents in the fourth quarter 97-55 coming into tonight. Huddled up now at the 40, 2nd and 4. Collins and Jolie left, Concepcion and Rogers right. Make it Concepcion and Grimes right. 2nd and 4 at the left hashes, moving left to right. Snap Bailey, handoff to Smothers. He slips at the far flat, and he gains a couple of yards on the cut from the 45 north. Under 2 minutes and ticking now, and it's 3rd and very short, 3rd and 2. Obviously 4-down territory with 100 seconds left in the game. Quickly to the line, no huddle. Pistol set, Bailey takes the snap, hands it off to Smothers, has a first down, good break at 40. Hollywood Smothers to the races, 30. He's gone 20. He goes. NC State's on top. 90 seconds left in Atlanta. Hollywood Smothers rips a big one over 50 yards. A 53-yard Smothers sprint down the far numbers. Pack up 27-23.
Not a single white jersey from Georgia Tech even got a finger on Smothers. Great blocking off the left side of the offensive line for NC State. Smothers is probably the quickest running back. He has the explosion. They're going to go for 2, it looks like, to make the, what is that?
Would make it a 6-point game.
6-point game.
It's 27-23. Bailey takes the snap. A lot of the offensive line is to the left. He tucks and runs and sprints in. 2-point try is good to the near side, and it's 29-23 with 90 seconds to play. Hollywood Smothers did it in Berkeley, and he does it again in Atlanta. Bobby Dodd's silencer. Hollywood Smothers from coast to coast lights up the ACC, and it's a 29-23 NC State lead. 53-yarder for Smothers. 90 seconds to play. And the NC State sideline just explodes. There's a large contingent of Wolfpack fans in the far right corner at the bottom of the bowl. And they go wild as Bobby Dodd got very quiet. 4 plays, 72 yards. Smothers 53-yard run, takes a minute off the clock. 22 points in the fourth quarter for NC State. They had 7 all game until the fourth quarter.
And you obviously you take your touchdown, you go ahead for the first time in this football game when you have the opportunity. But a minute and 30 left with a timeout, Georgia Tech. You got to play defense now. You got to preserve the victory with a defensive stand.
All right, here's Colin Smith now. He's going to boot it left to right. 1 timeout for Georgia Tech. NC State didn't even use its 3 timeouts. Smith runs up, boots it, and it is a touchback once again. So 90 seconds left. Unbelievable road fourth quarter performance here in Atlanta. 22 points scored after the 2-point try in the fourth quarter. Fourth quarters this year for the Pack have just been amazing. Never out of the ballgame with the way they play here late in the game. DJ Jackson is in with Potter and Price on the defensive line. A 1st and 10 now at the 25 for Georgia Tech. Philo's in. He has 232 pass yards tonight, 15 of 29, and the 1 interception. No touchdowns for Philo. He takes the snap. Philo with a deep drop. pressure, dumps it off on a drag. That's caught by Lane at the 31. He's tackled down as Georgia Tech hurries to the line. Far side of the field, Marshall there on a diving tackle behind him. 2nd and 4 now. Minute 14 and ticking. Snap back to Philo at the 31. He dumps it off to the right. That's caught at the shins there by Haynes out of the backfield, and he scampers out of bounds shy of the sticks. A gain of maybe a couple of yards. Sean Brown was right there. And it's 3rd and very short, 67 seconds left. 3rd and 2.
So far, keeping everything in front, nothing deep. Make sure those safeties are way back.
3rd and 2 now at the 33. Motion for an empty backfield. Philo by himself. 3 targets left. Now Haynes comes back. Snap. They fake the handoff. Philo runs up the middle. Surprising play call to the 39-yard line. A gain of 6 with a minute 2. It's chains move, and they get to the line as the clock pauses for a moment. Travali Price with the tackle. They use tempo. Snap back to Philo on 1st and 10. He throws it over the middle. Caught by Haynes on the drag. Sprints at the 50. Chopped down on a dive to the hip at the 45. Left half of the field. That was Marshall with a tackle. 17-yard gain. 52 seconds left. Snap back to Philo. 3-man rush. Steps up, dump off, drag again. Haynes with the grab. They're trying to tackle him inbounds, and they get him. There's a stop there by Kelvon McBride. And a whistle blows timeout. They use the timeout, 40 seconds left. So it's a 6-point game. The ball is spotted at the, let's see, they've yet to put the ball down. The umpire still hasn't. It goes to the 36. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to ID themselves as affiliates. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield. Yeah. Oh, and there's an injured Wolfpack.
Georgia Tech is not charged with a timeout. We stopped the clock for injured players.
Oh, that's a huge moment. They called the timeout, but because of the injured defender, they get the timeout back. Yep. With 40 seconds left, Coach Dorne's walked all the way across the field. There's an injured Wolfpack player at the 32. He's being tended to on the near side of the field. And so Georgia Tech gets its timeout back in a 29-23 Wolfpack 6-point lead. And the training staff still is working on the injured defender as Georgia Tech has moved the ball down the field. They're trying to hydrate one of the players that could be cramping. See, this is Devon Betty. That's who it is. No, it's Sean Brown. Beg your pardon. Yep, excuse me. Sean Brown gets up and now is walking off the field. Brown, who's probably played just about every snap tonight. Johnny, that's significant there.
It is, because you know if something crazy, a sack happens, something crazy happens, that can almost be the ball game. But now they have a timeout; they can stop the clock to keep the clock from running out.
All right, so it's 2nd and 2.
Reset the game clock to 42 seconds and started on my signal.
Well, they put 2 seconds.
And started on my signal.
Put 2 seconds back up. 29-23, NC State leads after the Hollywood Smothers 53-yard sprint. And a 2-point conversion to take the lead. So here is 2nd and 2. Clock starts up, 40 seconds left. Snap back to Philo. He tucks and runs with Green at the 30. Sprints toward the 20. Angles inside the red zone. And he's tackled at the 18-yard line with 30 seconds left. And Georgia Tech calls timeout. 18-yard run by Philo. They don't call timeout. They run up to the line. It's 1st and 10 now at the 18-yard line. Philo takes the snap. Whistle blows. Pack calls timeout. And the question is, what's the clock at? They did snap the ball and the play went off, but Coach Dorne calls time.
Timeout.
So it probably will be at 30 seconds. Yeah.
30-second timeout. Please reset the game clock. to 30 seconds.
What has started out, what was for 3 quarters a grinder of a game, Johnny, has turned into an amazing finish here in Atlanta.
I mean, it is another nail biter, and we knew that NC State's defense was going to have to come through with the stop, and now you'd think Georgia Tech is at least going to get some throws into the end zone. So with the one timeout that Tech still has, that's huge. They can still try to throw a shorter pass than 10 yards and still call their timeout and be close enough to kind of go for the end zone on a couple of pass plays.
They still have their one timeout left. They've been trying to use it. They haven't been able to. 3 targets to the right for Philo. Haynes to his left shoulder in the backfield. Chase Lane short side left. Snap back at the 18-yard line. Philo tucks and runs and sprints with Green to the 10. Has the 5, dives in. Touchdown, Georgia Tech. 18-yard run. Game is tied pending the PAT as Philo runs down the near hashes and scores. Drive takes just over a minute. There were 90 seconds left in the game, and the Yellow Jackets drive it in. Minute 8 seconds off the clock. Here's the PAT for the lead. NC State can block this and go off to the races. Snap is down, the hold is there, the kick is good through the left uprights. 30-29, Georgia Tech leads. 22 seconds left.
Do I dare say it's still not over?
No.
Still not over.
This is a crazy ball game. It's not.
There's assuming it's a touchback.
Right.
You're going to get 22 seconds.
Yep.
And
2 timeouts.
You can you need to get close enough for a long field goal attempt. So you need to three plays. You're going to have 3 plays because you've got your 2 timeouts. So, but you got to complete 3 chunk plays, 3 15-ish yard plays to get into field goal range.
Well, if you do it on the ground, Bailey and Raphael have gassed Georgia Tech's defense. You have 2 timeouts to work with. You just need to get in field goal range.
That's it. You could run if you feel like that's the best way to break one, just like on the touchdown run. So this game is still not over. DK
Kaufman would love a chance to return one here. What a moment that would be. Comes in one of the great numbers in the country, averaging 39.5 yards a kick return. Burr runs up and boots it. This is a squib kick. Pops up to the up man at the 20-yard line. That's Jordan Poole, I believe, the running back. And he's tackled at the 31. And it will be 1st and 10 for the Pack there. Hey, 16 seconds left. You've got to get it to about Georgia Tech's, we'll call 30. That's right. You'd love it inside there.
17 seconds on the game clock.
If it's beyond that, you also have the option of using Colin Smith. He's got that really big leg and did kick field goals one game this year.
But this play is important. You gotta come up with something more than 10 yards on this play.
1-point game. Georgia Tech leads 30-29. It's been a crazy finish in Atlanta. NC State big play here would be a fitting way. The referee, Stuart Mullins, is trying to get 1 second on the game clock, but the crowd's so loud the scoreboard crew can't hear it. They finally did. Bailey, shotgun, 3 receivers right, 1 left. Down by 1, 17 seconds left, 2 timeouts. Ball at the 31. Bailey left hash takes the snap. Georgia Tech prevent B. Bailey lets it fly. It's caught by Collins at the 45. And he's tackled toward the 40-yard line. 9 seconds left. Timeout, Pack. It is not over yet in Atlanta.
Amazing.
27-yard gain to Collins.
Timeout, NC State.
Well, you were exactly right, Johnny Evans. Ball spotted at the Georgia Tech 41, right on the doorstep of field goal range now.
Well, they still got 2 timeouts. I guess, or did they just call one timeout? So
they've got one left.
So they got one left. So they can try to punch a little run play.
Yeah.
And just pick up 5, 7, 8, 10 yards and call timeout. They need to tell the runner, though, if they start breaking tackles, go down. Go down. Don't try to pick up an extra yard or two. It would be helpful. I mean, because right now this is going to be a 60-yard, 59-yard attempt.
You're just out of range.
So you need about 5 more yards. I think you're going to try a run play right up the gap. Try to get a gap. Tell the runner to go down, though. If he breaks open, go down fast.
10 seconds left. Down by 1 on the precipice of field goal range to try to get out of Atlanta with a field goal kick for the win. 1st and 10 at the Jacket 41. Snap to Bailey. 4 targets go deep. Bailey slings it, diving grab incomplete. At the 21-yard line, a diving effort at the far hashes. I think Noah Rogers tried to slide under it, and it sets up 2nd and 10. Now 5 seconds left, and you've got to go really quick, right, Johnny?
Yeah, you do. I mean, this is risky. They're talking it over right now. Do they try a 59-yarder, or do they try to pick up 5 more yards? I think they're going to have to. They're going to call timeout and talk about it. Smart play. I think maybe an outcut. You definitely can do that within 5 seconds.
We're 3rd and final of the half.
So
that's reset the game clock to 6 seconds. 6 seconds, please.
So you can't run. You can't run now.
Nope, not now.
That limits it. Last timeout just used. Even though it shows one more timeout, we just heard the referee.
That's
confirmed.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the last timeout. So no run play. You got to throw a quick out. You can't even throw one in the field of play. You got to throw a quick out and try to pick up 5 yards. And if Georgia Tech's smart, the corners are going to just stand at the 5-yard on the sideline. But to try to eliminate that, because that's the only play. Actually, I think they're going to try the long. They're
going to try to kick it.
Yeah, the 59, 60-yard field goal.
I think that's Colin Smith. It is Smith. This is the big leg. He's the kickoff specialist. Colin Smith for the win. 6 seconds left in the game. This would be a 59-yard kick for the win, right between the hashes. Can he blast it? Down by 1 timeout, Georgia Tech. They'll ice it.
Georgia Tech, their 3rd and final. 30 seconds.
This could be where NC State, if they have it with the field goal team, just do some sort of clap or something to try to force an offside. That extra 5 yards would be huge if State could try to force an offsides to Georgia Tech.
It could mean everything. If you can get just 5, you are just beyond where you want to be. 6 seconds left. 50 is really a 58-yarder. It's inside 59 by a decent bit. Colin Smith has one of the biggest legs in America. He's one of the national leaders in touchbacks on kickoffs. The ball is dead center. NC State breaks out of the timeout huddle. 6 seconds left, down 1, 30-29 on the road in Atlanta.
I think he's got a little helping breeze. Look at the flags all of a sudden.
Wind picks up a little bit with help for Smith. For the game. Snap is there. Hold is down. Smith boots it end over end on its way and no good. Clock's at zeros. Georgia Tech wins. Colin Smith gave it a ride. It was a low line driver. A 58-yard attempt dead center. Snap was well held, and he had just enough leg, but it curled left on the left side of the goalpost at the last minute in a crazy ball game here in Atlanta. A 1-point loss for the Pack as Coach Dorne and Coach Brent Key embrace at the 50-yard line. Johnny, it was long enough. And it just curled left on Colin Smith with a 58-yard effort.
And any golfer can understand when you try to really rip one off the tee, a lot of times you're going to pull it. If you're a right-handed golfer, you're going to pull it, and that